DC X LOTM, a Beander in DC Chapter 1-40. Chapter 1, The Second Son of the Kents Rewrite. Smallville, Kansas. A quiet town nestled between golden fields and endless blue skies. To many, it was just another speck on the map, a place where life moved slowly, where people knew each other by name. But for the Kent family, it was home. And for Alexander Kent, it was a reminder of everything he was not. Growing up in the shadow of a legend wasn't easy. Clark Kent, his older brother, wasn't just the perfect son, the ideal farm boy, or the best athlete in Smallville. He was Superman, the man of steel, the protector of Earth. And Alex, he was just normal. No super strength, no heat vision, no invulnerability. Just an ordinary human living in the same house as a god. For years, he had tried to convince himself that it didn't matter. That he could still find his own path. But deep down, a part of him always wondered, what if? What if he had been born like Clark? What if he could stand beside him, not just behind him? That was the thought that haunted him every night. And it was the thought that fate would soon make a reality, though not in the way he ever expected. A normal day, for now. The morning sun bathed the Kent farm in a golden glow as Alex tightened the bolts on a tractor engine. His hands were covered in grease, his shirt soaked in sweat, but he barely noticed. Working with machines had always been his escape. While Clark had been out saving the world, Alex had buried himself in engineering, designing gadgets and improving farm equipment. He might not have powers, but at least he had his mind. "Alex, breakfast is ready." Martha Kent's voice rang out from the house. "Coming," Alex called back, wiping his hands on a rag. As he walked inside, he saw his father, Jonathan Kent, already seated at the table, sipping coffee. Clark was there too, dressed in casual clothes, pretending to be the same farm boy he had been before the world knew him as Superman. But Alex knew better. No matter how much Clark tried to act normal, he wasn't. "You were out late," Alex commented as he sat down. "Another emergency?" Clark hesitated before nodding. "Yeah, Metropolis had a gas explosion. No casualties, but it could have been worse." Jonathan sighed. "I just hope you're not pushing yourself too hard, son." Clark gave his usual reassuring smile. "I can handle it, Dad." Alex remained silent. He had seen it before. The burden Clark carried. The weight of the world on his shoulders. And yet, despite everything, he never complained. That was the difference between them. Clark could help. So he did. Alex couldn't. So he didn't. But that was about to change. And neither of them had any idea what was coming. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Storm on the Horizon. The wind howled across the fields, carrying the scent of an approaching storm. Alex stood on the Kent farmhouse porch, watching the dark clouds gather in the distance. Something felt off tonight. There was an unnatural stillness in the air, a weight pressing down on his chest. Even the farm animals seemed restless, their usual noises replaced by uneasy silence. He frowned. Maybe it was just a storm. Or maybe it was something else. A brother's shadow. Clark walked up beside him, his presence almost too large for the space. Even when he wasn't in his Superman suit, there was something about him, an aura that made him seem more than human. "You okay?" Clark asked. Alex forced a smile. "Yeah, just thinking." "About what?" Alex hesitated. He wanted to say about how I'll never be like you. But instead, he said, about what I want to do with my life. Clark nodded, staring at the sky. "You don't have to figure it all out right now, Alex." Easy for him to say. He was Superman. But Alex, he was just a guy with a few inventions and a dream that felt out of reach. The storm rumbled in the distance. And somewhere beyond the clouds, something watched. Waiting. And soon, the world itself would come to a stop. Chapter 3, The Moment the World Stopped. Alex, Kent had always been the odd one in the Kent family. Unlike his older brother, Clark, who possessed the godlike abilities of a Kryptonian under a yellow sun, Alex was just normal. No super strength, no heat vision, no invulnerability. Just an ordinary young man trying to carve his own path in a world where his brother could juggle planets. And for the most part, he had accepted it. Living in Smallville had taught him the value of hard work and resilience. He helped on the farm, studied engineering, and tinkered with inventions in his spare time, hoping to contribute in ways that didn't involve punching meteors out of the sky. But deep down, a small part of him always wished for something more, something that could make him stand beside Clark, not just behind him. He never expected that wish to be answered in the most terrifying way imaginable. The night it all changed. It was supposed to be a normal evening. The night sky stretched endlessly over Smallville, a canvas of stars twinkling above the quiet countryside. The air was crisp with the scent of freshly plowed fields, and the distant hoots of owls filled the silence. Alex sat on the porch of the Kent farmhouse, flipping through his notebook filled with sketches and designs for a new project, something that could revolutionize energy efficiency. He had always been a thinker, an inventor, someone who used intellect rather than brute strength. Then, the world stopped. It wasn't a gradual thing. One moment, he was sitting there, listening to the rustling wind. The next, absolute silence. The trees stood still. The air itself felt frozen, like an invisible force had clamped down on reality. Even the distant hum of nighttime insects ceased, as if they had never existed. Alex blinked. His fingers trembled as he dropped his notebook, the leather-bound cover landing against the wooden floor of the porch with an unnatural thud, too loud in the silence. He stood up, looking around. Nothing moved. The wind had stopped blowing. The world was frozen in place. Even the distant headlights of a truck on the road had halted mid-motion, suspended as though time itself had been put on pause. Panic surged through him. He tried calling out, "Clark, Mom, Dad." His voice echoed strangely, swallowed by the unnatural stillness. And then, it happened. The air rippled. A pressure, vast, suffocating, descended upon him, pressing against his skull like an invisible hand gripping his mind. A presence loomed over everything. It was something beyond comprehension. A formless, titanic force that made his very existence feel insignificant, like an ant standing before an ocean. His body convulsed, his knees buckling as his vision swam with impossible symbols, ancient, eldritch, vast in their meaning yet incomprehensible in form. For a brief moment, he saw everything. Threads of fate stretched endlessly, intertwining and shifting with an unseen will. Concepts of time, space, and destiny unraveled before him like a tapestry being rewoven in real time. And in that moment, something took notice of him. A presence gazed upon him, not with eyes, but with an awareness so immense it felt like a god's attention had been drawn. Then, the whispers began. They spoke in no language he knew, yet he understood them. Witness. Become. Choose. A flood of knowledge, forbidden knowledge, poured into his mind. He saw paths, 22 of them. Each one a different existence, a different way to become. The fool. The seer. The red priest. The tyrant. The scholar. The sleeper. The justiciar. The mother. The doorkeeper. Each pathway carried a weight of destiny, an evolution of power and meaning. And then, pain. Unbearable, excruciating pain. It was as if his entire body was being rewritten on a fundamental level. His blood boiled, his bones twisted, his mind expanded beyond human comprehension. He felt like he was dying and being reborn simultaneously, his very soul reshaped by forces beyond his understanding. When the agony subsided, he collapsed onto the porch, gasping for breath. His fingers dug into the wooden floor, his body drenched in sweat. The world remained frozen for a few more moments. Then, with a sudden rush, everything snapped back into motion. The wind howled. The trees swayed. The distant truck continued its journey as if nothing had happened. But Alex knew. Everything had changed. The awakening. His body felt different. He could feel the pathways within him, all of them. The moment he had been exposed to that vast presence, something had forced all 22 Beander pathways into him, locking them within his soul. Each one slumbered at sequence 9, their potential dormant but undeniable. He instinctively knew that he had become something that should not exist, something even beyond what the Justice League could comprehend. His breathing was ragged. His heartbeat thundered in his chest. Then, a whisper echoed in his mind. Act accordingly, and you shall ascend. The meaning was clear. He needed to act in line with the pathways to advance. No rituals, no external forces, just acting. He clutched his head as the knowledge settled. He was now a Beander. The only Beander in the entire DC universe. And that made him the most dangerous anomaly in existence. Because if the Justice League ever found out what he was, they would never let him go. First steps into the unknown. Alex forced himself to stand, his limbs still trembling from the ordeal. His mind buzzed with new instincts, new understandings of the world around him. He needed time. Time to figure out what this meant, what he could do. But one thing was clear. He had to hide. He had to ensure that neither Clark, the Justice League, nor anyone else realized what had happened to him. If they found out, they would try to control him, study him, and if they ever saw what he could become, they might try to destroy him. He took a deep breath, staring at his hands. The paths were open, the power was his, and if he played his cards right, he would not just survive in this world, he would thrive. Chapter 4, The First Step into the Abyss. Alex sat in his room, staring at his reflection in the mirror. The dim glow of his bedside lamp cast soft shadows over his face, highlighting the tension in his jaw, the sharpness in his eyes. He looked the same, no sudden growth spurts, no glowing marks, no physical transformation. But inside, he was different. He could feel something beneath the surface, coiling like a dormant beast. It was power, an unfamiliar force pressing against his mind, waiting to be called upon. He wasn't just human anymore. He wasn't even Kryptonian. He was something else. Something that had no place in this world. The weight of realization settled in. He had awakened as a Beyonder. And not just any Beyonder, he had access to all 22 pathways, each a different road to godhood, to power beyond imagination. And power like that always came with consequences. He took a slow breath, steadying himself. He needed to understand what had happened, what he could do. He needed to test his abilities. Because if he didn't learn to control this, it would destroy him. The first experiment. Stepping out into the cool night air, Alex moved to the backyard of the Kent farmhouse. The world was quiet, the distant hoots of owls and chirping crickets blending into the stillness. It was almost peaceful if not for the storm brewing inside him. He closed his eyes. Which pathway should I call upon first? A pull in his mind gave him an answer before he even had to think. The seer. Immediately, his perception shifted. The world around him became sharper. It wasn't just his sight, his entire awareness expanded. He noticed the subtle shifts in the grass, the way the wind moved unnaturally in certain directions. Patterns emerged where before there was only randomness. It wasn't like Clark's super senses, he couldn't see microscopic details or hear a whisper from miles away. No, this was something deeper. It was like he could see meaning in things that shouldn't have meaning. The way a blade of grass bent under the wind meant something. The way an owl turned its head at a specific moment meant something. He didn't fully understand it, but it was there. An instinct, a knowing. And then, as he focused, something else happened. A vision flickered before his eyes. He saw himself standing in the very same backyard, but in the vision, he turned his head to the left at a precise moment. Alex followed the vision's guidance, turning his head left. And then a leaf that had been falling from a tree missed his face by an inch. His heartbeat quickened. He had seen that moment before it happened. It was a fraction of a second, barely anything, but the implications were staggering. This wasn't just enhanced perception. It was foresight. Testing another pathway. Shaken but excited, Alex focused on another pathway. The hunter. A cold clarity spread through his body. His breathing slowed, his heart rate steadying as an instinctive calm settled over him. Suddenly, he heard everything. The rustling of a mouse moving through the fields. The faint heartbeat of his parents inside the house. The shifting of an insect's wings against a tree. He felt predatory. Every movement had meaning, every sound carried information. His muscles tensed, ready to move at a moment's notice. He was no longer just a human standing in his backyard, he was a hunter, aware of every detail in his surroundings. And with that awareness came control. Without thinking, he crouched low, pressing his hand against the dirt. He wasn't sure how he knew, but his body responded automatically. If something were to attack him right now, he knew exactly how to react. This wasn't just a physical enhancement. It was instinct. Mastery. If he continued down this path, he wouldn't need super strength to be deadly. He would be unstoppable in his own way. The first challenge. His hands clenched into fists as realization set in. He had barely scratched the surface of what he could do. And already, it was terrifying. The Justice League could never find out. Not Clark. Not Batman. Not anyone. If they knew what he had become, they would see him as a threat. Someone to monitor, to study, maybe even to eliminate if they thought he was too dangerous. He couldn't let that happen. But he also couldn't just ignore this power. He needed to act. To advance. That meant taking risks. That meant walking the fine line between hero and villain. His mind raced as he considered his options. If he played this right, he could manipulate everything from the shadows. He could create identities, personas that operated in different roles, ensuring no one ever connected the dots back to Alexander Kent. He needed a plan, and the first step was learning how to advance in his pathways. His abilities had come with knowledge, fragments of understanding whispered into his mind the moment he awakened. And among that knowledge was the key to growing stronger. Act according to the pathway. He didn't need elaborate rituals. He didn't need external forces. He just had to play the role. And with 22 pathways at his disposal, that meant he could become anyone. The birth of a mask. The idea formed in his mind, solidifying with each passing second. If he wanted to experiment with his power, he couldn't do it as Alexander Kent. That name was too closely tied to Clark. Too vulnerable. But a new name, a new face, that was different. He would craft multiple identities. Some as heroes, some as villains, some as ghosts that existed only in rumors. And no one, not even Batman, would ever know they were the same person. His lips curled into a small smile. This was how he would survive. Not by overpowering Superman. Not by fighting the Justice League head-on, but by becoming something they could never predict. A shadow in the dark. A whisper in the chaos. A force that pulled the strings of the world from behind the scenes. They would chase ghosts. They would hunt phantoms. And by the time they realized what was happening, it would already be too late. The path forward. Alex exhaled slowly, his heartbeat steady. Tonight had proven something important. His power was real. It was limitless. But he had a long way to go. This wasn't just about gaining strength. It was about mastering it. He needed to understand every pathway, every ability, every secret hidden within the power he had inherited. And that meant patience, planning. He wouldn't rush into this recklessly. He would learn. He would prepare. And when the time was right, the world would know his name. Not as Alexander Kent, but as the unseen force pulling the strings of both heroes and villains alike. And not even the Justice League would see it coming. Chapter 5. Stepping into the unknown. The night stretched on as Alex sat on the roof of the Kent farmhouse, staring at the stars. The vast sky above was an endless sea of possibilities, just like his future. He had power now. Real power. And yet, he was still just one man sitting in the middle of nowhere, trying to figure out what came next. Becoming a Beyonder wasn't just about gaining abilities. It was a transformation of the soul, a reshaping of his very existence. If he was going to advance, if he was going to survive, then he needed to act. The problem was, where to start. He knew the answer before he even asked the question. The same way he had unlocked his powers, he had felt an instinctive understanding of what came next. He had to act. The seer pathway required him to observe, to understand patterns, to grasp the hidden truths of the world. If he wanted to grow stronger, he had to become more than just someone who saw. He had to become someone who knew. And that meant information. If he wanted to play the game, he needed to understand the board. And the best place to start? Metropolis. Into the city. The next morning, Alex packed his bag and got ready to leave. His parents thought he was heading out for an engineering seminar, and Clark didn't question it. He was too busy juggling his life between the Daily Planet and being Superman. That was good. The less they knew, the safer they were. As he rode the bus toward Metropolis, he kept his focus sharp. He wasn't just going to the city. He was studying it, watching the people, analyzing the streets, memorizing key locations. By the time he stepped off the bus, he already had a mental map forming in his mind. The first step to gathering information was knowing where to look. He wasn't going to break into the Batcomputer or hack the Watchtower. That would be suicide. But Metropolis had other sources. Crime networks, underground information brokers, people who knew things the Justice League didn't bother with. And Alex intended to find them. A new identity. He needed a mask both figuratively and literally. He couldn't just walk into a criminal hideout and start asking questions. He had to become someone else. So he did. Using the seer pathway's ability to read people, he observed the way they moved, the way they spoke. He picked up on mannerisms, accents, small details that made a person believable. Then, He found what he needed: an old abandoned apartment on the outskirts of the city. It wasn't much, but it gave him a base to work from. Over the next few days, he built a new identity. A face that wasn't Alexander Kent. A whisper in the shadows. Not a major player, not yet. Just someone who knew things. Someone people would come to for answers. And slowly, he started pulling on the strings of Metropolis's underworld. The first connection. It wasn't long before his efforts bore fruit. One night, in a dimly lit bar near the docks, he overheard a conversation between two men, low-level criminals, but valuable in their own way. Word is, someone's been moving high-tech gear through the city. Stuff even Luthor's people don't have access to. Alex's interest piqued. He leaned in slightly, careful not to draw attention to himself. Who? One of the men asked. The other shrugged. No one knows. But whatever it is, it's big. The kind of thing that makes people disappear if they ask too many questions. That was all Alex needed to hear. Information like this was a perfect test. If he could track down the source, if he could figure out what was going on before even Batman did, then he would prove to himself that he was ready for the path he was about to walk. A path that would take him deeper into the abyss. And he had no intention of turning back. Following the trail. The next morning, Alex began his investigation. The criminals from the Har hadn't mentioned names, but they had given him something far more valuable: a location. A shipping yard near the industrial district. As he walked the streets, he used his seer abilities to scan his surroundings. He watched the way people moved, noted patterns in behavior, and followed subtle clues. When he reached the docks, he found what he was looking for. A shipment. Unmarked containers being moved in the dead of night, no logos, no official documentation. Highly suspicious. Alex positioned himself on a rooftop nearby, watching. Then, he focused. Reaching deep into his abilities, he activated his hunter pathway. His senses sharpened, his body became still. Every movement, every sound was amplified. Then he saw it. A group of men unloading the containers, speaking in hushed tones. Their body language was tense, alert. These weren't ordinary workers. They were mercenaries. Armed. Dangerous. And whatever they were transporting, it was important enough to kill for. Alex needed more information. The first real test. He waited until one of the men separated from the group, walking toward a parked car. Perfect. Moving silently, Alex followed. The man stopped near the edge of the dock, pulling out a cigarette. Alex struck. With his enhanced reflexes, he moved faster than the man could react. A quick blow to the back of the head, and the mercenary slumped unconscious. Alex dragged him into the shadows. Then, he got to work. Using his seer abilities, he read the man's body language, scanning his unconscious form. He focused, reaching into the seer pathway's ability to understand hidden meanings. And then, the knowledge came. Not in words, but in understanding. This man wasn't just a mercenary. He was ex-military. His stance, his training, it all pointed to a background in Black Ops. And his employer. Alex didn't recognize the symbol on the man's uniform, but it wasn't Luthor Corp. Someone else was behind this. Someone powerful. The next step. Alex exhaled, standing over the unconscious man. This was it. His first real step into the underworld. And it had already led him to something bigger than he expected. He had two options. Walk away. Forget about this, stay in the shadows, and avoid unnecessary risk. Go deeper. Find out who was behind this, why this operation was happening, and use that information. For a moment, he hesitated. Then, he smiled. There was no choice. He was going in. And if someone powerful was behind this, then that just meant the game was getting interesting. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, The First Hunt. The moon hung high over Metropolis, casting long shadows over the industrial district. Alex crouched on a rooftop, his eyes locked on the dimly lit warehouse below. The seer in him whispered of unseen forces at work, threads of fate intertwining in ways that could not be ignored. Tonight wasn't just a simple smuggling operation. It was a test of his abilities, a test of his control, and a test of how deep this web of power and influence truly ran. The silent approach. Alex focused, allowing his seer pathway's intuition to guide him. Patterns of movement among the guards became clear: two-man patrols circling the perimeter every 5 minutes, a sniper stationed on the roof, a hidden watcher near the loading bay doors. Professional. He activated his hunter abilities, slowing his breathing, making his movements as silent as a shadow. His body adapted to the night, his senses sharpening. Every footstep, every shift in the wind, became a part of his awareness. Carefully, he scaled down the side of the building, landing just outside the guard's patrol range. The pathways in him allowed him to bypass short distances, flickering forward in near silence to bypass an open area. A guard stood near the entrance, unaware of the presence approaching from behind. Alex moved swiftly. Iron-blooded Knight gave his strikes precision and power. One sharp hit to the base of the man's skull, and he collapsed without a sound. With a flick of his wrist, Alex pulled the unconscious man into the shadows. He was in the shipment. Inside, the warehouse was filled with crates, some marked with military-grade labels, others unmarked but humming with faint energy. Alien tech. The Justice League would want to know about this. But Alex wasn't here to play hero. He moved between the crates, his spectator abilities allowing him to sense the emotions of the people in the room: nervous anticipation, greed, tension. Something big was about to go down. Then, he saw him. A tall, imposing figure clad in black metal stood at the center of the operation, giving orders. His voice was laced with a mechanical hum. John Corbin. Metallo. The sight of him confirmed Alex's suspicions. This was bigger than a simple arms deal. Someone powerful was backing this, and he needed to know who. Disrupting the deal. Alex crouched behind a stack of crates, considering his next move. He couldn't take them all head on, not yet. But he could make them turn on each other. Reaching into his mysticologist abilities, he conjured a faint illusion near the warehouse's entrance. Just a flicker, a shape in the darkness. One of the guards stiffened. What was that? His partner frowned. What are you talking about? Before they could investigate, Alex triggered his prisoner abilities, sending a faint mental nudge of paranoia into the first guard's mind. He tensed, gripping his gun tighter. I swear, I saw someone. His partner scoffed, but the damage was done. A seed of distrust had been planted. Then Alex moved to phase 2. With a flick of his hand, he activated his planter abilities, causing a crate of alien tech to tremble slightly. Sparks of unstable energy crackled in the air. Shit, something's wrong with the shipment. Panic spread through the room. One of the mercenaries pulled out his radio. Sir, we've got a problem. Before he could finish, Alex struck. Teleporting behind him in an instant, he placed a firm grip on the man's shoulder and activated his sun abilities. A surge of heat passed through his palm, making the guard yelp in pain. Before he could cry out, Alex delivered a swift, precise strike, knocking him unconscious. The radio clattered to the ground, and the entire room went on high alert. Metallo's robotic eyes scanned the area. We have an intruder. The mercenaries drew their weapons. Alex smirked. Now the real fun begins. Battle in the warehouse. One of the mercenaries spotted movement and fired. The moment the bullet left the gun, Alex activated his savage pathway reflexes, dodging with inhuman speed. The bullet whizzed past, embedding itself in a crate behind him. Before the shooter could react, Alex used his Justiciar abilities, sending out a wave of righteous authority. The man hesitated for just a second, long enough for Alex to close the distance. A sharp blow to the ribs. A twist of the arm. The gun fell from his grip. Alex caught it and flipped it in his hand. Another guard charged at him, but Alex activated his arbiter abilities. His presence became overwhelming, his very stance exuding dominance. The man faltered. Alex didn't hesitate. A quick strike to the temple, and the guard crumpled. By now, Metallo had seen enough. His chest panel slid open, revealing a core of glowing green kryptonite. You should have stayed hidden, Metallo growled. His mechanical arm whirred as it transformed into a heavy plasma cannon. Alex tensed. Even with all his abilities, direct combat with Metallo was a bad idea. But he didn't need to win. He just needed to escape with information. The escape. As Metallo fired, Alex activated his apprentice teleportation again, flickering out of harm's way. The blast struck a crate behind him, sending shards of alien metal flying. Using his scholar pathway, Alex analyzed the warehouse's structure in an instant. Weak points. Load-bearing beams. The quickest way to bring it all down. He acted immediately. He threw a small explosive charge at one of the key supports. With a boom, the structure groaned, parts of the ceiling beginning to collapse. Chaos erupted. Mercenaries scrambled for cover. Metallo cursed, shielding himself. Alex used the distraction to sprint toward the exit, activating his reader abilities to absorb every detail inside the layout, the enemies, the stolen tech. He committed it all to memory. Then he was gone. Ra's al Ghul takes notice. Far from the warehouse, Alex stood atop a rooftop, watching as emergency strengths filled the air. He had disrupted the operation, stolen data, and left without a trace. But the real game was just beginning. Deep in the shadows, in a hidden fortress far from Metropolis, an old man studied a report on the failed shipment. Ra's al Ghul's fingers tapped against the wooden surface of his desk. So, he murmured, eyes narrowing. A new player enters the field. He turned to his assassin. Find out who he is. Talta al Ghul stepped forward, a smirk playing on her lips. Consider it done, father. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Shadows of the League. The city was alive with its usual symphony of distant sirens, car horns, and the murmurs of people walking the streets below, but up here, perched on the rooftop of a high-rise overlooking the ruins of the warehouse, Alex was untouchable. The warehouse raid had been a success. He had stolen valuable data, disrupted an illegal shipment, and forced Metallo to retreat. But he knew the true consequences of his interference had yet to come. Someone else had taken notice. Ra's al Ghul. And his League of Assassins was already hunting him. A slow smirk tugged at Alex's lips. Good. The seer in him whispered of unseen threats. Alex knew he was being followed. Even if he hadn't seen them yet, he could feel them. The subtle pressure of watching eyes. The faint disturbance in the air. The presence of trained killers moving in the shadows. He remained still, focusing his spectator abilities. The emotions of his pursuers became clear cold calculation, silent anticipation, readiness to strike at a moment's notice. They weren't amateurs. They were some of the best assassins in the world. But to him, they were just another challenge. With deliberate slowness, he pushed off the rooftop and dropped down into a nearby alleyway. It was the perfect trap. The assassins followed, sticking to the walls, waiting for the right moment to strike. Alex kept walking as if he didn't notice them. Then, in the blink of an eye he vanished. One of the assassins stiffened. He turned his head just slightly, sensing something behind him. Too late. Alex whispered in his ear, vote laced with justiciar authority. You should have stayed in the shadows. Before the assassin could react, Alex's hand snapped out hunter-trained precision, striking the nerve point in his neck. The assassin's body stiffened before crumpling into unconsciousness. One down. The other two realized something was wrong. They moved into defensive stances, scanning the alley. Alex chuckled, using arbiter presence to fill the air with an oppressive weight. Doubt crept into their minds. Are the legendary assassins always this sloppy? Alex mused, his voice carrying an edge of amusement. They attacked. The first assassin lunged with a dagger. Alex sidestepped, his savage reflexes kicking in, allowing him to dodge by a hair's breadth. Before the assassin could recover, Alex struck his strength driving a KNCE into the man's stomach. The second assassin was faster, spinning with a curved blade aimed for Alex's throat. Alex smirked. He flickered behind him in an instant. Then, a brutal elbow strike to the skull. The assassin collapsed, groaning. Two down. The warning. Alex knelt beside the barely conscious assassin, gripping his chin lightly. You were sent to test me, he murmured, his ability allowing him to sense the assassin's wavering resolve. The man's breathing was shallow. He didn't answer. The assassin's eyes widened in fear. Tell your master, Alex said, his justiciar aura amplifying the command, that I know he's watching. The assassin nodded shakily. Alex released him, stepping back into the shadows. Let Ra's al Ghul come. Meanwhile, in a hidden fortress, the League of Assassins operated from the shadows, unseen and unknown, moving the world's fate like pieces on a chessboard. In a grand chamber lit by flickering torches, Ra's al Ghul listened to the report in silence. The assassin, still shaken from his encounter with Alex, kneeled before the demon's head. He knew we were watching. He played with us. Ra's sat back in his chair, fingers steepled. No name, no known affiliation. His voice was a whisper of contemplation. And yet, he defeated you all effortlessly. Talia al Ghul, standing nearby, scoffed. Perhaps they were simply incompetent. The kneeling assassin flinched at the insult but said nothing. Ra's ignored the jab. His mind was elsewhere. This newcomer had power. But more than that, he was aware. And that intrigued him. Slowly, a smile crept onto his face. "Talia," he said. She straightened. "Bring him to me." Her smirk matched his. "Consider it done." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. The Invitation of the Demon Head. The night air was still, thick with an unnatural silence. Alex Kent sat on the rooftop of an old apartment building, his eyes scanning the dimly lit streets below. He had expected retaliation after his stunt with the League of Assassins. Ra's al Ghul wasn't the type to let such an insult slide. And so, he waited. They should be here soon. His muscles tensed as he extended his spectator senses, brushing against the invisible threads of fate. His pulse remained steady, but his mind sharpened. Then a shift in the wind. A whisper of movement. They had arrived. The hunt begins. The attack came swiftly. A throwing knife whistled through the air, aimed straight at Alex's head. He twisted his body at the last second, the blade grazing his cheek before embedding itself in the rooftop. They're faster than expected. No time to think. A figure dropped down behind him, a shadow in the night. The assassin moved like liquid death, his blade cutting toward Alex's back with practiced precision. Alex barely managed to parry the strike with his forearm, but even with iron-blooded knight durability, he felt the sting as the blade sliced through his jacket, drawing blood. TCH. This won't be easy. Before he could fully counter, another assassin lunged from the side. Alex pivoted, narrowly avoiding the thrust aimed for his ribs, but his dodge left him open for an elbow strike to the gut. Damn, that actually hurt. He staggered back, breathing hard. 6 assassins surrounded him. Their movements were flawless, each strike calculated to limit his options. They weren't just testing him, they intended to take him down. Alex grinned through the pain. Now this is a challenge. A struggle in the dark. One of the assassins fainted left before launching a vicious high kick at Alex's skull. He barely had time to raise his arm to block, but the impact sent him skidding backward. Another attacked, slashing downward with a curved dagger. Alex instinctively used hunter agility to duck, but the assassin anticipated it, adjusting his strike mid-motion. The blade ripped through Alex's shoulder, sending a sharp burst of pain down his arm. Alex hissed. These guys are no joke. He rolled to the side, evading another blow, but his footing faltered for a split second. A mistake. The nearest assassin took advantage, striking him hard in the ribs. Alex coughed as air left his lungs, stumbling before catching himself. He wiped the blood trickling from his lips. His justiciar instinct screamed at him to counter, but he forced himself to remain calm. The assassins didn't let up. 2 attacked at once, one going for his legs, the other aiming a dagger at his throat. Alex reacted on instinct. He teleported just before the strikes landed, blinking a few feet away only to be caught mid-movement by another assassin. A powerful palm strike slammed into his chest, sending him crashing into a nearby ventilation unit. Damn it! His vision blurred for a second. His body screamed in protest. The assassins didn't wait. They advanced, weapons raised. Alex gritted his teeth. All right, time to push back. Turning the tide, they moved in for the kill. Alex forced his battered body into motion, dodging a downward slash by mere inches. He retaliated with a brutal elbow strike to the attacker's jaw, sending him staggering. Another came from the side. Alex barely blocked in time, but his arm throbbed from the previous damage. He needed an opening. With a flick of his fingers, he used planter abilities to subtly alter the air pressure just enough to disrupt their balance. The assassins hesitated for half a second. It was all Alex needed. He surged forward, channeling savage brute strength into a devastating punch to an assassin's ribs. The man gasped as he was lifted off his feet and sent flying into the rooftop railing. The remaining 4 adjusted, but Alex wasn't done. A precise hunter kick to another's kneecap, making him crumple. A sudden arbiter palm strike to the chest, sending another assassin stumbling back. A justiciar commanded glare, making the last man freeze for just a moment before Alex drove a fist into his gut. The rooftop fell silent. The only one still standing was a lone assassin, panting heavily. He reached for a smoke bomb. Alex flicked his fingers. The bomb failed to ignite. The assassin's eyes widened in horror. Alex took a step forward, his voice low and cold. Tell your master I'm coming. The assassin ran. The invitation arrives. Less than an hour later, Alex sat alone on the rooftop, nursing his wounds. His body ached, but the adrenaline dulled the pain. Then, a presence approached. Talia al Ghul. She moved with a deadly grace, her emerald eyes sharp. She studied him for a long moment before speaking. "You fight well," she said. "But you're reckless." Alex chuckled. "I prefer entertaining." Her lips curled in amusement, but there was analyzing calculation behind her gaze. "My father wishes to speak with you," she finally said. Alex leaned back against the ledge. "And if I refuse?" Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Then the next time we meet, it will not be as an invitation." The air grew tense. Alex considered his options. Then, he sighed and pushed himself up. "All right, let's go." Talia studied him for another second before turning away. "Follow me." The demon's head. The League's hidden stronghold was deep within the mountains. Alex took note of everything as they arrived: the architecture, the guards, the security measures. By the time they entered the Grand Chamber, he had already mapped out several escape routes. At the far end of the room stood Ra's al Ghul. The demon's head watched him with piercing green eyes, a faint smirk on his lips. "You have made quite the impression," Raz said. Alex smiled despite his injuries. "I tend to have that effect on people." Raz chuckled. "Indeed." He stepped forward, voice laced with authority. "You have proven yourself strong, intelligent, capable." His gaze sharpened. "Join me." Alex tilted his head. "And if I refuse?" Raz gave a slight nod. "Then you will not leave this place alive." A long silence stretched between them. Alex grinned. "Now this is getting interesting." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The Demon's Trial. Alex stood before Raz al Ghul, his posture relaxed but his mind sharp. He was in the lion's den now, and every move mattered. Raz al Ghul, the demon's head, was a figure of legend, his green eyes, like molten emeralds, assessing every detail of Alex's presence. His gaze swept over Alex, clearly searching for any sign of weakness, any flaw that might betray him. "You are an enigma, Cain," Raz said finally, his voice low, echoing with centuries of wisdom and power. "Your skills exceed those of ordinary men. Your instincts are refined. Yet, you do not carry the scent of the League." Alex smirked but kept his expression neutral. The pressure of the room was intense, but he refused to show a single sign of unease. Inside, his mind was whirling, processing every word, every shift in the air. "How much do I reveal?" "Maybe I just like keeping my secrets," Alex replied, offering a casual shrug for effect, though the truth was far more complicated. Talia, who stood slightly behind her father, folded her arms, her stance poised, her eyes calculating. "Or perhaps you are hiding something more." Her voice carried a challenge, the suspicion clear in her tone. Alex turned toward her, his smirk widening just enough to mask the sharpness beneath his cool demeanor. "Now, that would ruin the mystery, wouldn't it?" His tone was light, but his eyes were anything but. Raz chuckled, the sound rich with centuries of experience. "You remind me of another man I once sought to recruit. A man who wore a mask, just like you." Alex could feel the weight of those words. There was only one man Raz could be referring to: Batman. The Dark Knight, who had thwarted Raz's plans repeatedly. But Alex wasn't Batman. He was something different, something that Raz wouldn't understand. Raz took a step closer, his gaze never leaving Alex's face. "Tell me, Cain, do you believe in destiny?" Alex shrugged nonchalantly. "I believe in opportunity." His voice was even, but inside, his mind raced. "This is the test, the key to seeing if Raz will keep me around. But I have to play my cards carefully. One wrong move, and this could be over before it even starts." Raz nodded approvingly, his lips curling slightly in a smile. "A wise answer. Then allow me to offer you an opportunity." Suddenly, the chamber doors swung open, and 2 League assassins dragged in a prisoner, an ordinary man, but battered and bruised. His ragged breath was the only sound for a moment as his eyes darted around, realizing his fate. Raz gestured toward the prisoner, his voice hard. "This man has betrayed the League. He sold our secrets to outside forces." The prisoner's eyes darted to the floor, too afraid to meet Alex's gaze. He was a mere pawn, an expendable tool in Raz's grand design. Raz continued, "If you wish to prove yourself worthy of the League, you will execute him. Show your loyalty." The chamber grew heavy with silence. Alex's mind worked quickly, weighing his options. Execute the man, and it's a show of loyalty to Raz, but to do so would prove nothing beyond what they expect. His fingers twitched toward the dagger placed before him, the cold steel glinting in the dim light. He studied the blade carefully, forcing his expression to remain neutral. What is this test really about? He turned the dagger in his hand, spinning it once, twice, in his fingers, a casual gesture meant to misdirect. He needed to show competence but not give too much away. For a moment, his eyes flickered toward the prisoner, the man who had betrayed the League. Alex could see the fear in his eyes, the desperate plea for mercy. But Alex's emotions remained carefully contained. This wasn't about empathy, it was about survival. Raw's sharp gaze never left him. You must act swiftly, Cain. The League does not suffer hesitation. Alex's lips curled in a cold, almost mocking smile. Tell me, Raz, why should I execute him? If I am to prove my loyalty, surely there are other ways. Raz studied him for a long, tense moment. The League values loyalty above all. It is your actions that will reveal your true nature. The tension in the room escalated. Alex took a slow step back, the dagger still gripped loosely in his hand. His eaves swept the room, assessing his options. The assassins surrounding him waited, poised and ready. Then, in an instant, Alex dropped the dagger, his fingers twitching with purpose. With a flash of speed, he teleported behind the nearest assassin, catching him off guard. Before anyone could react, Alex had snapped the assassin's neck in one fluid motion. The body hit the floor without a sound. For a moment, there was absolute silence. The remaining assassins tightened their grip on their weapons, but Alex was already moving again. Teleporting to the next closest threat, he struck a well-timed punch to the back of the second assassin's head. The man crumpled to the floor, unconscious before he had a chance to react. Raz Al Ghul remained impassive, his sharp eyes never leaving Alex. He had expected this. But Talia's voice cut through the air, sharp with suspicion. You didn't kill the prisoner. Alex turned toward her, his voice smooth. I didn't need to. I neutralized the threats before me. Isn't that what the League is all about? His eyes glinted with challenge. The assassins exchanged looks, unsure of what to make of Alex's actions. Raz remained silent, his gaze calculating. This was a test, but Alex had passed it. Raw's eyes softened slightly, but there was no warmth in his look, only the glint of something dangerous. Impressive. You are more than what I expected. You will do. Alex remained silent, the tension in the room thickening. This was only the beginning, but Alex could feel the weight of Raw's approval, and it tasted like victory. Raz turned to the other League members. This man Cain has proven his worth. From this moment forward, he will be a part of the League. Cain. The name hit Alex like a physical blow, but he remained perfectly still. This name was his shield, a carefully crafted mask that covered his true identity. No one would know who he really was, not now, not yet. Raz continued, Cain will join us, but understand this, you will have to prove your loyalty time and time again. The League does not trust easily. Alex nodded slightly, keeping his face neutral. Understood. Raz took a slow step toward him, his size narrowing. And if you wish to remain among us, you will follow my commands without question. Fail, and there will be consequences. Alex smiled, though the expression didn't quite reach his eyes. I don't take orders unless I see the benefit in them. But I will play your game for now. Raz smiled back, his lips curling into something that was almost a sneer. Good. We will see how well you can survive this game. Talia, standing to the side, exchanged a glance with her father. Alex could feel the weight of the League's eyes on him. They were scrutinizing him, but none of them had even the faintest idea of the real Alexander Kent. Raz Al Ghul finally turned his attention back to the prisoner, the traitor who had once been a pawn in the League's game. As for you, Raz said coldly, you will pay the price for your betrayal. Alex didn't watch as the traitor was executed. He had already made his mark. Tala stepped closer to Alex, her eyes narrowing in evaluation. You may have the skills, but loyalty is earned. And my father does not forget betrayal. I'm not here to betray you, Alex replied smoothly, his voice unwavering. I'm here to survive and perhaps, in time, to take your place. Raz chuckled from across the room. Ambition. I admire that in a man. But do not think you can outwit me forever. Alex inclined his head slightly. We'll see. End of chapter 9. Here you go. Another chapter for my dear readers. Now give me more ideas if you want to make it more interesting, because I am a newbie writer, so I am operating on information one remember and I am getting from you guys to make this fanfic, so I would appreciate if you could give me some idea, also throw those power stones here. Okay, bye bye. Have a good day. Chapter 10, The Shadow's Path. Alex stood in the center of a dimly lit training chamber, his muscles tense but his expression unreadable. The stone walls surrounding him were ancient, worn by centuries of blood and sweat. The League of Assassins had trained warriors for generations, molding them into deadly instruments of their will. And now, they were testing him. Ra's al Ghul sat at the far end of the room, his sharp emerald eyes watching every movement with clinical precision. Beside him, Talia observed just as intently, her arms folded, her expression unreadable. The rest of the League stood in the shadows, waiting. Alex had passed the first test, proving his capability and taking on the alias of Cain. But now came the true challenge, earning his place. I have seen your skills, Ra's began, his voice smooth yet commanding. But strength alone does not define a warrior. A true assassin must be more than just a blade in the dark. Alex remained still, listening. He knew what this was, another game, another test. And if he wanted to survive, he had to play along. Ra's raised a hand, and from the far side of the room, 3 League assassins stepped forward. Each was clad in dark, fitted armor, their faces hidden behind black masks. They were elite, trained in the League's most lethal techniques. You must fight them, Ra's declared. Individually, you may be able to defeat them. But together, they are unstoppable unless, of course, you are truly worthy. A test of endurance. A test of survival. Alex sighed internally. They always love their dramatic speeches. Still, this was a crucial moment. If he performed too well, suspicion would arise. But if he was too weak, they would discard him. He had to find the perfect balance. Talia smirked slightly from the sidelines. Try not to die too quickly, she taunted. Alex chuckled. T'll take my time, just for you. Ra's gave a slight nod, and the fight began. The trial begins. The first assassin lunged, a blur of motion. His dagger gleamed under the flickering torchlight as he aimed for Alex's throat. Alex dodged, twisting his body just enough to narrowly evade the blade. His mind raced, analyzing his opponent's movements. Fast, precise, but predictable. The second assassin attacked from the side, aiming a spinning kick toward Alex's ribs. He barely managed to raise his arm in time, absorbing the impact and skidding back. Pain radiated through his side, but he didn't let it show. The third assassin was already moving, closing the gap with inhuman speed. A sword flashed toward his chest. Alex teleported an inch to the left, just enough to let the blade miss him by a hair. The sudden movement startled his opponents. Ra's al Ghul's eyes narrowed. He had noticed. Damn, I have to be more careful. Alex didn't use his Beyonder powers recklessly. Every ability had to be woven seamlessly into his fighting style, appearing as nothing more than skill and instinct. He focused on the first assassin, shifting into an evasive stance. The assassin lunged again this time. Alex sidestepped and grabbed his wrist, twisting it in one fluid motion. The dagger clattered to the ground. Without missing a beat, Alex kicked the assassin's leg, sending him off balance. Before the man could recover, Alex slammed his elbow into his jaw, knocking him unconscious. One down. The second assassin wasted no time, swinging a short sword in a deadly arc. Alex dodged backward, but the assassin anticipated the movement, feinting at the last second. A sharp pain bloomed across Alex's shoulder as the blade grazed him. Talia leaned forward slightly, eyes gleaming with amusement. Ra's remained unreadable. Alex ignored the pain, using the moment to counterattack. He ducked under the assassin's next strike, delivering a quick punch to his ribs. The man staggered, and Alex followed up by grabbing his wrist and snapping it. The assassin cried out, dropping his weapon. Alex finished him with a swift kick to the head, sending him sprawling. 2 down. The last assassin hesitated. Alex smiled, having second thoughts. The man snarled and lunged, moving faster than the others. More experienced, more dangerous. Alex barely had time to react before the assassin's dagger slashed toward his stomach. He twisted his body, but the blade cut deep into his side. That was close. Blood dripped onto the stone floor, but Alex didn't stop moving. He grabbed the assassin's wrist, using his own momentum to pull him forward. With a well-placed knee to the stomach, the assassin doubled over. Alex finished him with a brutal uppercut, sending the man crashing to the ground. 3 down. Silence filled the room. Ra's al Ghul finally stood, his expression unreadable. Impressive. Alex wiped the blood from his side, ignoring the sharp sting. He offered Ra's a smirk, masking his exhaustion. Tala stepped forward, eyeing his wounds. You're bleeding. Alex glanced down at the cut, then back at her. Really? I hadn't noticed. She rolled her eyes. Ra's crossed his arms. You have skill, but skill alone is not enough. The League requires loyalty, discipline, and purpose. Alex tilted his head. And what exactly is my next lesson? Ra's studied him for a long moment. Then he spoke. You will undergo the trial of the mountain. A murmur spread through the gathered assassins. Some looked intrigued. Others looked grim. Alex frowned. Let me guess, climbing a mountain while people try to kill me. Talia smirked. Close. You must reach the peak of the Himalayan stronghold within 3 days. No supplies, no outside help. Ra's added, survive the journey, and you will earn your place among us. Alex exhaled slowly. Of course, it's something like this. He didn't need food or water the way ordinary humans did, thanks to his Beyonder abilities. But the real challenge wasn't the cold, it was the League itself. This wasn't just a test of endurance. It was a test of control. If he wanted to maintain his cover, he had to struggle just enough, not too much, but enough to seem human. Ra's al Ghul turned toward him. You leave at dawn. Alex met his gaze, unflinching. Then I'd better get some rest. Tala's smirk widened. You'll need it. Smallville, Kansas. Jonathan Kent sat on the porch, his weathered hands gripping a coffee mug as he gazed at the open farmland. The sky was overcast, and the cool breeze carried the scent of rain. Clark stood beside him, his expression tight with worry. Still no sign of him, Clark murmured. I've checked every city, every place he might have gone. Jonathan sighed, rubbing his forehead. He's never disappeared like this before. Even if he was in trouble, he'd let us know. Martha stepped outside, holding a small photo of Alex, a picture of him standing next to Clark, both smiling. He wouldn't just run off, she said softly, something's wrong. Clark clenched his fists. He had searched with his super speed, scanned with his X-ray vision, and even reached out to contacts in the Justice League. But Alex was gone, vanished without a trace. I'll keep looking, Clark stalled firmly. Jonathan nodded, but there was something in his eyes, of fear he wouldn't say out loud. A fear that Alex might never come back. End of Chapter 10. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. The sun barely crested over the jagged peaks of the Himalayas as Alex stood at the base of the mountain, his breath visible in the freezing air. The Aig's stronghold was carved into the cliffs behind him, its shadow looming over the valley below. Before him, the path wound upward, steep, treacherous, and littered with dangers both natural and man-made. Ra's al Ghul stood at the edge of the stone platform, his emerald gaze sharp and unreadable. Beside him, Talia watched with arms crossed, her smirk barely concealed. Several other assassins stood in the background, silent observers to yet another trial. You must reach the peak within 3 days, Ra's declared. You will have no food, no supplies. The cold will eat at your bones, the wind will strip your strength, and the mountain itself will test your will to survive. Alex said nothing, merely adjusting the fabric of his cloak. There will be others on the mountain, Ra's continued, his tone growing sharper. They will hunt you. They will test whether you are truly worthy to stand among us. So that's how it is. Not just a survival test, but a hunt. Talia leaned forward slightly. Try not to disappoint, Cain. Alex smirked. Disappointment isn't in my nature. Ra's gestured to the path. Then go. Time is against you. Without hesitation, Alex turned and began his ascent. The first ascent. The first few hours were simple enough. Alex kept a steady pace, navigating the icy terrain with case. His breath remained controlled, his steps sure, his movements efficient. He had spent years in Smallville's winters, and while the Himalayas were far worse, his Beyonder physique kept his body functioning without issue. But this was more than a physical challenge, it was a mind game. Ra's wanted to see how he handled exhaustion, hunger, and pursuit. The League would be watching, waiting for signs of weakness. So he gave them none. The wind howled through the cliffs, carrying whispers of movement from behind. Alex didn't react outwardly, but he sharpened his senses. Someone was already following him. He kept moving, never looking back. Hours passed, and the sun dipped lower, casting the mountain in an eerie glow. Shadows stretched long across the snow, and the temperature dropped further. That's when the first assassin struck. The first hunter. A blur of motion in the corner of his eye. Alex ducked just as a dagger sliced through the air where his neck had been. His assailant, a masked figure clad in dark robes, moved with trained precision, already following up with a second strike. Alex twisted, his movements fluid, letting the attack miss by mere inches. He countered with a sharp elbow to the assassin's ribs, but his opponent absorbed the impact, retreating a step. No wasted movement. No hesitation. This wasn't some ordinary League recruit, this was a true assassin. Mex exhaled slowly. Roz didn't waste time, did he? The assassin didn't respond. He lunged again, aiming for Alex's heart. Alex sidestepped, sweeping his leg low. The assassin jumped over the attack, twisting midair to bring a dagger down toward Alex's shoulder. A small part of Alex considered ending this quickly. A flicker of Beyonder power, a moment of supernatural speed, and it would be over. But no, he had to play the part. He twisted, letting the dagger graze his shoulder instead of piercing it. Pain flared, but he ignored it. Using the momentum, he grabbed the assassin's wrist and yanked him forward. One precise strike to the throat. The assassin's body stiffened. He gasped, dropping the dagger as his hands flew to his crushed windpipe. His legs buckled, and he collapsed into the snow, choking on breath that would never come. Alex wiped the blood from his fingers. One down. More to come. The long night. As the sun set, the real challenge began. The mountain grew colder, the winds sharper. The darkness brought unseen dangers, unstable ground, hidden crevices, and more assassins lurking in the shadows. Alex moved carefully, relying on his instincts. Hours passed, and hunger gnawed at him. He could go days without eating thanks to his Beyonder physiology, but he made sure to show subtle signs of fatigue, shaking fingers, slower movements. The League had eyes everywhere. As he crested a ridge, he spotted a small cave nestled in the mountainside. A temporary refuge. He stepped inside, scanning the space. It was shallow, barely deep enough to shield him from the wind. But it would do. Lowering himself against the wall, he exhaled slowly, closing his eyes. He didn't sleep. Not really. He just vaulted. And sure enough, they came. The second attack. The moment they entered the cave, Alex moved. He rolled forward as the first blade sliced downward, missing his skull by inches. The second assassin was already lunging, twin daggers aimed at his ribs. Alex spun, catching the assassin's wrist mid-strike. With a sharp twist, he disarmed him, flipping the dagger in his own hand before slamming it into the assassin's throat. The second attacker fell, blood staining the cave floor. The third was smarter. He stayed at the entrance, sword drawn, eyes cautious. "You're good," the assassin admitted. "Better than most." Alex smirked. "That's supposed to be a compliment." The assassin didn't respond. Instead, he lunged. Alex met the attack head-on. Blades clashed, steel singing against steel. The assassin was skilled, precise. But he wasn't used to fighting someone like Alex. A feint. A step to the left. A flick of his wrist. The assassin's sword went flying. Before he could react, Alex grabbed him by the throat, slamming him against the cave wall. The assassin gasped, struggling, but Alex leaned in, voice low. "Tell me," he murmured. "Did Roz send you, or was this your own idea?" The assassin's size widened. Then, with his last breath, he smirked. "Guess you'll never know." He bit down cyanide. Alex stepped back as the body went limp. Well, that answered that. The final climb. By dawn, Alex was moving again. The air was thinner. The wind sharper. His body ached not from true exhaustion, but from maintaining the illusion of struggle. The peak was close. He could see it now, the final stretch of jagged rock leading to the summit. But he wasn't alone. Roz wouldn't let him finish so easily. Sure enough, as he reached the final ascent, a figure stood waiting. Talta. Dressed in dark robes, her hair tied back, she watched him with an unreadable expression. "Congratulations," she said. "You made it this far." Alex wiped blood from his brow. "You sound surprised." Talia stepped forward, drawing a slender blade. "One last test," she said. "You against me." Alex sighed. Of course. Without warning, she attacked. Fast, precise, deadly. But Alex wasn't just any opponent. He dodged, weaving through her strikes, testing her movements. She was skilled, very skilled. But he wasn't fighting to win. He was fighting to impress. So he let her land a cut across his arm. A near hit to his ribs. Just enough to make it seem like a real struggle. Then, with one smooth motion, he caught her wrist, twisting her sword away. Tala smirked. Not bad, she murmured. Alex let go, stepping back. So, do I pass? Talia studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled. You do. She turned, motioning toward the peak. Come on, Cain, she said. Welcome to the League. Alex exhaled, following her toward the summit. The test was over. But the real game was only beginning. Chapter 12. Lessons in the Shadows. The League's stronghold in the Himalayas was a fortress carved from the bones of the mountain itself. Cold stone walls stood as silent witnesses to centuries of bloodshed, their jagged surfaces lined with torches that flickered against the darkness. The scent of incense and burning wood masked the iron tang of dried blood, but Alex could still sense it. Death was as much a part of this place as the shadows that clung to its halls. Dressed in simple training robes, his wounds still fresh from the trial of the mountain, Alex followed Talia through the labyrinthine corridors. He maintained a careful balance in his movements, not too strong, not too weak. Every step was measured, his breathing controlled, his posture reflecting exhaustion but not vulnerability. He had already passed the League's first test, proving himself through combat and endurance. But he knew that was just the beginning. If he wanted to earn their trust, he had to be more than just a skilled fighter. He had to become one of them. The philosophy of shadows. The training chamber was massive, its ceiling lost in darkness. Murals of ancient battles adorned the walls, depicting assassins moving unseen, striking from the shadows to topple kings and emperors. The floor was lined with mats where new recruits trained, their forms moving through silent, deadly katas. At the center of the room stood Raz Al Ghul, his emerald eyes sharp as they watched the students. His presence alone demanded obedience. The recruits, including Alex, formed a line before him. The League of Assassins is more than just a collection of warriors, Raz began, his voice echoing through the chamber. We are the unseen force that shapes history. We are the whisper in the dark, the unseen blade that ensures balance in the world. His gaze fell upon Alex, lingering for a moment longer than the others. A warrior fights. A true assassin manipulates, deceives, and eliminates obstacles before they even become threats. A figure stepped forward from the shadows, a man clad in dark robes, his face partially obscured by a hood. His movements were smooth, effortless, like a phantom gliding across the floor. This is Malik, Raz continued. He will teach you what it means to be a true assassin. The art of disguise. The mastery of deception. The ability to walk through a battlefield unseen, and leave only ghosts behind. Alex met Malik's gaze, his expression unreadable. This was exactly what he needed. Mastering deception. The first lesson was not about combat, but control. For hours, Malik drilled them on the fundamentals of deception. An assassin must be more than a killer, Malik instructed as they stood in front of a series of mirrors. You must learn to become someone else entirely. A different walk, a different posture, the way you carry yourself can determine whether you live or die. Alex watched the other recruits struggle, their attempts to alter their stances awkward and unconvincing. For him, however, this was second nature. He had already been shifting identities his entire life. As Alex Kent, he was the younger brother of Superman, the son of the Kents, the ordinary man with a brilliant mind. As Cain, he was a ruthless assassin in training. And as Mr. Villain, he would become a name whispered in the dark, someone the Justice League could neither trust nor destroy. So he adjusted his movements effortlessly, adopting the rigid form of a soldier, the casual swagger of a nobleman, the hunched posture of a beggar. Malik's sharp eyes studied him. You've done this before. Alex offered a small smile. I've always been good at pretending. Malik did not smile back. Then let's see how far that skill goes. A test of shadows. The next lesson was infiltration. Malik led them to a large chamber filled with obstacles, wooden beams, shifting platforms, ropes hanging from the ceiling. At the far end, a single lantern burned dimly, casting just enough light to create deep shadows. The goal is simple, Malik explained. Cross the room without being seen. If you fail, you will start again. One by one, the recruits attempted the trial. Some moved too fast and drew attention. Others hesitated too long, trapped in uncertainty. A few made it across but lacked the grace of a true shadow. When it was Alex's turn, he exhaled slowly and stepped forward. He moved with practiced ease, flowing between shadows like water. He timed his movements perfectly, waiting for the flickering light to create blind spots before advancing. His steps were soundless, his breathing controlled. By the time he reached the end, he was standing behind Malik before the man even realized he had arrived. Malik turned slightly, his expression unreadable. Not bad. Alex offered a smirk. I aim to impress. For the first time, he saw something like amusement flicker in Malik's eyes. Let's see how well you kill. A silent kill. The mission came at night. Roz had summoned Alex personally, leading him to the highest tower of the fortress where the cold winds howled through the open windows. The demon's head stood before him, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the frozen peaks beyond. There is a man in the eastern watchtower, Roz said without preamble. A traitor. He has betrayed the League and must be eliminated. Alex remained silent, waiting. You will do it alone, Roz continued. And you will do it silently. If you are caught, you will not return. It was a test, not just of his skill, but of his understanding of the League's philosophy. Alex nodded once. Understood. The hunt begins. The night air was sharp against his skin as he moved through the stronghold, using the rooftops to stay unseen. The eastern watchtower loomed ahead, a single torch flickering near the entrance. 2 guards stood at the base, their eyes scanning the darkness. Alex didn't hesitate. A small pebble, flicked from his fingers, clattered against the opposite wall. The distraction worked instantly. Both guards turned toward the sound. In that moment, Alex moved. He was a shadow, a flicker of movement that disappeared into the night. Scaling the side of the tower, he reached the top window and slipped inside without a sound. The target lay asleep on a small cot, his breath slow and steady. A man in his late 30s, his features hardened by years of battle. Alex stepped forward, dagger in hand. For a brief moment, the man's eyes fluttered open. Recognition. Fear. Alex didn't hesitate. A quick, clean slash. The warmth of blood spread across the sheets as the man gasped once, then fell still. He cleaned the blade, wiped away any trace of his presence, and slipped back into the night. The price of trust. By the time Alex returned to the stronghold, Roz and Talta were waiting. Talia's sharp eyes studied him, lingering on the faint traces of blood on his sleeve. Quick work. Alex merely shrugged. He was asleep. I didn't see the point in dragging it out. Roz remained silent for a moment before nodding. You learn fast. But skill alone does not make one of the League. Alex met his gaze evenly. Then what does? Roz studied him, as if searching for something deeper beneath the surface. Loyalty, purpose, and the willingness to embrace the shadows fully. Alex gave a small smile. Then I suppose one have more to learn. Roz smirked slightly. Indeed. As the demon's head turned and walked away, Alex exhaled quietly. He had passed another test. Earned another layer of trust. But this was just the beginning. Because the deeper he went into the League of Assassins, the closer he came to controlling them from within. Chapter 13. The League's Oath. The peak of the Himalayan stronghold stood shrouded in the cold embrace of dawn. The air was sharp, biting into flesh like a blade, but Alex Kent barely felt it. He had endured worse during the trial of the mountain, where the League of Assassins had forced him to traverse treacherous, frozen terrain without supplies, weapons, or assistance. He had survived, proving his worth. Now, he stood within the heart of the League's hidden sanctuary, surrounded by assassins who watched him in silence. The chamber was carved from the mountain itself, its stone walls adorned with torches that cast flickering shadows across the gathered warriors. Ornate banners, marked with the League's insignia, hung from the towering pillars. At the center of it all sat Ra's al Ghul, his piercing emerald eyes studying Alex with an unreadable expression. The leader of the League reclined upon an ancient throne, his fingers steepled. He had seen many warriors attempt to earn their place among his ranks. Most had failed. Alex, however, had not only survived but had done so with a level of cunning and skill that set him apart. Beside Roz stood Talia al Ghul, her arms crossed, her gaze sharp as a blade. She had been watching him closely since he arrived, testing his limits, analyzing his strengths. Now, she observed with a faint smirk, as if amused by what was about to unfold. Alex remained still, his posture relaxed but not careless. He had spent years pretending to be something he was not. This was no different. The League believed they were inducting a new assassin, another blade in the dark. But in truth, he was here for far more than that. Roz finally broke the silence. "You have proven yourself worthy," he declared, his voice calm yet commanding. "Few survive the trial of the mountain. Even fewer do so without breaking. You are one of those few, Cain." Alex inclined his head slightly, just enough to acknowledge the compliment without appearing overly cagey. "I did what was necessary." A flicker of amusement crossed Roz's face. A true assassin understands necessity. Strength alone is not enough. Discipline, willpower, loyalty. These are the true marks of one who serves the League. At his signal, Talia stepped forward, holding a ceremonial dagger. Its curved silver blade gleamed in the torchlight, the intricate engravings on the hilt marking it as an artifact of the League's ancient traditions. "Kneel," Roz commanded. Alex hesitated for the briefest moment, long enough for Talia to notice, but not long enough to arouse suspicion before lowering himself onto one knee. He kept his movements controlled, measured. Talia extended the dagger toward him. "This blade represents your commitment," she said, her voice smooth. "Your loyalty to the League of Assassins. Once you take this oath, there is no turning back." Alex reached out, his fingers closing around the hilt. The metal was cold against his skin, its weight familiar yet symbolic. He met Roz's gaze. "I swear," he said evenly, "to serve the League of Assassins. To uphold its code. To bring death to those who stand in its way." Roz studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. "Rise, Cain." Alex stood. "You are now one of us," Roz declared. "Welcome to the League." A murmur spread through the assembled assassins, in acknowledgement of his acceptance. Some regarded him with respect. Others with suspicion. Alex tightened his grip on the dagger. He had taken the first step. Now, the real game began. The training begins. The days that followed were brutal. Even after proving himself, the League did not grant him rest. Each morning began before sunrise, with relentless drills that pushed his body to its limits. Combat training was overseen by the League's most skilled warriors. Alex sparred against multiple opponents at once, forced to adapt to unpredictable attacks. IL's reflexes were tested, his endurance pushed beyond human limitations. Ihe was careful. Too much skill would draw attention. Too little would invite doubt. So, he allowed himself to improve at a believable pace. He took hits when necessary, stumbled just enough to appear mortal. The League was watching, and he could not afford mistakes, not the wrong kind, at least. Talia, of course, was always watching him closely. "You fight well," she observed one evening after a particularly grueling session. "But your technique lacks refinement." Alex smirked, wiping sweat from his brow. "Or maybe I just don't like fighting fair." Talia raised an eyebrow. "An assassin should never fight fair. We fight to win. Then I'm already ahead of the lesson." She chuckled. "Perhaps." They circled each other, the tension between them growing. Alex knew she was testing him, pushing for weaknesses not just in his fighting style, but in his mind. He gave her nothing. The League's first assignment. 1 week into his training, Alex was summoned to Ra's al Ghul's personal chamber. The room was vast, its stone walls lined with ancient scrolls and relics. At its center stood a grand table, maps spread across its surface. Roz stood before it, studying a parchment depicting Gotham City. "You have survived your training," he said without looking up. "Now, it is time for your first mission." Alex stepped closer. "What do you need me to do?" Roz tapped a name written in bold ink. Elias Thorne. "A traitor," Roz said. "A man who once served the League but has since betrayed us. He sells our secrets to the highest bidder. We cannot allow such disloyalty to go unpunished." Alex nodded. "You want him dead?" "More than that," Roz said, finally looking at him. "I want you to make an example of him. The world must know that betrayal has consequences." Alex understood immediately. This wasn't just an assassination. It was a message. "Where is he?" "Gotham," Roz said. "He hides behind his wealth and his guards, believing himself untouchable." "Prove him wrong." Alex tilted his head slightly. "When do leave?" Roz smiled faintly. "Tonight." Alex gave a slow nod. "Consider it done." As he turned to leave, Roz spoke again. "And Cain," he said smoothly, "do not disappoint me." Alex smirked over his shoulder. "Wouldn't dream of it." Gotham City. The hunt begins. Gotham was a world away from the frozen peaks of the Himalayas. The city pulsed with life, neon lights illuminating its streets while shadows stretched long between its towering skyscrapers. Crime thrived in the alleys, whispered deals exchanged in the dead of night. Alex moved unseen through the rooftops, dressed in dark tactical gear, his hood pulled low. The League's robes would only draw attention. He needed to be a ghost, unnoticed and unstoppable. Elias Thorne's penthouse stood at the heart of Gotham's underworld. Guards patrolled the perimeter, their weapons at the ready. They were trained, but predictable. Alex observed their patterns, tracking movements. Too many guards at the entrance. Too many eaves. A frontal assault would be foolish. Instead, he slipped into the shadows, teleporting through a blind spot near the building's ventilation system. A quiet infiltration. Inside, the corridors were dimly lit, the muffled sound of conversation filtering through the walls. Alex moved swiftly. Guards fell before they even realized they were under attack. Silent strikes, pressure points, quick takedowns. Within minutes, the path to Thorne's office was clear. The door was locked. Alex placed a hand against it, sensing the mechanism inside. A simple lock. Click. The door swung open. Thorne sat behind his desk, swirling a glass of whiskey, oblivious to the danger. Alex stepped inside. Busy night. Thorne's size widened. He reached for a gun. Too slow. Alex was already there, twisting the weapon from his grasp and slamming him against the desk. Wait. Thorne gasped. I can. Alex pressed the dagger to his throat. You sold out the League. Thorne trembled. It was just business. I can fix it. Alex leaned in. Not my problem. Thorne barely had time to scream before the blade silenced him. Blood pooled onto the desk. Alex exhaled slowly, wiping the dagger clean. The League would be satisfied. But he wasn't here to serve them. This was just the beginning. Chapter 14. Shadows in Gotham. The city never slept. Gotham's skyline was a jagged silhouette against the night, its neon glow barely piercing the thick smog that clung to the streets like a living thing. Below, the underbelly of crime thrived. Dealers, killers, and desperate souls prowled the alleys, lost in a world that never truly changed. And tonight, Alex Kent moved unseen through it all. He stood atop a nearby rooftop, watching the distant penthouse where Elias Thorne had once lived. His blood still stained the expensive mahogany desk inside, a silent warning left behind by the League. Ra's al Ghul would be pleased. But Alcx. This was just another step forward. Aftermath of an execution. Returning to the League's stronghold was a seamless operation. He had left Gotham as quietly as he had arrived, stepping onto a private aircraft arranged by the League, flying back to the frozen peaks of the Himalayas under the cover of darkness. By dawn, he stood before Ra's once more, the warlord's green eyes sharp as ever. It is done, Alex reported, his voice calm. Ra's studied him for a moment, then gestured toward Tala, who stood at his side, arms crossed. Tell me, my daughter. Ra's mused, what do you see in him? Talia's gaze lingered on Alex, assessing him. She had been watching him closely since his arrival, testing his limits, searching for weaknesses. Now, she smirked. He is efficient, she admitted. But there is something more. He does not kill as the others do. Ra's nodded, intrigued. Explain. Tala stepped forward, surrounding Alex. The others kill because they are told to, she said smoothly. Because it is their duty, their purpose. But Cain, he kills for a reason. Every action is calculated, every move precise. There is no wasted effort, no hesitation but also no excess. She stopped beside him, tilting her head slightly. You didn't make him suffer, she noted. Alex met her gaze, unreadable. Should I have? Ra's chuckled. A good question. The League does not seek cruelty, only necessity. You understood this instinctively. He leaned forward slightly, his voice quieter, more curious. Tell me, Cain, why do you fight? The question was a test. Every answer mattered. Alex had long since mastered the art of deception, of weaving truth with lies to create something believable. I fight to survive, he said simply. To become stronger. Ra's smiled slightly. A wise answer. Talia's expression remained unreadable, but she seemed intrigued nonetheless. You will continue your training, Ra's declared, rising to his feet. There is still much to learn. And soon, I will have another task for you. Alex inclined his head. Understood. As he turned to leave, Tala called after him. You intrigue me, Cain. He glanced over his shoulder, smirking faintly. I'll take that as a compliment. She chuckled. You should. Then he was gone, slipping into the shadows once more. The League's secrets. Days passed. Training continued. Alex honed his skills alongside the League's finest, perfecting their techniques, learning their strategies. He fought, adapted, and played the role of the loyal assassin. But beneath it all, he was watching. Learning. The League had secrets, many of them. And if he was going to play his game properly, he needed to uncover them all. One night, he moved unseen through the stronghold's lower levels, slipping past guards and ancient corridors carved into the mountainside. There were rooms not meant for ordinary assassins. Vaults where the League's greatest knowledge was hidden. And Alex had every intention of finding them. Teleporting into the restricted archives was the easy part. Avoiding detection, that required more effort. Inside, rows of ancient scrolls and ledgers lined the walls. Tomes of forgotten knowledge, records of assassinations spanning centuries. He moved quickly, scanning texts, searching for names, for connections. Then he found it. A ledger, older than most, its pages yellowed with age. Inside, an entry stood out. The Lazarus Pits. Alex's eyes narrowed. So that's how Roz survives. The League of Assassins had always been shrouded in myth, its leader rumored to be immortal. But now, Alex had confirmation. The Lazarus Pits were real mystical pools capable of restoring life, healing even the gravest of wounds. But they came at a cost. Madness. Unpredictability. A corruption of the mind and soul. Roz had used them for centuries, keeping himself alive beyond the reach of time. Alex closed the ledger, thoughts racing. This was valuable information, and it was only the beginning. A new mission. The next morning, Alex was summoned once more. Roz stood before a grand map, marked with locations across the world. His expression was calm, but his eyes held something darker: anticipation. There is a man, Roz began, who has drawn my attention. A warrior. Skilled. Dangerous. He tapped a name. Slade Wilson. Alex raised an eyebrow. Deathstroke. Roz smirked slightly. You are familiar with him. Alex knew the name well. Slade Wilson, mercenary, assassin, enhanced beyond normal human limits. A man who had fought the best and lived to tell the tale. He is not one to be taken lightly, Alex noted. Indeed, Roz agreed. And that is why I have chosen you. Alex frowned. You want me to kill him? Roz chuckled. No, not yet. I want you to observe him. Test him, if necessary. See if he is worthy. Of what? Roz smiled. The League. Alex exhaled slowly. Slade Wilson, joining the League. That would be complicated. But it also gave Alex an opportunity. Where is he now? Alex asked. Talia spoke this time. He's currently operating in Bloodhaven. Taking contracts. Making enemies. Alex nodded. I'll find him. Roz gave a satisfied nod. Then go, Cain. And do not fail me. Bloodhaven. The hunt begins. Bloodhaven was Gotham's uglier, meaner cousin. If Gotham was corrupt, Bloodhaven was outright diseased. Crime thrived in the streets, unchecked, unchallenged. Alex moved unseen through the rooftops, tracking his target. Slade Wilson was not an easy man to find. But Alex was patient. He followed whispers, observed movements, pieced together a trail. And soon, he found him. Slade was in a warehouse near the docks, standing over the bodies of men who had tried and failed to kill him. Blood stained the floor. Smoke curled from the barrel of his rifle. Alex watched from the shadows, waiting. Slade turned, his single eye scanning the darkness. You gonna stand there all night, he said dryly, or are you actually gonna say something? Alex smirked, stepping into the dim light. Nice work. Slade tilted his head slightly. You with them. Depends who, them, is, Alex said. Slade exhaled, lowering his weapon. Let me guess. League of Assassins. Something like that. Slade chuckled. Yeah, figured they'd come sniffing around eventually. Alex studied him. You don't seem surprised. Not really, Slade admitted. They've tried recruiting me before. Alex smirked. And yet, here you are. Still freelance. Slade shrugged. I like my freedom. Alex nodded slowly. I get that. A ponce. Then Slade eyed him carefully. So what's your deal, huh? You just another one of Roz's lapdogs. Alex chuckled. Something like that. Slade smirked. Yeah, somehow I doubt that. Their eyes met. For the first time in a long time, Alex felt something strange. Recognition. Not of a friend, not of an ally, but of someone who understood the game. And that made Slade dangerous. Very dangerous. Alex signaled. Let's find out, shall we? Because the real game had only just begun. Chapter 15. The first villain rises. The city burned. At least, it felt like it. Gotham's night sky was painted in hues of orange and red as fire consumed an entire warehouse district near the docks. Sirens wailed in the distance, their echoes swallowed by the chaos. The acrid stench of smoke filled the air, mixing with the scent of blood and gunpowder. And at the center of it all, Alex Kent Cain stood in the shadows, watching the scene unfold. This wasn't his doing, but it was exactly what he had been waiting for. Bloodhaven, a war regents. A few nights ago, Alex had tracked down Slade Wilson, the infamous Deathstroke. Their encounter had been brief, but telling Slade had no interest in the League's games, nor in following Ra's al Ghul's orders. But Alex, he had other plans. Instead of recruiting Slade, he had planted a seed, a whisper of an idea, a subtle manipulation of circumstances. He had ensured that certain crime lords in Bloodhaven took notice of Deathstroke's presence. That they saw him as a threat. And now, the result was playing out in front of him. A full-blown war. Slade had taken a contract against one of Bloodhaven's ruling crime families, the Maronis. It had been a routine job, something he had done 100 times before. But this time, the Marons had fought back. They hadn't just sent hitmen. They had hired someone new. Someone dangerous. Enter Firefly. Amidst the flames, a figure moved, a man-a-lad in reinforced black armor, his helmet resembling a grotesque, insect-like visage. A fuel tank was strapped to his back, connected to a modified flamethrower that spewed liquid fire in controlled bursts. Garfield Linz. Firefly. A former pyrotechnic expert turned arsonist, consumed by an obsession with flames. He had worked for Gotham's underworld before, but now, he had been brought into Bloodhaven's chaos. Slade Wilson. Firefly's voice crackled through his helmet's distorted speakers as he advanced through the wreckage. You should have stayed out of this. Slade, crouched behind a pile of burning debris, reloaded his assault rifle with practiced ease. Yeah, well, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. I don't take career advice from walking fire hazards. With a smooth motion, he popped up from cover, firing a controlled burst at Firefly's exposed joints. The bullets struck, true sparks flew as they bounced off the reinforced armor, but Firefly barely flinched. That all you got? Firefly sneered, raising his weapon. A stream of liquid fire surged forward. Slade dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the inferno as flames roared past him. Alex, still hidden in the shadows, watched with intrigue. This was the moment. The first true villain's entrance into his growing game. And he wasn't about to let it go to waste. A calculated intervention. Slade was fast, but Firefly had the advantage. His flamethrower wasn't just a weapon, it was a barrier, controlling space and movement. Slade needed an opening, and Alex decided to give him one. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he used his Beyonder abilities to manipulate probability. A momentary misstep, a flicker of bad luck. Firefly's foot caught on a broken steel beam just enough to shift his stance, just enough to throw off his aim. It was all Slade needed. In a single, fluid motion, he launched forward, closing the distance with impossible speed. His blade flashed. A brutal, precise strike. The tip of his sword found the seam between Firefly's armor plating, piercing through. A choked grunt escaped Firefly as he staggered back, his flamethrower swinging wildly. A spray of fire ignited another building nearby. Slade pulled back, his single eye narrowing. Stay down, Linz, he warned. Walk away. Firefly panted, clutching his wound. But then, he laughed. A low, crackling chuckle that grew into something manic. You think I care about walking away? Firefly rasped. You don't get it, do you, Wilson? He reached for a trigger on his gauntlet. This city burns with me. Alex tensed. A dead man's switch. Firefly had rigged the entire area. And if he died, everything would go up in flames. A new player in the game. Alex moved. One moment, he was in the shadows. The next, he was right behind Firefly. Before the arsonist could react, Alex's hand shot forward, gripping the wrist that held the trigger. Firefly's body stiffened as an unnatural chill crawled up his arm. What? His voice faltered. Alex leaned in slightly, his voice calm, almost amused. Let's not do anything stupid now, shall we? Firefly struggled, but Alex's grip was unyielding. A subtle exertion of his Beyonder abilities made sure of that. Slade exhaled sharply, lowering his weapon. And you are? Alex smirked. Just a concerned citizen. Slade gave him a look. Yeah, sure. And I'm the president. Alex ignored the remark, keeping his focus on Firefly. You have two choices. Linz, he said smoothly. You can keep playing with fire and see how far it gets you, or you can walk away, live another day, and maybe even win this little game. Firefly's breathing was ragged, but there was something in his eyes, a flicker of hesitation. A spark of possibility. Alex leaned in slightly. Think bigger, he whispered. Right now, you're just another hired gun. But what if you were more? What if your fire was more than just a weapon? What if it was a symbol? Firefly blinked. Alex could feel it, the moment his words took root. A villain wasn't just born from chaos. A true villain needed purpose. And Alex had just given him one. Slowly, he released Firefly's wrist. The arsonist took an unsteady step back, his mind racing. Then, without another word, he activated his jetpack, launching into the sky, disappearing into the smoke-filled horizon. Slade exhaled. Great. Now he's gonna come back worse than before. Alex chuckled. That's the point. Slade frowned. The hell does that mean? Alex met his gaze. It means this city's about to get a whole lot more interesting. And with that, he stepped back into the shadows, leaving Slade standing alone amidst the burning wreckage. Elsewhere, a darker future. Firefly landed on a secluded rooftop, his body still trembling from the encounter. That guy. He wasn't normal. He wasn't just some League assassin. He was something else. And worse. He was right. Firefly clenched his fists, his mind spinning. A symbol. The city burning with him. For the first time in a long time, his flames didn't feel random. They felt like a message. And now, he just needed to deliver it. The League watches. Back in the League's stronghold, Ra's al Ghul sat in contemplation. News had already reached him. The fire, the battle, and Cain's involvement. Talia stood beside him, arms crossed. You didn't order him to intervene. Ra's chuckled. No. But that does not mean I am displeased. She frowned. He's unpredictable. Yes, Ra's agreed, his eyes gleaming. And that makes him valuable. He turned toward the window, gazing out at the vast, snowy peaks beyond. The world is changing, my daughter, he mused. And I suspect, Cain is the one changing it. Talia remained silent, but deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling. Ra's was right. Cain Alex was dangerous. But not in the way they had expected. Not just because of his skill. Not just because of his skill. But because he was playing his own game. And no one, not even the League, knew what his next move would be. Now the game truly begins. Chapter 16. A web of masks, cold nights and burning. The Himalayan air was razor sharp, cutting through Alex's cloak as he stood on the League of Assassins' stone balcony. He watched the valley below, where the distant glow of civilization flickered against the darkness. Even from here, he could tell that Bloodhaven was in chaos. Fires burned in the streets. Gang wars erupted overnight, and at the center of it all, the chaos he had orchestrated. Alex didn't move, didn't smile, but inwardly, he acknowledged the success of his careful manipulations. Firefly had taken the bat. The Bloodhaven underworld was now at war with itself. And somewhere in the shadows, Deathstroke was taking notice. This was how he worked. He didn't act directly, he nudged, whispered, and let the dominoes fall. The League thought he was proving himself. In reality, he was proving just how easily the world could be reshaped when the right pieces were pushed. The sound of footsteps broke his thoughts. You've been busy. Tala al Ghul's voice was soft but edged with curiosity. Alex didn't turn, his gaze still fixed on the burning city in the distance. Haven't I? She stepped closer, her dark cloak billowing slightly in the wind. Bloodhaven is unraveling. And you think that serves the League? He exhaled, the cold air visible from his breath. Chaos breeds opportunity. And what opportunity are you looking for? Now he turned, just slightly, enough to meet her sharp gaze. The same thing you are. A seat at the table. Talta smirked, but there was no amusement in her eyes. You're ambitious, Cain. Ambition without control is reckless. Alex countered. But controlled ambition, that changes the world. She tilted her head, studying him. And what world are you trying to create? Alex didn't answer. Instead, he stepped past her, heading toward the stronghold's main chamber. Talia remained standing there, watching his back as he disappeared into the darkness. She had seen dangerous men before. But Alex Kent, he wasn't dangerous because of his strength. He was dangerous because she couldn't tell which mask was real. Gotham the Bat watches. Across the world, in a dark cavern beneath Gotham, Bruce Wayne's sharp eyes flickered across the multiple screens displaying live feeds from Bloodhaven. Fires, shootouts, rising body counts. This wasn't just random violence. Someone was pulling the strings. You think this is connected? Nightwing asked from beside him, arms crossed. Bruce didn't respond immediately. Instead, he switched through the surveillance footage. Small incidents escalating, key figures vanishing, a city shifting without realizing who was moving the pieces. Finally, he exhaled. I know it is. Nightwing frowned. Firefly isn't smart enough to orchestrate something like this. He isn't, Batman agreed. But someone is. Bruce's mind raced through possibilities. Ra's al Ghul, the League. No, their methods were more direct. The Court of Owls. Possible, but unlikely. Then who? His jaw tightened. Whoever it was, they weren't just manipulating Bloodhaven. They were testing Gotham's response. And he intended to find out why. The test of loyalty. 2 nights later, Ra's al Ghul summoned Alex into a secluded chamber deep within the League's stronghold. The room was dimly lit by flickering torches, the scent of incense thick in the air. Shadows of assassins lined the stone walls, standing in silent witness. Ra's sat on his throne-like chair, watching Alex with a calm intensity. You have done well, Cain, he said. Alex inclined his head. I live to serve. Ra's smiled faintly. Do you? A door creaked open behind him. 2 assassins entered, dragging a bound prisoner between them. The man collapsed onto the floor, blood staining his robes. Ra's gestured toward the dagger resting on a stone pedestal. A traitor, he said simply. One who thought himself above the League's will. Then he turned to Alex. Kill him. Alex stepped forward without hesitation, picking up the dagger. He met the prisoner's eyes. There was no fear in them. Only defiance. Good. A real assassin wouldn't beg. Alex exhaled softly. Then, in one fluid motion, he drove the blade into the man's throat. The prisoner spasmed, blood pooling onto the stone floor. The room remained silent as he collapsed. Alex withdrew the dagger, wiping it clean on the man's robes. Talia raised an eyebrow. Ra's smiled. You do not hesitate, the demon's head observed. Why would I? Alex replied evenly. Ra's nodded. You understand what is required. And that is why I have another task for you. A hologram flickered to life, revealing a familiar face. Bruce Wayne. Alex's expression remained neutral, but internally, he was already calculating. So, the League was turning its attention toward Gotham now. Interesting. A mission in Gotham. Alex left the stronghold under the cover of night, traveling through the League's secret channels until he arrived in Gotham. His mission was clear: infiltrate Wayne Enterprises and uncover the research facility Ra's wanted information on. But Alex knew better than to take Ra's at face value. This was another test, not just for his skills but for his loyalty. He landed on the rooftop across from Wayne Tower, scanning the perimeter. Security was tight, too tight. And then there was Batman. Bruce had to know something was coming. Alex exhaled, slipping into the shadows. Time to see just how much the Bat was watching. Bloodhaven, Firefly's next move. In an abandoned warehouse, Firefly stood before a gathered group of mercenaries and gang leaders. The city was already burning. But it wasn't enough. Think bigger. What if your fire wasn't just a weapon? What if it was a symbol? Those were Cain's words. And Firefly had been thinking about them ever since. Now, he knew what he had to do. We're not just burning streets anymore, he growled. His crew listened intently. We're going to send a message. Firefly's mask gleamed in the dim light. And Gotham is going to listen. Batman's trap. From the Batcave, Bruce Wayne watched as Firefly's men moved across Bloodhaven, preparing for something big. But Bruce wasn't watching just them. He was watching the one man he couldn't yet identify. A newcomer. Someone Ra's trusted. Someone who wasn't afraid to manipulate chaos. Bruce's hands clenched. Whoever this Cain was, he was the key to understanding what was coming next. And Batman intended to find him first. Chapter 17. A Dance in the Dark. Gotham, The Hunt. The air over Gotham was thick with tension. Rain poured from the sky, streaking the towering skyscrapers and coating the streets in a thin layer of water. It was the kind of night that smelled of danger, the kind where criminals felt emboldened, and the shadows seemed deeper than usual. And in those shadows, Batman was watching. Perched atop a high-rise, Bruce Wayne narrowed his eyes at the Wayne Enterprises building. The security had already been heightened in response to the chaos in Bloodhaven, but something told him that wasn't going to be enough. Because tonight, someone was coming. The mysterious assassin who had been orchestrating Bloodhaven's descent into madness. Cain. Bruce had analyzed every available piece of data, cross-referencing it against known League of Assassins operatives. But Cain, there was no record, no identity, and that made him dangerous. From the darkness, a figure moved. It was time. Infiltrating Wayne Enterprises. Alex stood in the alleyway adjacent to Wayne Tower, dressed in an unassuming black tactical suit. He had already memorized the guard patterns, security systems, and possible escape routes. Every detail had been absorbed and calculated. This wasn't just a mission. It was a game against the most dangerous detective in the world. Alex smirked to himself. Time to see if the Bat was watching. He activated his Amon's vision, letting his sight pierce through walls, mapping out the building's interior. The research facility Roz wanted was located on the 50th floor, isolated, heavily guarded, and protected by Wayne-Tech's best security. Getting in unseen was impossible. But making it look like a League mission, that was Casey. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small League of Assassins insignia. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he teleported onto the roof. Silent as death. Inside the tower, Alex moved through the ventilation system with practiced ease, avoiding the security lasers and motion detectors. He had already manipulated the systems remotely using a hidden device planted days before, ensuring no alarms would trigger until he wanted them to. Reaching the 50th floor, he dropped down into a dimly lit corridor. The research lab door stood ahead, protected by a biometric scanner. Too easy. Alex reached into his coat, pulling out a small vial of Faceless Man's extract. A drop on his palm, and his hand shifted, taking on the precise texture and DNA pattern of Lucius Fox. The scanner beeped green. Access granted. Inside, Alex quickly scanned the room. Computers lined the walls, filled with encrypted data. In the center of the room sat a prototype device, one that Roz wanted. A device designed to manipulate metahuman genes. Alex frowned. So this was what the League was after. He placed a small drive into the main console, siphoning the files. He could always decide later if Roz deserved to get them. Then, a sound. Footsteps. Batman's arrival. The moment Alex turned, the room went dark. A black figure dropped from the ceiling, landing without a sound. Batman. Alex barely had time to react before a batarang shot toward him. He twisted, dodging just in time as the projectile embedded itself in the console behind him. Bruce's voice was like gravel. "You've been busy, Cain." Alex smirked. "You know my name. I'm flattered." Batman didn't hesitate. He lunged, throwing a punch aimed at Alex's ribs. Alex barely managed to twist out of the way, countering with a precise knife strike aimed at Ratman's gauntlet. Sparks flew as the blade met reinforced armor. "Who are you working for?" Batman demanded, blocking another strike and countering with a brutal edict. Alex rolled with the impact, flipping backward and landing smoothly. "You already know the answer," Alex replied, his voice casual. "The League sends their regards." Batman narrowed his eyes. Licks. Cain wasn't acting like a League operative. He wasn't using standard League techniques. And that bothered Bruce more than anything. Batman surged forward again, this time pressing harder. His strikes were faster, sharper, testing. Alex, for his part, played along. He blocked what needed blocking. He dodged when necessary. But he never attacked with intent to kill. Because that wasn't his goal. Batman did notice. And that told him everything he needed to know. Cain isn't trying to win this fight. He's stalling. The realization came a second too late. A small EMP device in Alex's hand detonated, sending a shockwave through the room. The lights flickered, the security systems glitched, and the cameras cut out. And in that fraction of a second, Alex vanished. Escape and reflection. By the time Batman rebooted his cowl's systems, Alex was gone. But the files were still there. He hadn't taken them. Bruce exhaled slowly. This wasn't about Wayne Enterprises. This was about testing him. The question was, why? Bloodhaven burns brighter. While Gotham played host to shadows and secrets, Bloodhaven erupted into full-scale war. Firefly's crew torched entire blocks. Gang factions turned on each other. And as the city's police struggled to contain the violence, one figure watched from the rooftops. Deathstroke. The legendary mercenary had been observing in silence, waiting for the moment to step in. Because he knew something the others didn't. Bloodhaven wasn't falling apart. It was being guided. And whoever was behind it. They were a master at playing the long game. Deathstroke smiled beneath his mask. Interesting. A message from the League. Back at the League's stronghold, Alex returned from his mission, his expression unreadable. Ra's al Ghul stood waiting. Do you have it? Alex handed him the drive. As promised. Ra's studied him. You encountered him. Alex shrugged. He's exactly as you said. Relentless. But predictable. Ra's nodded. And your thoughts? Alex smirked. He's watching me now. Ra's smiled slightly. Good. The Bat's next move. Back in the Batcave, Bruce stood before his monitor, analyzing every frame of footage from the fight. Cain was fast, skilled, precise. But he wasn't just another assassin. He was more. And that made him dangerous. Nightwing crossed his arms. So, what now? Bruce's gaze hardened. Now, we find out who he really is. Because Batman knew one thing for certain. Cain wasn't a name. It was a mask. And whoever was behind it was playing a game unlike any Gotham had seen before. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Smoke and Mirrors. Wayne Manor. The detective's obsession. The Batcave was silent except for the rhythmic hum of the Batcomputer. Screens flickered with security footage, each frame analyzed and reanalyzed by Bruce Wayne. He had been reviewing the footage of his fight with Cain for hours, dissecting every movement, every feint, every deliberate mistake. Because they were deliberate, Cain could have fought harder. He could have used lethal strikes. But he didn't. That meant something. Bruce clenched his jaw as he pulled up the security feed of Wayne Enterprises' 50th floor again. He watched as Cain entered. He watched as Cain stole nothing. He watched as Cain left him the evidence on purpose. Nightwing leaned against the Batcomputer, arms crossed. This is getting into obsession territory, Bruce. Bruce didn't respond. Nightwing continued, if he really was a League assassin, he would have taken what Ra's wanted. Instead, he left everything behind and fought you just long enough to test you. Bruce's fingers tightened over the keyboard. Nightwing narrowed his eyes. You're thinking what I'm thinking, aren't you? Bruce exhaled. He's not just working for the League. A pause. Then who is he really? The League's next move. Deep within the League of Assassins, Himalayan stronghold, Ra's al Ghul sat in contemplation, his emerald eyes fixed on Alex. You did well, Ra's finally said. Alex tilted his head. You don't seem pleased. Ra's smiled faintly. Batman is watching you now. I know. Ra's studied him carefully. And yet, you left him the files. Alex didn't react. He would have gotten them anyway. Better to control what he finds. Ra's chuckled. You think several steps ahead. That is why I chose you. Tala, standing at the far side of the chamber, spoke for the first time. And what do you think he has concluded about you? Alex smirked. That I'm not who I pretend to be. Ra's nodded approvingly. Good. Then the real game begins. He stood, walking toward a nearby table where an ancient scroll lay unrolled. He gestured for Alex to come closer. The League is moving forward with its plans in Bloodhaven, Ra's explained. Firefly was only the beginning. Soon, the city will burn. And we will reshape it. Alex examined the scroll, his eyes narrowing as he saw a detailed map of Bloodhaven, marked with strategy points for destruction. Ra's continued, but first, I want you to personally oversee the removal of an obstacle. He tapped a section of the map. Deathstroke. Bloodhaven, a city in chaos. The streets of Bloodhaven had become a war zone. The remnants of Firefly's gang were clashing. With rival factions, the police overwhelmed, the city spiraling into anarchy. And in the heart of it all, Slade Wilson watched from a rooftop, arms crossed. Deathstroke had seen power plays before. He had caused power plays before. But this wasn't some ordinary gang war. Someone was engineering this. And that someone had just become his next job. His comm crackled. Got eyes on our guy yet? A voice asked. Not yet, Slade muttered. But I know he's watching. Because if Cain really was tied to the League's growing influence in Bloodhaven, then it was only a matter of time before a shadow moved behind him. Slade whirled around, blade drawn. Nothing. His good eye narrowed. So, it was like that, huh? Slade smirked. All right, kid. Let's see what you've got. A battle of assassins. Alex emerged from the shadows, stepping onto the rooftop's edge, his expression calm. Deathstroke's smirk widened beneath his mask. Took you long enough. Alex tilted his head. I could say the same. Slade didn't waste time with banter. He moved, slashing with his sword in a lightning-fast R. Alex teleported a few inches backward, just enough to let the blade graze the air where his throat had been. Slade narrowed his eye. Speedster. Alex smiled. Something like that. Slade lunged again. This time, Alex didn't dodge, he parried, his dagger clashing against Slade's sword, sparks flying. The force of the strike sent Alex sliding back, his feet barely skidding across the wet rooftop. Slade watched him carefully. You're good. Better than most of the League's pawns. Alex rolled his shoulders. I try. Slade attacked again, faster, pressing the advantage. A flurry of strikes, each one precise, brutal. Alex blocked, dodged, countered. But he knew Slade was testing him. Just like Batman had. Alex feigned a stumble, allowing Slade to think he had an opening. Slade took it. He swung for Alex's exposed side. Only for Alex to vanish in a flicker of darkness. Reappearing behind him, Slade barely had time to react before Alex's dagger pressed against his throat. A beat of silence. Then Alex spoke. I could kill you right now. Slade smirked. Then why don't you? Alex hesitated for a split second. Just a fraction. And that was all Slade needed. With a brutal twist, he flipped Alex over his chokler, slamming him onto the rooftop. Alex barely managed to roll away before Slade's sword buried itself into the spot where he had been. Alex exhaled sharply. Okay. That's fair. Slade sheathed his sword. You're not League. Not really. Alex smirked. Maybe. Slade tilted his head. So, what's your game? Alex met his gaze. You'll find out soon enough. Then, just like before, he vanished. The bat closes in. Back in Gotham, Bruce analyzed the new intel. His mind was working non-stop. Cain fought like an assassin, but he didn't kill. He infiltrated Wayne Enterprises but didn't steal. He played games with both the League and Batman. Why? Who was he really? And then, it hit Bruce. This wasn't about infiltration. It was about control. Cain wasn't following orders. He was playing his own game. Bruce leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. You're not just another assassin, are you? He isn't now. Stop talking, Bruce. Go pick up, make another Robin instead of bothering me. Somewhere out there, Cain was watching. And Bruce was going to find out exactly who he was. No matter what it took. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Threads in the Dark. Bloodhaven, a city on. Bloodhaven burned. Flames devoured an entire district as chaos reigned in the streets. The remnants of Firefly's gang clashed with hired mercenaries, the police overwhelmed by the sheer violence. Smoke coiled into the sky like fingers of a dying beast, choking the air with the scent of gasoline and blood. Amidst it all, Alex watched from the rooftops, masked as Cain. This wasn't just a random gang war, it was a deliberate act. The League was orchestrating destruction, destabilizing Bloodhaven to reshape it into something else. And yet, something was off. Alex had studied Ra's al Ghul long enough to know his methods. The demon's head favored control precision, not reckless destruction. But this was messy. It meant one thing. Someone else was moving behind the scenes. Alex narrowed his eyes, scanning the battlefield below. The pieces were shifting, and he needed to know who was playing the game. Deathstroke's hunt. A few rooftops away, Slade Wilson watched through the scope of his rifle. His target, Cain. Slade had fought countless warriors in his life. Assassins, metahumans, soldiers, gods. But Cain wasn't just another killer. He was thinking, and that made him dangerous. Slade's finger hovered over the trigger. He could end this now, put a bullet in Cain's skull before the bastard even noticed. But Slade wasn't here for a hit. He was here for answers. So instead, he activated his comm. Oracle, you there? A pause. Then a female voice crackled through the line. I don't usually work with mercenaries, Slade. Slade smirked. And I don't usually ask for help. Oracle Barbara Gordon sighed. What do you want? I need intel on a guy. Calls himself Cain. Stience. Then, Batman's already looking into him. Slade's smirk widened. Figures. Oracle hesitated. You're not planning on killing him, are you? Slade chuckled. Not unless I have to. Great, Oracle muttered. That's reassuring. Slade adjusted his aim. Keep me posted. I have a feeling Cain's going to be a problem for all of us. Then, without another word, he disappeared into the night. The League's next step. Back at the League's hidden stronghold, Ra's al Ghul stood over a map of Bloodhaven, tracing his fingers along the city's districts. Alex knelt before him, playing the role of a dutiful assassin. You have done well, Cain Ra's said, but there is more to be done. Alex remained silent. Ra's tapped a section of the map. The police force is still an obstacle. Their captain, James Corrigan, refuses to bow. That must change. Talia stepped forward, arms crossed. Corrigan is protected. Even the League's usual methods have failed. Alex tilted his head. Then why not kill him? Ra's smiled fattedly. Because some men are more useful alive than dead. He turned to Alex, eyes gleaming. I want you to break him. Not with force, but with fear. Alex's mind raced. James Corrigan. That name wasn't unfamiliar. And then it clicked. Corrigan wasn't just a cop. He was the host of the Spectre, one of the most dangerous cosmic entities in existence. If the Spectre awakened, even Ra's al Ghul would be nothing more than an insect before his wrath. Alex forced himself to remain calm. Understood. But inside, he knew this was going to be a problem. A game of shadows. Later that night, Alex found himself outside of Bloodhaven precinct, watching Lames Corrigan from the shadows. Corrigan was exhausted. Dark circles lined his eyes, his shoulders slumped with the weight of the city's chaos. He sat at his desk, rubbing his temples as he sifted through reports. Alex moved. A flicker of darkness. A whisper of movement. He didn't need to attack. He didn't need to fight. He needed Corrigan to feel like he was being hunted. A chair scraped against the floor without anyone touching it. Corrigan froze. His hand instinctively went to his gun. Alex smiled behind his mask. He moved again, causing papers to scatter from the desk as if swept by an invisible force. Corrigan stood up abruptly, eyes darting around the room. Sweat beaded his brow. Who's there? He whispered. Saintlance. Then, a voice deep, distorted filled the room. Do you know what waits for you, Corrigan? The air grew heavy, the lights flickering. Corrigan staggered back, knocking over his chair. Alex watched as the man's fear took root. Good. But then, a surge of pure divine power erupted from Corrigan, forcing Alex to teleport back onto the rooftop. Alex clenched his jaw. The Spectre had stirred. Even in his dormant state, he had reacted. Alex exhaled. Well, that's annoying. This was going to be trickier than he thought. Batman moves in. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne was already one step ahead. The Batcomputer had been processing every available scrap of data on Cain. Every fight, every move, every mission. And yet, nothing made sense. Cain fought like an assassin, but he didn't kill. He infiltrated Wayne Enterprises, but he didn't steal. He hunted criminals, but he wasn't a hero. It was a contradiction. And Bruce didn't like contradictions. He turned to Nightwing. Suit up. We're heading to Bloodhaven. Nightwing frowned. You think Cain will be there? Bruce narrowed his eyes. I know he will. Because if Batman had learned one thing over the years, it was that predators always return to the scene of the hunt. A meeting in the dark. Back in Bloodhaven, Alex stood on the rooftop of an abandoned church, deep in thought. His infiltration of the League was going smoothly, but the Spectre was an unpredictable variable. He needed to be careful. You look troubled, a voice said behind him. Alex turned. Talia stood there, arms crossed, watching him. Something on your mind, Cain? She asked. Alex smirked. Just thinking about the mission. Talia studied him. You're different from the others. Alex raised an eyebrow. Am 12 inches. She stepped closer. You don't follow orders blindly. You question. You plot. Her gaze was sharp. You don't serve the League, she said. You serve yourself. Alex chuckled. And what makes you think that? Talia smirked. Because if I were you, I'd be doing the same thing. A ponce. Then she leaned in. Just be careful, Cain, she murmured. Even the best liars get caught eventually. And with that, she disappeared into the night. Alex exhaled slowly. He had to be even more careful. Because if Talia al Chul was beginning to suspect him, then it was only a matter of time before Roz did too. And that would be dangerous. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 The Demon's Bargain. Bloodhaven The Shadows Watch. The city never slept. Bloodhaven's streets pulsed with a raw, unrelenting energy, one of desperation, crime, and survival. It was Gotham's neglected cousin, a place where justice rarely extended its reach. And tonight, it was a battlefield. Alex stood atop a crumbling warehouse, the wind whipping against his dark cloak. From this vantage point, he could see the chaos unraveling below, the aftermath of the League's intervention. Police barricades lined the streets. Civilians hid behind their locked doors, praying that the violence wouldn't reach them. Alex had done his job well. James Corrigan was cracking. The Spectre's host had felt true fear for the first time in years, and now paranoia would cat at him. But Alex knew this wasn't enough, not yet. Roz wanted Corrigan broken, not just frightened. And if the League of Assassins wanted a pawn, Alex had to ensure he played the role convincingly. Even if it meant playing a longer game. A warning from the Dark Knight. Before Alex could move, he felt a presence in the shadows. He barely had time to react before a batarang whizzed past his head, embedding itself into the rooftop beside him. Alex sighed. Of course. Turning slowly, he saw him. Batman. The Dark Knight stood at the edge of the rooftop, cape billowing in the wind. His white eyes were unreadable, his presence radiating a quiet authority. Alex had expected this confrontation eventually. "You've been busy," Batman said, his voice cold. Alex tilted his head. "I like to keep myself entertained." Batman didn't move. "You've infiltrated the League of Assassins. You've been manipulating their operations. What's your endgame?" Alex smirked. "And here I thought you'd be thanking me. The League's presence in Bloodhaven is being dismantled, piece by piece. That benefits you, doesn't it?" Batman remained silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "I don't trust you." Alex chuckled. "Smart. You shouldn't." In a blur, Batman moved, closing the distance between them in an instant. Alex barely had time to sidestep before the Dark Knight's fist crashed toward his face. He dodged, countering with a swift strike of his own. Batman blocked, twisting his body and delivering a kick that sent Alex skidding back. This wasn't a test. Batman was serious. Alex adjusted his stance, suppressing the urge to use his Beyonder abilities. He couldn't afford to reveal too much, not yet. "You're holding back," Batman observed. Alex smirked. "So are you." For a brief moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, Batman spoke again. "You have two choices," he said. "You leave Bloodhaven now, or I take you down." Alex's smile didn't fade. "Bold of you to assume I don't have a third option." Batman narrowed his eyes. "Which is?" Alex's form flickered, an illusion breaking apart like mist. Batman tensed. And then, Alex's voice whispered behind him. "You keep chasing shadows while I get what I want." Batman spun around, but Alex was already gone. The League's ultimatum. Alex returned to the League's stronghold that night, stepping into the candlelit chamber where Ra's al Ghul awaited him. The demon's head was calm, his emerald eyes studying Alex carefully. "You encountered Batman," Ra's said. It wasn't a question. Alex inclined his head. "He's watching us closely. He knows something is off." Ra's was silent for a long moment. Then, he sighed. "Batman is relentless, but predictable. He will never kill. That is his weakness." Alex remained expressionless. "But you," Ra's continued, stepping closer, "are different." Alex met his gaze. "I'm 17 inches. Ra's smirked. "You don't share Batman's moral constraints. That is why you have potential. Why I have tolerated your unorthodox methods." He walked past Alex, his voice lowering. "But now the time has come for you to prove yourself." Alex felt it before Ra's even said the words. "A test. A final judgment. James Corrigan must be dealt with," Ra's said. "Kill him." Silence. Alex kept his expression carefully neutral. "You disapprove?" Ra's asked, watching him closely. Alex exhaled slowly. He had played this game long enough to know that hesitation was dangerous. "I will handle it," he said smoothly. Ra's nodded. "Good. Do not disappoint me." Tala stood in the corner, arms crossed. Her gaze lingered on Alex for a moment too long. She was watching. She was waiting for him to SITP. Alex turned and walked away, his mind racing. Because now, he had a problem. A dangerous gamble. Alex found himself outside Corrigan's apartment that night, perched on a nearby rooftop. The cop was inside, pacing. On edge. Good. But killing him, that wasn't an option. The Spectre was an entity far beyond human understanding. Killing its host would only unleash it fully. And if that happened, even he wouldn't be able to control the fallout. Alex needed a new plan. One that would satisfy the League while keeping Corrigan alive. And so, he took a risk. He stepped into the shadows and let the nightmare pathway take hold. Corrigan's nightmare. James Corrigan awoke in a world of darkness. The walls of his apartment had vanished, replaced by an endless void. The air was thick with whispers haunting, familiar voices echoing all around him. His own voice. You're not good enough, James. You let them dick. You don't deserve to be saved. Corrigan's breathing turned ragged. He tried to move, but his body was frozen. Then, out of the darkness a shape emerged. A figure cloaked in shadows. No face. No identity. Just a presence. You think justice protects you? The figure whispered. Corrigan clenched his fists. I don't fear you. A low chuckle. You should. The darkness rushed forward, swallowing him whole, and then he woke up. Gasping. Drenched in sweat. His heart pounded in his chest. It had felt so real. And in the shadows outside his window, Alex watched. He had just planted a seed. Fear was a powerful thing. And if Corrigan believed the Spectre itself was warning him, then he would walk away from Bloodhaven on his own. No need for an assassination. Just a well-placed nightmare. The League's judgment. The next morning, the news broke. James Corrigan had resigned. Effective immediately. Alex stood before Ra's al Ghul once more. The mission is complete, Alex solved. Ra's studied him. Yet Corrigan still lives. Alex met his gaze. Ill's fear was enough. Il will never interfere again. A long silence stretched between them. Then, Ra's smirked. Well played, Cain. Alex exhaled quietly. He had won this round. But as he turned to leave, Talia spoke up. You never intended to kill him, she said softly. Alex glanced at her. Talia's eyes gleamed with curiosity. She was figuring him out. Alex simply smiled. Does it matter? And with that, he walked away. Because the game was far from over. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. The League's next move. The halls of the League's stronghold were eerily silent as Alex walked through them, his footsteps barely making a sound against the cold stone floor. The torches ironing the walls flickered, casting elongated shadows that danced like ghosts. He had completed the so-called test, earned his place within the League, and yet he knew this was only the beginning. Ra's al Ghul never truly trusted anyone. Alex had seen the way the demon's head had looked at him after his supposed kill. The silent assessment. The weighing of his worth. Ra's wasn't just testing his skills anymore. He was testing his mind. His loyalty. And that meant the real challenge had just begun. He entered one of the larger chambers, where Talia and several high-ranking assassins had gathered around a large stone table. Maps and documents were spread across it, detailing upcoming League operations. Talia glanced up at his arrival, a small smirk playing at her lips. You look like you've seen a ghost. Alex leaned casually against one of the pillars. More like I walked past a few. Ra's entered then, his presence alone commanding silence from everyone. He strode toward the table, his emerald eyes scanning the gathered assassins before settling on Alex. You completed your mission, Ra's said. It wasn't a question. Alex inclined his head slightly. I did. Ra's studied him for a moment longer before shifting his attention to the table. The League's war against corruption does not end with a single execution. Our enemies grow bolder. Gotham, in particular, remains a city infested with rot. Alex stayed silent, listening. The bat remains a persistent thorn in our side, Ra's continued. Bruce Wayne, whether he wears the mask or not, continues to fund efforts that oppose our goals. And there are others. Those who stand against us. Alex knew where this was leading. Ra's al Ghul was planning something big. Talia placed a hand on the map, her fingers tapping against Gotham's outline. We have reason to believe that Wayne Enterprises is preparing to back a new initiative, one that would obstruct our future operations. Father believes it is time we take action. Alex frowned slightly. You mean an attack? Ra's turned toward him. No, Cain. A message. A message in blood. Alex kept his expression neutral. And who is delivering it? Ra's allowed the ghost of a smile to appear. You. The mission. A trap in Gotham. Night had fallen by the time Alex arrived in Gotham, his presence masked by the League's usual methods of entry. The city, as always, was alive with crime, neon lights flickering against the polluted skyline. The target Roz had chosen wasn't Bruce Wayne himself, but rather a key financial figure in Wayne Enterprises, someone who had been working closely with Gotham's mayor to enforce stricter regulations against the League's operations. The plan was simple: infiltrate, leave a message, and eliminate the target. But Alex wasn't here to play the League's game. Instead, he was here to manipulate it. Dressed in his League attire, he moved across the rooftops, reaching the penthouse of a high-rise building where the target, a man named Elliot Grant, was supposed to be meeting with city officials. The League had already cleared most of the building, ensuring no outside interference. But as Alex landed silently on the balcony, he felt something. A presence. He tensed slightly, his instincts screaming at him. Someone else was here. He pushed the door open, stepping into the darkened office. The city lights cast long shadows across the floor, and for a moment, all was still. Then, a whisper of movement. Alex barely dodged in time as a batarang sliced through the air, embedding itself in the wall behind him. His eyes flickered to the side. And there, standing in the darkness, was Batman. A duel in the shadows. Alex sighed internally. Of course Bruce would show up. Dressed in the darkened armor of the League. Alex was indistinguishable from any other assassin. Batman had no reason to suspect who he really was. Not yet, anyway. Another League operative, Batman said, his voice a low growl. I was wondering when Roz would make his next move. Alex didn't respond. He couldn't, not yet. Batman advanced, his stance guarded but ready. You're targeting Grant, aren't you? Alex stayed silent, shifting his weight. Batman was analyzing him, studying his movements, his breathing, his stance. The Bat could read people like a book. Which meant Alex had to play this carefully. You can walk away now, Batman said. The League won't win this fight. Alex tilted his head. And you think you will? Batman didn't answer. Then he moved. Alex barely had time to react before Batman lunged, striking fast and hard. The force behind his blows was relentless, but Alex wasn't just any fighter, he was a Beyonder, enhanced beyond human limitations. He blocked, dodged, countered with just enough skill to appear like an elite assassin. The two clashed in a blur of movement, the sounds of fists and steel echoing through the empty office. Batman swept low, aiming for Alex's legs. He jumped back, twisting mid-air, but Batman was already anticipating his movement, throwing a smoke pellet that detonated on impact. The room filled with thick, choking smoke. Alex closed his eyes, activating his spiritual senses. The moment Batman moved within the mist, he struck, grabbing the Dark Knight's wrist before he could land a blow. For a brief second, Batman tensed. Surprise. Alex smirked behind his mask. Batman twisted, breaking free, but Alex had already achieved what he wanted. A psychological advantage. The Bat now knew that this assassin was different. Special. But before either could continue, a gunshot rang out. Both turned. Elliot Grant, the supposed target, had fled toward the emergency exit, firing blindly as he ran. Alex exhaled. That works. In a blur, he moved not to kill Grant, but to knock him unconscious before he could escape. A well-placed blow to the neck sent the man crumpling to the floor. Batman tensed, ready for another fight. But instead of finishing the job, Alex turned and leapt through the shattered window, disappearing into the night. Leaving Batman with more questions than answers. Aftermath. The League's suspicion. Alex returned to the League's stronghold by morning, his posture casual as he approached Roz. The job is done, he said simply. Roz studied him. No body was found. Alex met his gaze evenly. The message was sent. The target won't interfere again. A lie, but one delivered flawlessly. Roz didn't immediately respond. Then, finally, he nodded. You have done well. But Alex knew. Ra's al Ghul wasn't a fool. And neither was Batman. Both were watching. Both were waiting. And the game was only getting deadlier. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22, A Game of Shadows. The Himalayan air was thin, sharp with the bite of the cold night wind. Alex stood at the edge of the League's hidden stronghold, gazing down at the valley below. The world beneath him stretched in an endless expanse of darkness, only broken by the occasional glimmer of village lights in the far distance. Tonight was important. A mission, a test, and another step toward securing his place within the League. The briefing. Inside the war chamber, Ra's al Ghul stood before an ancient map spread across a wooden table. The chamber was dimly lit, the flickering torchlight casting eerie shadows along the stone walls. Tala stood beside him, arms crossed, her sharp gaze sweeping across the assembled assassins. Alex, still wearing the identity of Cain, stood among them, his expression calm, unreadable. Raz tapped a location on the map with a single joved finger. A stronghold of our enemies, he began. A fortress hidden in the mountains, manned by a faction that opposes our vision. His emerald eyes flickered as he looked up. It must be destroyed. A murmur rippled through the room. Talia stepped forward, taking over. This faction has been disrupting our operations for months. They have spies in key cities, and their leader, Adrian Valmont, is an ex-assassin who betrayed us. Alex memorized the name instantly. The mission is simple, Talia continued. Infiltrate. Kill Valmont. Leave no survivors. A massacre. Alex remained still, hiding his thoughts behind a mask of discipline. He had seen this before, the League's way of handling problems. Efficient, brutal, final. Raz turned to him. Cain, you will lead this operation. Some of the assassins tensed at this announcement. A newcomer and outsider being given command. That was unprecedented. Alex, however, merely bowed his head. As you command, my lord. Raz studied him for a long moment before nodding. You depart at midnight. The journey. The team moved in silence through the rugged terrain, their black robes blending seamlessly into the night. Snow crunched softly beneath their boots, but their movements were controlled, precise. Alex led them with steady steps, his mind calculating every possible outcome. He had no intention of letting this mission turn into a slaughter. The League was testing him, seeing if he would follow their doctrine without hesitation. But if he played it right, if he manipulated the situation well enough, he could accomplish the mission without unnecessary bloodshed. A fortress, a target, a leader who needed to die. But death was an illusion he could control. The fortress. They reached the outer perimeter just before dawn. The fortress was built into the side of the mountain, its walls reinforced with steel and stone. Guards patrolled in pairs, moving methodically along the high watchtowers. Alex signaled for his team to halt. He crouched behind a snow-covered boulder, eyes scanning the defenses. They're well organized, one of the assassins whispered. Alex nodded. Good. That means they expect conventional attacks. We'll split into two teams, Alex instructed, keeping his voice low. One will create a distraction at the southern gate. The other will infiltrate from the eastern wall, using the storm as cover. The assassins exchanged glances. The plan was unorthodox. The League typically preferred overwhelming force. But Alex was not typical. Talia had warned him that his success tonight would determine his future within the League. He intended to succeed on his terms. The infiltration. The storm picked up just as planned. Snow and wind howled through the valley, reducing visibility. The perfect cover. Alex's team scaled the eastern wall, moving like shadows against the stone. He reached the top first, dispatching a guard with a quick, silent strike. The body slumped without a sound. They moved swiftly through the corridors, avoiding unnecessary engagements. Then, they reached the inner chambers. Adrian Valmont was waiting. The man stood at the center of the war room, sword in hand, his expression calm. He had the aura of someone who had seen battle, who understood the weight of the moment. Cain, he said, eyes narrowing. Or should I say, the League's newest pawn. The other assassins fanned out behind Alex, ready to strike. Alex didn't move. You know why I'm here, he said evenly. Valmont chuckled. Of course, Raz sent you to kill me. Just as he once sent me to kill others. He glanced at the assassins behind Alex. And do they know? Did they understand what they serve? Alex kept his expression neutral. You betrayed the League. I left the League, Valmont corrected. I saw what it was. A machine that grinds men into dust, all in the name of an ideal that serves only Raz. The assassins tensed, but Alex remained still. This was his moment. A choice. Say what you came to say, Alex murmured. Valmont studied him. Then, he sighed. There's a way out, he said quietly. For you. For all of us. We don't have to keep playing Raz's game. Alex glanced at the other assassins. Their expressions were unreadable. If he hesitated too long, they would grow suspicious. He took a single step forward. And then with impossible speed he struck. The dagger plunged into Valmont's side. A gasp. Blood. The assassins exhaled in satisfaction. But Alex had been precise. Non-lethal. Just enough to sell the illusion. Valmont staggered, eyes wide in surprise. Trust me. That was the message in Alex's gaze. The older man understood. Alex twisted the blade, making it look fatal, then pulled it free as Valmont collapsed onto the floor. For the watching assassins, it was a clean execution. For Valmont, it was a second chance. One that Alex would ensure did not go to waste. Aftermath. The mission was a success. By the time they returned to the League's stronghold, word had already spread. Cain had led the operation flawlessly. Valmont was dead. The fortress had fallen. Alex stood before Ra's al Ghul, blood still staining his hands. The demon's head studied him. You have done well, he said. Alex bowed his head. I live to serve. Tala smirked. But Ra's was not finished. There is one final test, he said. The air in the chamber grew colder. You have taken life for the League, Ra's continued. Now, you must risk your own. Alex's pulse remained steady. What do you command, my lord? Ra's stepped forward, voice low, almost amused. You will fight me. A whisper of shock spread through the gathered assassins. Even Talia's smirk faded. Alex remained still. This was inevitable. The final step toward proving himself. A fight against Ra's al Ghul himself. And another game Alex would have to win without revealing what he truly was. End of Ch 22. Chapter 23, Duel with the Demon. The chamber was filled with silence. The air was thick with tension, the kind that came before a storm. Assassins lined the perimeter, their faces masked by shadow, their eyes locked on the two figures at the center of the room. The torches flickered, casting wavering shapes on the cold stone walls. At the heart of it all stood Ra's al Ghul, the demon's head, his emerald eyes gleaming like a predator sizing up its prey. His stance was relaxed but deceptive, each muscle coiled with centuries of honed instinct. In his hand, he held a curved sword ancient but pristine, sharpened to a lethal edge. Across from him, Alex, still known as Cain within the League, stood motionless, his own sword resting lightly in his grip. His body was at ease, but his mind was already calculating. This fight was unavoidable. Ra's had been testing him from the beginning, measuring not just his skill but his intent, his discipline, his control. A mere recruit, no matter how talented, would never be considered truly part of the League until they proved themselves against its master. And now, the moment had come. Ra's lifted his sword. The blade reveals the truth of a warrior's soul, he said. His voice was calm, but beneath it lay the weight of unshakable authority. Today, we see yours. He shifted into a combat stance. A heartbeat later, he attacked. The first exchange. Ra's moved like lightning, his sword a silver blur in the dim chamber. Alex reacted instantly, bringing up his own blade to block. The impact rang through the hall, the sound of steel meeting steel echoing like a bell tolling for the doomed. Ra's wasted no time. He twisted his wrist, sliding his blade along Alex's guard in an attempt to disarm him. Alex countered with a sharp pivot, shifting his weight to deflect the force rather than resist it directly. The movement was subtle, but it saved him from losing his weapon. Ra's smiled. Good. He pressed forward, launching a rapid series of attacks. His footwork was flawless, his strikes precise, each one aimed not just to wound, but to control the battlefield. Alex gave ground strategically. He let himself appear slightly overwhelmed, not weak, but challenged. He needed Ra's to believe he was talented, but still within human limits. He couldn't afford to slip up. Ra's wasn't just a warrior. He was a master of deception, a man who had lived for centuries. The smallest inconsistency, the slightest mistake in his act, and Ra's would know. Alex dodged a thrust aimed at his ribs, countering with a calculated slash. Ra's deflected it easily, but the movement forced him back a step. A test. Ra's was still testing him. Alex exhaled, adjusting his stance. Fine. He would play along. The flow of battle. The fight continued, each exchange more intense than the last. Ra's struck high, Mex ducked and swept a kick at his legs. The demon's head leapt back. Effortlessly, spinning mid-air before landing with perfect balance. Alex barely had time to raise his sword before Ra's was on him again, their blades colliding in a deadly rhythm. The watching assassins held their breath. Talia stood at the edge of the chamber, arms folded, her expression unreadable. Alex noticed her watching him closely, not with the casual interest she had shown before, but with something sharper. A suspicion. Or something else. He didn't have time to dwell on it. Roz adjusted his grip, shifting into a new stance. Alex recognized it instantly, the water dragon form, an ancient style designed for relentless, flowing attacks. It prioritized continuous movement, leaving no openings for counterattacks. If Alex let Roz dictate the fight now, he would be forced entirely on the defensive. That couldn't happen. Alex changed his approach. He adapted. Instead of meeting Roz's strength head-on, he started to redirect. Roz struck. Alex twisted his blade at the last moment, letting the attack slide past him harmlessly. Another strike came. Alex sidestepped, turning the force of the blow against Roz instead. It was subtle, but effective. Roz narrowed his eyes. He knew what Alex was doing. The fight slowed. The tension thickened. And then, without warning, Roz changed everything. The Lazarus effect. Roz suddenly abandoned his sword. Instead, he lunged forward, faster than before, his movements unnatural, as if driven by something beyond mere skill. His palm shot toward Alex's chest with inhuman speed. Alex barely dodged. He twisted away, but Roz was already following, his strikes relentless, each one hitting with the force of a hammer. Alex blocked, barely managing to stay on his feet. His mind raced. This isn't normal. He had expected Roz to be strong, but not this strong. The Lazarus pit wasn't just preserving his life. It was enhancing him. His reflexes, his power, his endurance, they were beyond human. Alex gritted his teeth. He had wanted to make this look like a real fight. But if Roz was truly using whatever unnatural boost the Lazarus pit provided, then he might not have a choice but to use more of his Beyonder abilities to compensate. He had to be careful. The breaking point. Roz pressed the attack. Alex feigned fatigue, letting himself stumble slightly. The watching assassins murmured. Some exchanged glances. Roz caught the shift in atmosphere. He paused. Are you faltering, Cain? Alex wiped sweat from his brow, giving a tired sitterk. Just catching my breath, my lord. Roz smiled, but it was the smile of a man who saw everything. Alex couldn't drag this out much longer. He had to end this. The final strike. Roz attacked again. Alex stepped in instead of retreating. The move surprised Roz. Alex used the moment of hesitation. He ducked low, shifting under Roz's guard. In a flash, he drove his sword past Roz's defenses, stopping just a hair's breadth from his throat. Silence. The watching assassins froze. Talia's eyes widened slightly. For the first time, Roz hesitated. And then, he laughed. A deep, satisfied laugh. He stepped back, raising his hands in surrender. Well done. Alex lowered his sword, keeping his breathing even. Roz wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead, nodding in approval. Few have ever forced me into such a position, Cain. You are indeed worthy of the League. The tension in the chamber dissolved. The assassins exhaled. Alex allowed himself a small, careful nod. It was an honor, my lord. Roz sheathed his blade. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, you will receive your next assignment. Alex inclined his head. Of course. Talia approached as Roz turned away. She stared at him for a long moment, then smirked. You're full of surprises. Alex smiled slightly, keeping his thoughts to himself. Yes, he was. And soon, the League of Assassins would see just how many. Only one mission remained. And then, it would be time to leave. End of Chapter 23. Chapter 24, The Final Trial. A night of decision. The cold mountain air was sharp against Alex's skin as he stood atop the fortress of the League of Assassins. Beneath him, the stronghold stretched like a maze of stone and shadow, its courtyards and corridors bathed in pale moonlight. He took a slow breath, steadying his mind. Tonight would be the final night he spent as Cain, the assassin. For more than a month, he had played the role masterfully, earning Ra's al Ghul's trust, studying the League's methods, and gathering secrets that no outsider had ever lived to learn. He had always known this moment would come, the moment he would have to leave the League for good. But he also knew Roz. The demon's head never let anything slip through his grasp. The final trial begins. In the grand hall of the fortress, Ra's al Ghul sat upon his throne, emerald eyes gleaming in the dim torchlight. At his side stood Talia, silent and unreadable. The assassins lined the walls, their faces hidden beneath dark hoods. Alex strode forward, his expression calm. He bowed slightly, a practiced gesture of respect. Roz studied him. Cain, you have proven yourself again and again. Now, only one task remains. Alex met his gaze. What is your command, my lord? The warlord rose to his feet, stepping closer. A traitor to the League has fled. His name is Darius Phiel, one of my former shadows. He seeks to sell our secrets to outsiders. This cannot be allowed. A simple assassination order. But Alex knew better. This was a test. I understand, Alex said. Where is he? Roz gestured, and a map was unfurled before him. It depicted an isolated mountain stronghold deep within the Himalayas. Eliminate him, Roz said. And bring me proof of his death. Alex nodded. It will be done. He turned to leave, but Roz spoke again. Fail me, Cain, and you will not leave these halls alive. Alex didn't look back. He simply walked out of the chamber, already planning his next move. Hunting the prey. The wind howled as Alex made his way through the snow-covered mountains, moving with supernatural silence. The trek took hours, but he never tired. His Beyonder abilities made him stronger, sharper, and faster than any normal assassin. At last, he reached the target's hideout, a fortified compound, guarded by mercenaries. Alex watched them for several minutes, studying their patterns. These were not League assassins. They relied on outdated formations and predictable patrol routes. Amateurs. Like a shadow, Alex slipped into the compound, eliminating the guards one by one. Silent, efficient, merciless. The last man barely had time to scream before Alex's blade found his throat. Inside the compound, the air was still. And then, "You're late," a voice said. Alex turned. Darius Phiel stood at the far end of the chamber, arms crossed, a wry smile on his lips. He was expecting him. You knew I was coming, Alex said. Darius chuckled. Of course. Roz always sends Somcone after his failed experiments. Alex's grip on his blade tightened. Then you know how this ends. Darius exhaled. Yes, I do. And then Darius moved. Alex barely dodged in time as a dagger sliced through the air. I countered with a quick slash, but Darius was fast, almost as fast as him. The two clashed, their blades ringing against each other in the silence of the chamber. Darius fought with desperation, but Alex was calm, precise, unstoppable. Within minutes, it was over. Darlis staggered back, blood seeping from a deep wound. He met Alex's gaze, something knowing in his eyes. You're not like the others, he said. You don't belong to the League. Alex hesitated. And that was all Darius needed. With his last ounce of strength, he lunged not at Alex, but past him, throwing something into the fire pit. Alex's eyes widened. A message scroll. It burned instantly, its contents lost forever. Darius smiled. You'll have to make your own choices now, Cain. Alex didn't hesitate. He ended it with a single stroke. Darius collapsed. It was done. The real test. Alex returned to the League's fortress before dawn, presenting Darius' bloodstained medallion as proof of his success. Roz examined it, his gaze unreadable. You have done well, he said. But then, the chamber doors swung open. Two assassins dragged a prisoner into the hall. Darius Phiel. Alive. Alex's blood ran cold. Roz turned to him, a smirk playing at his lips. Did you truly think I would not test you? Alex kept his expression neutral. This is your final lesson, Cain, Roz said. Eliminate him now. In front of us all. Prove your loyalty. Alex clenched his fists. This was the real trial. He had to think fast. He needed a way out. A distraction. Alex moved forward, gripping his blade. Darius met his gaze and understood. Without warning, Alex threw his dagger not at Darius, but at the torches along the wall. Fire erupted instantly. The chamber exploded into chaos. The escape. Alex vanished into the smoke. Assassins shouted, scrambling for order, but he was already moving, using his Beyonder abilities to erase his presence, slipping through the fortress like a phantom. Ra's voice rang out in the distance. Find him. He does not leave this place alive. But it was too late. By the time the first alarms rang, Alex was already outside, racing into the mountains. The League of Assassins would hunt him forever. But they would never catch him. But they would never catch him. Because Cain was dead, only Alexander Kent remained. Aftermath. As dawn broke, Alex stood on a distant ridge, watching the fortress fade into the distance. He had escaped. But he knew this wasn't over. Ra's al Ghul did not forgive betrayal. Talia would not forget him. And one day, they would come for him. But by then, Alex would be stronger. By then, the League of Assassins would no longer be a threat to him. He would be a threat to them. Alex trudged down the dirt road toward the Kent farmhouse, his clothes tattered, his body visibly thinner, and his posture slightly hunched. His once sturdy frame now looked weakened, a direct result of his latest advancement to Sequence 8 of the Fool Pathway and the use of the clown's abilities to manipulate his appearance. It had taken careful planning. His body had shrunk, appearing gaunt from a supposed month-long period without food. His clothes were stained with dirt, his hair disheveled, and his face slightly sunk in a perfect illusion to sell the story. As he neared the house, his heartbeat picked up. This had to be convincing. Then, the front door burst open. Alex. Martha Kent's voice was thick with emotion, and within seconds, she was rushing toward him. Before he could react, she threw her arms around him, pulling him into a desperate embrace. "Mom." His voice came out hoarse, weak. "I'm back." Her voice caught, and she pulled away, holding his face between her hands. "You've been gone for a whole month. Where were you? What happened to you?" Clark and Jonathan appeared in the doorway, their expressions tense. Clark's eyes scanned him, his supervision likely analyzing every inch of his body. "Your heartbeat disappeared," Clark said, his voice filled with suspicion and reltef. "I couldn't find you anywhere." Alex let out a shaky breath, stumbling slightly as if his body couldn't fully support him. A little extra effect from the clown pathway. "I don't know what happened," he said, his tone deliberately uncertain. "I remember feeling a strange sensation, like my body shutting down. And then, I blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the middle of nowhere, starving, weak. I barely made it back here. It's the most bullshit reason I could think of, and it's going to work because I am the author." Martha's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, sweetheart." Jonathan stepped forward, his voice gruff. "You don't remember anything." Alex shook his head. "Only hits and pieces. But, I think it was my powers. Something inside me awakened, and my body just shut down while it adjusted." Clark crossed his arms. "That still doesn't explain why I couldn't hear your heartbeat. Not even a trace." Alex looked away, feigning uncertainty. "Maybe my body was in some kind of hibernation. Maybe it was so deep that even you couldn't detect it." Clark's frown deepened. "That's never happened before. Alex, I checked the entire planet for you. I checked for even a single damn matching heartbeat." Jonathan placed a hand on Clark's shoulder. "Let him breathe, son. He just got back." Clark exhaled, nodding reluctantly. "Right, sorry." Martha pulled Alex into another hug. "You need food. And rest. Come inside." Alex allowed himself to be led into the house, suppressing a small smile. "They bought it. Of course they are going to buy it because I wrote it like that. Dinner and plans for the future." Sitting at the dinner table felt surreal. The smell of home-cooked food, the warmth of family, it was a stark contrast to the shadows of Gotham and the danger of Ra's al Ghul. Martha piled his plate high with food, watching him with motherly concern. "You need to eat more. You've lost so much weight." Alex gave a weak chuckle. "Trust me, I plan to." He dug in, making a show of eating like a man who hadn't had a proper meal in weeks. Even more illusions to reinforce the story. Jonathan leaned back in his chair, studying him. "So, you said your powers awakened." Alex nodded. "Yeah, it's hard to explain, but I feel sharper. Like my mind works differently now. I can process information faster, see patterns I couldn't before." Clark arched an eyebrow. "That sounds like more than just intelligence." Alex hesitated before pulling out a small metallic cube from his pocket. He placed it on the table, pressing a hidden mechanism. The cube unfolded into a small drone, hovering silently. Martha gasped. "You built that?" "Yeah," Alex admitted. "And that's just a prototype." Clark narrowed his eyes. "You made that just after returning. It was a like in 5 hours at most." "Less than that, actually," Alex said, pretending to look sheepish. "Once I started understanding how things worked, it just clicked." Jonathan rubbed his chin. "And what do you plan to do with all this knowledge?" Alex set his fork down. "I want to start a company." Martha blinked. "A company?" Alex nodded. "If I say I have super intelligence, that's a simple, logical explanation for why I can build these things. It gives me a way to contribute to the world while keeping my abilities under control. I don't want to rely on Clark or anyone else. I want to stand on my own." Clark studied him carefully. "You're serious about this?" "I am." Jonathan finally nodded. "Then we'll support you." Martha smiled warmly. "We just want you to be happy, sweetheart." Alex exhaled. Step 1 was complete. The truth beneath the lies. Later that night, Alex sat on the porch, staring at the Kansas night sky. The stars twinkled above, vast and endless. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His heartbeat had been hidden from Clark for an entire month. That shouldn't have been possible. At first, he thought it was just the pathways at work. But the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. It had happened too perfectly. Too conveniently. What if it wasn't just his ability that hid him? What if someone else had done it? The only person who could intervene in such a way would be himself. His future self. His fingers tightened. If that was true, then the implications were massive. His future self would have had to come back in time. And if he did that, that means his future self had stolen the Speed Force or used his Beyonder ability to come back. But why? There were only 2 logical reasons. He needed to fulfill a ritual for advancing to a Hove the sequence. Something or someone threatened his very existence. Neither option gave him any comfort. And then there was the timing of his full pathway's advancement. It happened just before he planned to return home. That couldn't be a coincidence. Was the full pathway guiding him toward something? Or was his future self making sure everything happened according to some unseen plan? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He exhaled slowly, closing his eyes. There was no way to know for sure. Not yet. But if his future self had really interfered, it meant that things were going to get much more complicated. And soon, the wind shifted. Alex's eyes snapped open. A presence. Something was watching him. Not from the house. Not from the fields. His fingers twitched, instinctively calling upon his newfound abilities. And then, a whisper. Soft, indistinct, but undeniably real. His breath hitched. He turned his gaze skyward, staring into the vast, starry void. Was it truly his future self pulling the strings? Or was something else at play? Something older, and far more dangerous. The dream was simple: establish a company, build a future, and create a front for his growing power. But reality was far from simple. Alex sat in front of a desk at the Metropolis Business Registration Office, his fingers tapping against the surface as he stared at the older man behind the counter. The man, with his graying mustache and tired eyes, barely looked at him as he flipped through the documents Alex had spent the last week preparing. "You're too young," the man finally muttered, adjusting his glasses. Alex forced a polite smile. "I understand, sir. But I've met all the legal requirements, haven't I?" The man sighed, setting the papers down. "Technically, yes. But practically." He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "You need a legal guardian to register a company at your age. You also need, well, let's just say the process moves faster when you know how things work around here." Alex clenched his jaw. He knew exactly what the man meant: bribes. The weight of corruption hung in the air like a thick smog, suffocating any dreams of fairness. He had heard stories of businessmen having to pay off officials just to get their papers processed, but experiencing it firsthand was something else. "How much?" Alex asked, keeping his voice steady. The man glanced around before scribbling a number on a piece of paper and sliding it across the desk. Alex picked it up, his eyes narrowing at the outrageous amount. "This is ridiculous," Alex said. The man shrugged. "Welcome to the real world, kid. You either pay, or your application stays at the bottom of the pile for the next year. Maybe 2. Alex took a slow breath. He didn't have this kind of money. His personal savings, even with his intelligent investments, weren't nearly enough to cover the bribe and still leave enough for initial business expenses. He needed help. A father's sacrifice. Later that night, Alex sat across from Jonathan Kent in the dimly lit kitchen of their farmhouse. His father listened quietly as Alex explained the situation, his face unreadable. "So, they want a bribe," Jonathan finally said, his voice laced with disappointment. Alex nodded. "I don't like it, but it's the only way to move forward." Jonathan leaned back, exhaling slowly. "I had hoped things had changed since my younger days, but corruption is still the same beast." Silence hung between them for a moment before Jonathan stood up, walked to an old wooden cabinet, and pulled out a small locked box. He set it on the table and opened it, revealing a few neatly folded documents and a small bundle of cash. "I was saving this for emergencies," Jonathan said. "For the farm, for you and Clark, but if this is what you need, I won't hold it back. Alex stared at the money, a mix of gratitude and guilt washing over him. Dad, I can't. You can, Jonathan interrupted firmly. And you will. I know you, son. This isn't just some business idea. It's a foundation for your future. And if this is what it takes to give you a chance, I'll do it. Alex swallowed hard. He wasn't used to feeling this emotional. I'll pay you back, Alex promised, his voice firm. Jonathan smiled, ruffling Alex's hair. I know you will. Sealing the deal. The next morning, Alex returned to the office, this time with Clark by his side. His brother hadn't been thrilled about the whole bribery thing, but he understood the necessity of it. I hate this, Clark muttered as they walked in. Welcome to business, Alex replied dryly. They met with the official, who, upon receiving his processing fee, miraculously found time to approve the application on the spot. Within hours, the paperwork was finalized, and Eternum Industries was officially registered. Walking out of the building, Alex felt an odd mix of triumph and bitterness. He had won, but at a cost. Clark nudged him. You really think this company will work? Alex smirked. Oh, it'll do more than work. It'll change everything. The Kent brothers walked down the street, unaware that in the shadows, someone was watching. Now, Alex has his company, but the road ahead will be anything but smooth. Chapter 27. Sowing the Seeds of the Future. The morning sun cast long shadows across the Kent farm as Alex stood at the edge of a field, staring at the land he had grown up on. The scent of freshly tilled soil mixed with the crisp morning air, bringing a sense of nostalgia. But today wasn't about memories, it was about the future. Eternum Industries had been officially registered, though the process had been anything but smooth. Between bureaucratic red tape, financial struggles, and ensuring his company had a legitimate front, Alex had barely found time to breathe. His father had helped him grease the right palms to speed up the legal work, but that was only the first hurdle. The real challenge was making Eternum Industries into something real, something that would serve both his public and private ambitions. And that started here, with the first true test of his company's potential, revolutionizing agriculture. The struggles of an inventor without a reputation. Setting up Eternum Industries had been a nightmare. Despite bribing officials to get the registration approved, Alex quickly learned that having a company on paper meant nothing without credibility. Nobody took a 17-year-old CEO seriously, especially one without any prior achievements or corporate backing. Banks wouldn't approve loans without collateral, investors ignored his proposals, and the few scientists he reached out to either dismissed him as a fraud or assumed he was trying to scam them. Even when he reached out to old contacts from his previous identity as a promising student, he hit walls. His supposed miracle inventions sounded like science fiction to anyone who wasn't deeply involved in cutting-edge research. That was fine. He didn't expect instant success. Eternum Industries wasn't built to rely on investors or outside funding. It was a mask for his true activities. He didn't need venture capitalists, he needed proof. And that's why he had returned to Smallville. Because the best way to prove his capabilities was to start with something undeniable. A conversation with Jonathan Kent. Jonathan Kent stood by the barn, his hands on his hips, watching as Alex set down a large crate filled with equipment. You're serious about this, huh? Jonathan asked, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Alex wiped sweat from his brow. Dead serious. If this works, it could change farming forever. Jonathan studied his son for a moment before glancing at the field. And you think people will believe a teenager came up with all this? Alex smirked. They don't have to believe it was just me. That's what Eternum Industries is for. A team of scientists, fictional at first, working on cutting-edge agricultural advancements. Jonathan frowned. And you really think this is going to work? Alex crouched down, grabbing a handful of soil and letting it run through his fingers. I know it will. His father remained silent for a long moment before sighing, all right. What do you need? The science and magic behind the solution. The first step was preparing the enhancement formula. Alex spent the next few hours in the barn, mixing various ingredients, some scientific, some mystical, into a refined agricultural stimulant. This wasn't just fertilizer, it was a carefully engineered Beander-infused solution that strengthened crops against disease and pests, accelerated growth without harming the soil, increased nutrient absorption, making the food healthier. Using clown pathway abilities, Alex ensured the mixture remained undetectable. It would seem like an advanced but entirely normal agricultural breakthrough. Once the formula was complete, he loaded it into a custom-built irrigation system, a disguised device that would distribute the solution across the farm without raising suspicion. Testing the formula. As night fell, Alex and Jonathan worked in silence, setting up the irrigation system. As night fell, Alex and Jonathan worked in silence, setting up the irrigation system. Jonathan finally broke the quiet. "You really thought all of this through, huh?" Alex chuckled. "Had to. If this works, it won't just help our farm, it'll prove Eternum's worth. From there, I can scale up, sell it to small farms first, then to bigger companies." Jonathan nodded slowly. "And if it doesn't work?" Alex smirked. "Then I'll go back to the drawing board." They activated the system, watching as the enhanced water spread across the soil. Within hours, the first signs of change would appear. But as they stood there, a voice cut through the silence. "Working late." Alex stiffened. He turned to see Clark standing a few feet away, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. His older brother's presence was unexpected, but what was even more concerning was the look in his eyes. Clark was suspicious. Clark Kent. Suspicion and concern. Clark had been watching Alex ever since he came back from his mysterious month-long disappearance. At first, he had chalked it up to stress, maybe even trauma. But something didn't add up. The way Alex moved, spoke, and even thought seemed different. And then there was the business. Clark had seen how fast Eternum Industries was registered, how suddenly Alex was developing technologies that shouldn't be possible. Now, standing here in the middle of the farm, watching his younger brother experiment with something that felt beyond normal science, Clark couldn't ignore his concerns any longer. "What are you doing, Alex?" Clark asked, his voice calm but firm. Alex forced a grin. "Just a little experiment. Trying to make farming more efficient." Clark narrowed his eyes. "You've been different lately. Ever since you got back." Alex's mind raced. He had anticipated this, but not so soon. He needed to control the conversation. So he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Look, Clark, I know I've been acting strange. But the truth is, I've been working on this for a while now. Before everything that happened, I was already developing ideas for Eternum. That month one was gone, it gave me time to refine them." Clark's gaze didn't waver. "And what exactly happened during that month?" Alex hesitated for just a fraction of a second. "My powers awakened. It took a toll on my body, on my mind. I was barely conscious for most of it. But while I was out, something in me changed. My thoughts became clearer, my ideas sharper. It's like my brain rewired itself. That part wasn't even a lick." Clark studied him carefully, then sighed. "All right. But if anything feels off, you'll tell me, right?" Alex nodded. "Of course." Clark gave him one last searching look before turning away. Alex exhaled slowly. Crisis averted for now. The results. Eternum's first success. By morning, the results were undeniable. The crops that had been treated with the enhanced formula were already sprouting faster than normal, their leaves greener, healthier. Jonathan whistled. "Damn, that's something." Alex grinned. "And this is just the beginning." Jonathan clapped a hand on his son's shoulder. "You might actually pull this off, kid." Alex looked out at the fields, a sense of satisfaction settling in. Eternum Industries had taken its first step. But in the back of his mind, he knew this was just the start of a much bigger game. Because if Clark was already getting suspicious, how long until someone else took notice? Chapter 28. The first steps into the market. The foundation of Eternum Industries was laid, but Alex knew that having a registered company was just the first step. Now came the true challenge: establishing its presence in the market and securing its first major deals. His goal was simple: introduce revolutionary technology while ensuring that he remained under the radar of both corporate sharks and potential government scrutiny. Jonathan Kent had used a significant portion of his savings to bribe officials, but Alex was determined to repay every cent. For that, he needed Eternum Industries to start generating revenue as soon as possible. The first product, the agricultural breakthrough. His father was a farmer. That was where he would start. Among the many things he had designed with his abilities, the one he found most viable for an initial launch was the Eternum growth catalyst, a technological innovation that would significantly reduce crop cultivation time while preventing disease without harming the soil. For years, Jonathan had struggled with crop diseases and unpredictable weather. If this worked as Alex theorized, it would not only secure their farm's future but also create an instant demand among agricultural circles. Sitting in his newly rented workshop, Alex activated his workbench. With a mix of Paragon enhancements and fool-like creativity, he carefully manipulated various minerals and elements, creating a prototype solution that could be sprayed onto crops. The key component: a microscopic layer of self-replicating nanites that adapted to the plant's genetic structure, reinforcing its natural growth cycle. As he analyzed the first batch, Clark walked in, arms crossed. "You've been holed up in here for days. You sure you're not turning into a mad scientist?" Mex smirked. "I prefer innovative genius." Clark leaned over the worktable. "And this is something that will make Dad's life easier." Clark frowned. "And how exactly does it work?" Alex handed him a sample vial. "Spray it on the crops. It accelerates growth, protects against disease, and ensures better yields. Totally safe, no side effects." Clark examined it, his superhuman senses scanning for anything dangerous. "You're sure?" "Absolutely. I ran the calculations 100 times. It's self-sustaining and even improves soil fertility." Clark let out a low whistle. "If this works, you realize this isn't just a product. This is a game changer." Alex nodded. "I know. That's why we need to be careful." Testing the catalyst. The real test came when they applied the catalyst to a section of their farmland. Jonathan, skeptical at first, agreed to let Alex conduct the trial. Within 48 hours, the results were undeniable. The crops were growing at nearly double their normal rate, healthier and stronger than before. Jonathan Kent stood in disbelief. This ain't natural." Alex chuckled. "That's the point, Dad." His father turned to him, expression serious. "Son, if this gets out, big companies are gonna come after you. They'll either buy you out or bury you." Alex was well aware of that. "That's why we're keeping it within our network first. I want to get a few trusted farmers to test it, build a small supply chain, and slowly expand. No big announcements, no grand launches. Just results." Jonathan sighed. "I just don't want you hitting off more than you can chew." Alex placed a hand on his father's shoulder. "Trust me, Dad. I've got a plan." The first deals. Using his father's network, Alex reached out to a few struggling farmers in Smallville, offering them free samples. The deal was simple: test it, and if they liked the results, they could sign exclusive contracts with Eternum Industries for future supplies. Within a week, word spread. Calls started coming in, and small-scale deals were made. Farmers who had been on the brink of financial ruin suddenly saw hope. But not everyone was pleased. Corporate attention. The agricultural sector was not without its giants. Companies that had dominated the industry for decades had their eyes on anything that threatened their monopoly. When reports of inexplicably healthy crops in Smallville started appearing, it caught the attention of one such conglomerate, LexCorp Agriculture Division. The first warning. A few days after their first sales, Alex received an unexpected visitor at his workshop. A sharply dressed man with an unsettling smile. "Mr. Kent," the man said, extending a hand. "Name's Dantle Henshaw. I represent LexCorp's Agricultural Division." Alex raised an eyebrow but shook his hand. "Didn't think I'd be on LexCorp's radar this soon." Henshaw chuckled. "We like to keep track of promising innovations. Word around town is that you've developed quite the agricultural miracle." Alex crossed his arms. "And?" Henshaw's smile never wavered. "LexCorp is always interested in working with bright minds like yours. We'd like to make you an offer." Alex knew where this was going. "I'm not looking to sell." Henshaw tilted his head. "You haven't even heard the number yet." "I don't need to." The man sighed, pulling out a business card. "Think about it. Eternum Industries is new, small, and vulnerable. Partnerships ensure longevity. If you change your mind, give me a call." Alex took the card but didn't respond. Henshaw turned to leave but paused at the door. "Oh, and one more thing, be careful. Competition in this industry can be ruthless." As the door shut behind him, Alex's expression darkened. This was just the beginning. Shadows in Smallville. That night, Alex stood by the window of his workshop, staring at the LexCorp business card. Clark walked in, sensing his unease. "You okay?" Alex exhaled. "LexCorp knows about Eternum. They want to buy me out." Clark's jaw clenched. "That's bad." Alex smirked. "That's expected." Clark studied him. "And what's the plan?" Alex flicked the business card onto the table. "We expand. But quietly. LexCorp is watching now, and I have no intention of becoming their pawn." Clark frowned. "And if they push?" Alex's smile was sharp. "Then we push back. Hard." Outside, unnoticed by either of them, a sleek black car sat parked at a distance, its occupants watching the workshop. A voice crackled over a radio. "Confirmed. Eternum is active. Orders." A low, commanding voice responded. "Observe. And if necessary, neutralize." End of ch28. Chapter 29, The Rising Storm. The offices of Eternum Industries had finally settled into a steady rhythm. The initial chaos of securing permits, bribing officials, and outmaneuvering LexCorp had given way to the relentless drive of innovation. The company was still small but nimble, pushing boundaries with every project. Yet, as Alex Kent sat in his office reviewing reports, he couldn't shake the feeling that the real battles were only beginning. Across from him, Evan Drake, his business partner and acting CEO of Eternum, adjusted his tie and sighed. "LexCorp's tightening their grip on the supply chain. We've had 3 shipments delayed this week alone." Alex leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers against the desk. "That's deliberate. They want to strangle us before we establish ourselves." "A classic corporate chokehold." Evan nodded grimly. "And that's not all. Wayne Enterprises has been keeping an eye on us. They haven't moved against us, but I've noticed the background checks they've been running. We're on their radar." That caught Alex's interest. "Wayne Enterprises," he murmured. "That's unexpected. We're not competing with them." "Not directly," Evan agreed, "but they don't like unpredictability. And an upstart company with breakthrough tech, backed by someone with no known history. That's a red flag in their books. You might as well have sent them an invitation to be suspicious." Alex smirked, but there was no humor in his eyes. "Let them watch. We have work to do." A new frontier. Later that evening, Alex stood in the research lab, watching as his lead researcher, Dr. Lena Vasquez, carefully adjusted the controls on a large cylindrical chamber filled with a glowing translucent liquid. Inside, a self-repairing polymer, one of Eternum's latest experimental materials, was undergoing stress tests. Lena tapped the glass casing. "This stuff could revolutionize infrastructure. Roads, bridges, even skyscrapers if we can prove it works on a large scale. We're talking billions in government contracts." Alex examined the data on the monitor, scanning through stress test simulations. "Investors don't throw money at theories. We need something dramatic. A live test, one so convincing that even skeptics have to believe it." Lena raised an eyebrow. "You're thinking something big, aren't you?" Alex nodded. "A real-world disaster simulation. Earthquakes, high-impact forces show that our material can take a beating and heal itself instantly." Lena smirked. "That's going to cost a fortune. Then it's a good thing we're not broke." Alex turned to Evan. "Reach out to our contacts in Metropolis. Find a site where we can run this test without raising too many questions." Evan gave a sharp nod. "On it." Lena crossed her arms. "Just tell me one thing, how the hell did you get this smart about corporate warfare at your age?" Alex chuckled, but there was a sharp edge to it. "Let's just say I had a very good educational path." Lena rolled her eyes. "Right. Mysterious as always." The shadows stir. As Alex left the lab that night, his phone buzzed. A message flashed on the screen. "Meet me at the docks. Midnight." No sender. No explanation. But Alex recognized the message structure. Someone wanted to talk. And they didn't want to be traced. At exactly midnight, he arrived at Gotham's East Docks. The place reeked of salt, rust, and danger. The air was thick with the scent of oil and damp wood. A lone figure stood beneath a flickering street lamp, tall, wrapped in a heavy coat, face obscured by shadows. "You came," the figure rasped. Alex folded his arms. "You went through a lot of trouble to get my attention. Start talking." The figure took a slow step forward, just enough for Alex to see the deep scars running along his jawline. "You're making enemies. Kent." The name sent a jolt through Alex, but he kept his face unreadable. His heartbeat didn't spike. His breathing remained steady. Not many people know that name, he said evenly. Which means you're either very well informed or very stupid. The man chuckled. I do my homework. And so do the people watching you. X Corp isn't your only problem. You've pissed off people in Gotham who don't like disruptions to the status quo. Let me guess, Alex said, voice calm. The kind of people who operate in the shadows. The man's grin widened, revealing a row of uneven teeth. You're smart. But smart doesn't mean untouchable. Watch yourself. Gotham has its own rules. Alex met his gaze without flinching. I make my own. The man grunted, then reached into his coat. Alex's muscles tensed, already calculating his next move: strike the arm, disarm the target, vanish into the night. But instead of a weapon, the man pulled out a small flash drive and tossed it onto the pavement. Consider this a courtesy, he said. Proof that you're already in deeper than you think. With that, he turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving Alex alone with a sinking feeling in his gut. He crouched down, picking up the drive. Whatever was on it, it was important, and it meant that his enemies weren't just in Metropolis anymore. Gotham had taken notice. The warning. Back at Eternum Industries, Alex plugged the flash drive into an isolated system. The files inside were encrypted, but that was child's play for him. He cracked the code within minutes. The contents. Surveillance footage. It showed images of him, taken from angles no normal person should have been able to capture. Footage of him entering and leaving his labs. Clips of his interactions with business partners. A photo of him and Evan Drake, meeting outside a private investor's office. But that wasn't what made his blood run cold. At the very end of the file, there was a black and white image of Jonathan and Martha Kent, standing outside their farmhouse. A warning. A message. Alex's hands clenched into fists. His mind was already working through the implications. Someone had done their homework. Someone had traced him back to Smallville. His first instinct was to act to track down the source, erase the threat before it could escalate. But he forced himself to breathe. Think. Plan. No rash decisions. Not yet. Whoever had left this message wanted him to know he was being watched. That meant they weren't ready to make a move yet. Which gave him time. Time to turn the tables. The first move. The next morning, Evan walked into Alex's office, dropping a stack of reports onto the desk. Bad news. More delays on our shipments. And our permits for the next phase of expansion. Mysteriously stuck in review. Alex didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slid the flash drive across the table. Evan picked it up, plugged it into his laptop, and scanned the files. His face darkened. Shit. They've done their homework, Alex said. They know where I come from. Evan exhaled sharply. This is worse than LexCorp. This is Gotham's underworld, isn't it? Most likely, Alex admitted. And if they're watching me this closely, they either see me as a threat or a potential pawn. Either way, we need to move fast. Evan frowned. Move how? Alex's lips curled into a slow, dangerous smile. We do what they least expect. We expand. Evan blinked. You want to poke the bear? Alex chuckled. No, I want to set the whole damn forest on fire. Evan sighed. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Absolutely. Alex leaned back in his chair, his mind already 10 steps ahead. The game had changed. The stakes were higher. But that just made it more fun. Chapter 30. Smoke and mirrors. The game changes. The room was silent except for the faint hum of the computer's cooling fan. Alex leaned back in his chair, arms folded, watching the grainy surveillance footage looping on the screen. The flash drive he had retrieved at the Gotham docks had been encrypted, but that hadn't slowed him down. Now, as he watched the video, the implications settled in. The footage wasn't just about Eternum Industries. It was about him. The camera feed showed clear, time-stamped surveillance of his childhood home in Smallville. The Kent farm. His parents. Even Clark. Someone had been watching for weeks, maybe months. Someone in Gotham's underworld knew who he was. Across the desk, Evan Drake shifted uncomfortably. Okay, so, this just went from corporate espionage to someone is actively stalking you and your family. Alex exhaled slowly, keeping his expression unreadable. Yeah, I noticed that. Evan gestured toward the screen. Who the hell even has the resources to track someone outside? The Falcones. The Maronis. Maybe Penguin. Unlikely, Alex muttered. They're bold, but they don't poke unless they have a death wish. By petting other gang have a chance. Then who? Alex tapped his fingers on the desk, thinking. Whoever it is, they don't want me dead. If they did, they wouldn't be watching from a distance. No, this is leverage. They want to see how I react. To see what makes me move. Evan gave him a dry look. And how are we reacting? Alex's smirk was cold. By making their lives hell. Evan sighed. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Eternum's countermove. The next morning, Eternum Industries made a high-profile announcement. They had secured an exclusive government contract for Gotham's upcoming infrastructure overhaul. The deal was massive, hundreds of millions of dollars locked into the company's future. Eternum had suddenly become too valuable to be targeted without raising alarms. Evan, staring at the announcement on his phone, rubbed his temples. Let me get this straight. You just made yourself a public, legally protected entity that Gotham's underground can't quietly craze on purpose. Alex sat back in his chair, looking satisfied. Now, if they want to shut us down, they'll have to step out of the shadows and deal with us directly. Evan shook his head. You really like poking hornets' nests, don't you? Only when the hornets are already watching me. The first retaliation. The response came sooner than expected. At 2:17 a.m., an Eternum shipment carrying critical research materials vanished. No distress calls. No alerts. The truck just disappeared. Evan's voice came through the phone, tense. We lost a shipment. Completely off the grid. This wasn't an accident. Alex was already moving. Where was it last seen? Leaving Gotham's industrial district. Alex grabbed his coat. Till handle it. Evan hesitated. And by handle it, you mean? Alex's eyes darkened. I mean someone's about to regret crossing me. The hunt begins. Dressed in his black combat suit, Alex moved unseen through Gotham's backstreets. No symbols, no cape. Just a ghost in the night. Using his seer abilities, he rewound time's echoes, watching distorted afterimages of the hijacking. Armed men. Military precision. They had intercepted the truck in under 60 seconds and disappeared into the maze of Gotham's industrial district. But they hadn't covered their tracks well enough. Alex followed their trail through the abandoned factories until he found what he was looking for, an old shipping warehouse on the edge of the Gotham docks. Inside, the stolen cargo was being unloaded. At least 10 men, heavily armed. These weren't just hired thugs. This was an operation. And whoever had orchestrated it knew exactly what they were doing. The reckoning. He moved like a shadow. The first guard never saw the knife slide across his throat. The second had just enough time to blink before Alex snapped his neck. By the time the others realized something was wrong, 3 were already dead. Panic spread. They raised their weapons too late. Alex dropped into the center of them, his movements precise and lethal. A bullet whizzed past. He twisted, dodging effortlessly. His fist struck like iron, shattering a man's ribs. Another attacker lunged. Alex grabbed his wrist and chapped it like a twig. Within 60 seconds, the room was silent. Only one man remained standing. But unlike the others, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he smirked. Didn't think you'd show up personally, he muttered, tossing his gun aside. Alex studied him. You were expecting me. The man chuckled. I was hoping. Then, he pressed a detonator. The trap. Explosions erupted around the warehouse. Flames roared, consuming crates and steel beams. The ceiling began to collapse. The surviving attacker grinned through the chaos. You think you're untouchable? Alex barely reacted. Instead, he walked through the fire, completely unharmed. The man's smile faded. What the hell are you? Alex grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The one asking the questions. The man choked, struggling. You can't stop it. Gotham doesn't play fair. Alex's grip tightened. Who sent you? The man's smirk returned. You'll find out soon enough. Then, his body convulsed. Poison. Fast acting. His eyes rolled back. Dead. Alex let the body drop, stepping back as the warehouse collapsed around him. Whoever was behind this wasn't just powerful. They were smart. The message. The next morning, Alex arrived at Eternum's headquarters, looking as if nothing had happened. Evan was waiting, holding a letter. No sender. No return address, Evan said. But you're going to want to see this. Alex took the envelope and opened it. Inside was a single playing card. A joker. And on the back, scrawled in red ink. Welcome to Gotham. Alex's expression remained neutral, but internally, he was already reevaluating the situation. The Joker didn't play for money. He didn't play for power. He played for chaos. And now, he had set his sights on Eternum Industries. The game had just escalated. And if Joker wanted to play, Alex would make sure he regretted it. To be continued in Chapter 31. Chapter 31, The Joker's Invitation. Eternum under siege. Morning light filtered through the towering glass windows of Eternum Industries, casting long shadows across the executive office. Alex sat behind his desk, studying the Joker card in his hand. It wasn't just a message. It was a declaration. Evan stood across from him, arms crossed. So, what's the game plan? Because I'd rather not be the guy who has to explain to the board why a homicidal clown is suddenly interested in our company. Alex flicked the card onto the table. Joker doesn't care about business. This is about entertainment. He's testing me. Evan sighed. Yeah, well, considering he thinks murder is a fun pastime, I'd rather not play. Alex leaned back, eyes narrowing. We don't have a choice. As if on cue, his phone buzzed. The screen displayed an unknown number. Alex answered. Who? A distorted voice came through, layered with static. Hello there, Mr. Kent. You're quite the mystery, aren't you? Alex's grip tightened on the phone. Joker. A giggle crackled through the line. Oh, you do know me. I was worried you'd be one of those boring corporate types. But no, you're something else. You're fun. Alex remained silent. Joker continued, you see, I love breaking things. And right now, I'm feeling curious about you. You come out of nowhere, build a company out of thin air, make all the big boys nervous, and yet, nobody knows what's inside your head. Oh, that's just delightful. Alex's voice was ice. If this is a threat, you're going to have to try harder. Joker giggled again. A threat? Oh, Alex, don't be silly. This is an invitation. Let's have some fun. A pause. Then Joker whispered, turn on the news. The line went dead. Chaos on live TV. Alex switched on the news broadcast. Breaking news. We're coming to you live from downtown Gotham, where a hostage situation is unfolding at the Gotham Commerce Bank. Witnesses report. The screen cut to shaky camera footage. People were screaming, fleeing as armed men in clown masks held hostages at gunpoint. Spray painted across the bank's walls in blood-red letters. Come play, Alex. Evan exhaled sharply. Well, that's not ominous at all. Alex was already moving. I'll handle it, he muttered, grabbing his coat. Evan held up a hand. Wait, you're going alone. Against Joker. Alex's eyes glowed briefly with an unnatural golden light. He wants a game. His smile was sharp. I'll show him how I play. The Gotham Commerce Bank stage. By the time Alex arrived, GCPD had barricaded the area. The police chief, a grizzled man named Harvey Bullock, was barking orders into his radio when he spotted Alex approaching. Bullock scowled. Oh, great. Another billionaire playing hero. You ain't or something. Alex ignored him. What's the situation? Bullock sighed. Joker's guys took 40 hostages. They've rigged the doors with explosives. If we try breaching, boom. Alex's gaze flicked to the roof. What about Joker? Bullock scoffed. You think that freak's actually inside? He never sticks around when the bullets start flying. Nah, this is just a show. Alex smirked. Then let's give him a better one. Alex smirked. Then let's give him a better one. Breaking in. Most people wouldn't walk into a hostage situation. But Alex was not most people. Under the cover of darkness, he moved like a ghost, slipping past GCPD's perimeter. Download app. Using his seer abilities, he rewound time's echoes, watching distorted afterimages of the criminals. Inside, their movements, their patterns, their mistakes. Then, he stepped through the side entrance. The first gunman didn't even have time to scream before Alex silenced him. A second turned. Alex twisted his wrist, disarming him before knocking him out cold. One by one, he cleared the rooms. Until he reached the main hall. The hostages. The remaining gunmen were gathered in the center of the bank, laughing as they toyed with the terrified hostages. One of them, a tall man with a Joker grin painted across his face, held a gun to a woman's temple. Time's ticking, people. If our special guest doesn't show up, we start removing heads. Alex stepped forward. How about you start with me? The room fell silent. The lead thug blinked, then grinned. Well, look who finally cracked. Alex moved before he could finish, slamming his fist into the man's ribs, bone shattered. The gun clattered to the floor. The others panicked, raising their weapons. Too slow. Alex moved like a shadow, weaving through them with precise, brutal efficiency. A punch to the throat. A dislocated arm. A shattered kneecap. Within seconds, every attacker was down. The hostages stared in stunned silence. Then, clap clap, clap. A slow, mocking applause echoed through the speakers. Alex looked up. A camera feed flickered on the bank's monitors. Joker's grinning face filled the screen. "Oh, Alex," Joker cooed, "you really do know how to put on a show. I'm so proud." Alex's fists clenched. This was never about the hostages, was it? Joker's grin widened. "Oh, please. I knew you'd handle the small fry. This was just a little test." And, guess what? The screen glitched. Then it showed a new location. Eternum Industries. Joker winked. Time for round 2. Then, the dream broke. Alex's blood ran cold. Joker wasn't pissed playing games. He was targeting Eternum directly. The real battle was about to begin. And this time, it wasn't just Alex's company at risk. It was everything. The setup. The air in Gotham's backstreets was thick with tension, the kind that clung to the skin like a cold sweat. It was the kind of night where danger lurked in the alleys, where every shadow felt like a pair of watching eyes. Alex Kent stood motionless under a flickering streetlight, his face neutral, his mind calculating. He wasn't here to fight, not with brute strength, and certainly not with his Beyonder abilities. Tonight, he was just a man. A man who had walked into the lion's den. Joker stood at the far end of the alley, grinning like a man who already knew the punchline to a joke no one else had caught onto yet. "Oh, I do love this part," the clown prince of crime cooed, twirling a butterfly knife between his gloved fingers. His purple suit shimmered under the dim light, his wide green eyes locked onto Alex with an unsettling amusement. The moment before someone makes a terrible decision. His smile widened, stretching his lips unnaturally. "So tell me, kid, what's it gonna be? Work for me, or become a fine piece of abstract street art?" Around them, Joker's goons tightened their grip on their weapons. Guns, knives, even blunt objects. They had come prepared. Alex didn't move, though his fingers rested lightly on a hidden device at his waist. He had accounted for many possibilities before coming here. But this was worse than expected. Joker wasn't just testing him, he was cornering him. And that meant Alex had to think fast. "The gambit." "Not interested," Alex said flatly, his tone void of fear. Joker pouted dramatically. "Oh, you wound me. And here I was, being all nice. Gave you a chance, a way out, but no, you wanna be difficult." He let out a sigh, rolling his shoulders before snapping his fingers. Immediately, the thugs surged forward. Alex moved first. His left hand twitched, dropping a small metallic orb to the ground. The moment it made contact, it erupted into a blinding flash of light. Bang! The concussive force sent Joker's men stumbling, some cursing, others dropping their weapons as they clutched at their eyes. Alex didn't waste a second. He tapped his belt, activating a retractable grappling line built into his coat. The moment it shot upward and latched onto a fire escape, he yanked himself off the ground just as a gunshot rang out below. The bullet missed him by inches. Alex landed smoothly on the rooftop, already sprinting toward the next building. He needed to get out of Joker's range before. A laugh echoed from below. "Oh, I like you, kid. You've got style," Joker called, his voice carrying eerily well through the city night. "But tell me, how are you gonna run from this?" Alex barely had time to react before he heard the unmistakable whoosh of a rocket-propelled grenade being fired. The Dark Knight arrives. There was a blur of movement. A sharp metallic clang. And suddenly, the RPG veered off course midair, detonating harmlessly against a nearby abandoned billboard. Smoke and debris rained down. Then, silence. Alex turned, his instincts on high alert. Joker's men hesitated below, their eyes darting around in confusion. Joker himself. He just grinned wider. "Oh," he practically purred. "He's here, isn't he?" A gust of wind brushed past Alex as a dark figure landed behind him on the rooftop. Batman. The Dark Knight enters. Alex didn't move as the caped figure rose to his full height, his silhouette cutting an imposing figure against the Gotham skyline. Even from behind, Alex could feel the weight of Batman's presence, the sheer intensity of his gaze, the quiet but unmistakable calculation behind it. Down below, Joker clapped his hands in mock delight. Bats, you always know how to make an entrance. You sure you're not stealing my bit? Batman didn't respond immediately. His eyes flicked toward Alex, assessing, before shifting back to Joker. Let him go, Batman said, his voice like gravel and authority woven together. Joker sighed dramatically. Oh, come on, Bats. Don't you see what I'm trying to do here? I'm nurturing talent. I mean, this one. He gestured wildly toward Alex. Oh, he's got potential. The right kind of potential. Wouldn't want that to go to waste, now would we? Batman took a slow step forward. I won't say it again. Joker giggled. Oh, I know. You never do. But tell you what, since you asked so nicely. He waved a hand. Boys, let's pack it up. I hate overstaying my welcome. Joker's men hesitated, then started backing away into the darkness. Joker winked up at Alex. See ya around, kid. Don't be a stranger. And just like that, he was gone. A silent understanding. For a few long seconds, neither Alex nor Batman moved. Then, you're not one of Joker's men, Batman said at last, his tone neutral but edged with curiosity. Alex exhaled slowly, keeping his expression unreadable. No. Batman studied him for a moment. Then, you used advanced technology. Custom made. Alex didn't answer right away. He could feel Batman's scrutiny, the way he was analyzing every word, every movement. One wrong slip, and the Dark Knight would turn his attention toward him in a way he didn't want. So Alex simply shrugged. I like to tinker. Batman's gaze didn't waver. Not many people in Gotham have that kind of tinkering skill. Alex met his gaze evenly. Not many people in Gotham use it for the right reasons. A pause. Then, unexpectedly, Batman nodded. Not in approval, not in agreement, but in acknowledgement. He turned away, his cape billowing behind him. Stay out of Joker's way. He doesn't let go of people easily. And just like that, he disappeared into the night. The aftermath. Alex let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The encounter had been brief, but it had changed things. Joker now knew of him. Batman now noticed him. Gotham had officially acknowledged his presence. And that was dangerous. As he left the rooftop, his mind was already running through his next steps. He had reached Sequence 8 of the Paragon Pathway. His abilities were evolving, but if he wanted to survive Gotham, he needed to evolve faster. Because this was only the beginning. Chapter 33, The Rising Storm. Eternum's growing shadow. Eternum Industries was growing too fast. What had started as a business meant to provide financial security and cover for his real activities had evolved into something far bigger. In just a few months, the company had already developed technology that could reshape Gotham's economy, and that kind of progress never went unnoticed. LexCorp wanted them crushed. Wayne Enterprises was watching. Gotham's underworld had started whispering his name. And worst of all, the Joker had taken an interest in him. Alex sat in his office, fingers steepled, as he went over the reports scattered across his desk. Joker had marked him. That alone was enough to turn an ordinary ITFE into a nightmare. The Clown Prince of Crime wasn't like other criminals. He didn't move for power or money. He moved for chaos. And Batman. Batman was a different kind of nightmare. Joker was unpredictable, but Batman was relentless. Once the Dark Knight set his sights on something, he never stopped until he had complete control of the situation. Right now, Alex was a variable Batman didn't understand. That meant Batman wouldn't rest until he had answers. Which meant time was running out. The door to his office swung open, and Evan Drake stepped inside. The company's acting CEO wasn't smiling. His usual sarcastic energy was replaced with something colder. You're distracted, Evan said, taking a seat across from Alex, and I don't like that look on your face. Alex exhaled, rubbing his temples. We got full interest of Joker now. Silence. Evan blinked. Once. Slowly. Then, after a long pause. You're still alive, Evan muttered, leaning back in his chair. So I assume that means Batman also showed up. Alex nodded. Evan let out a long breath. That's worse. Alex frowned. How do you figure? Joker's interest in you is bad, sure, Evan said, tapping the desk. But Batman, his expression darkened. Batman isn't just some lunatic who plays games. He's a strategist. He studies, plans. He doesn't let mysteries go unsolved. And I'm a mystery, Alex murmured. You're a problem. That made Alex's fingers tighten against the desk. Evan wasn't wrong. Batman wouldn't stop until he had every answer. And when he realized that Alex Kent wasn't just a businessman, that he was hiding something deeper, what then? That's not even the worst part, Evan continued. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a playing card. Alex's eyes narrowed. The Joker card. The same one Alex had found in his jacket after their encounter. Alex had left it behind. He hadn't brought it home. But Evan had still found one. This was on my desk when I walked into my office this morning. Evan said. His voice was even, controlled, but his grip on the card was too tight. Joker wasn't just playing with Alex. He was playing with Eternum. Evan's jaw tightened. We're on his radar. And that means we're on Batman's radar. And if Batman is watching us, Wayne Enterprises will be watching too, Alex finished. Evan nodded. Which meant they were out of time. Strength in shadows. Eternum's private laboratory was silent except for the soft hum of holographic displays. In the center of the lab, encased in a reinforced glass chamber, was one of their most ambitious projects, yet a self-repairing polymer that could reinforce infrastructure. A material that could repair itself at a molecular level. Dr. Lena Vasquez, his lead researcher, tapped the glass casing. We need a public demonstration, she said. Investors don't throw money at theories. Alex considered for a moment. We'll set up a live test. Something dramatic. A simulation of a real-world disaster, earthquakes, heavy impact forces. Make it so convincing that even skeptics have to believe. Lena smirked. That's going to cost. Then it's a good thing we're not broke. But even as he spoke, his mind was elsewhere. He could feel something shifting in the air around him. Joker, Batman, LexCorp, Wayne Enterprises. The weight of Gotham's attention was pressing in from every angle. He needed to be ready. The invitation. That same night, as Alex left the lab, his phone buzzed. An encrypted message. Meet me at the docks. Midnight. No sender. But the pattern was familiar. A potential informant. A trap. Either way, he needed to investigate. At exactly midnight, he arrived at Gotham's East Docks. The place reeked of salt, rust, and the lingering stench of crime. The air was thick with fog, rolling in from the bay like a living thing. A lone figure stood beneath a flickering street lamp, tall, wrapped in a heavy coat, face obscured. You came, the figure rasped. Alex folded his arms. You went through a lot of trouble to get my attention. Start talking. You're making enemies, Kent. The name sent a jolt through him, but he kept his face impassive. LexCorp isn't the only one watching. There are people in Gotham who don't like disruptions to the status quo. Alex's gaze sharpened. Let me guess, the kind of people who operate in the shadows. The figure stepped forward, revealing a scarred face. You're smart. But smart doesn't mean untouchable. Watch yourself. Gotham has its own rules. Alex met his gaze, unwavering. I make my own. The man grunted, tossing a small flash drive onto the pavement. Consider this a courtesy. Proof that you're already in deeper than you think. With that, he turned and vanished into the night. Alex picked up the drive and slipped it into his pocket. Whatever was coming, it was big, and he would be ready. The warning. Back at Eternum Industries, Alex and Evan plugged the flash drive into a secured, offline terminal. Encrypted files filled the screen: schematics, blueprints, surveillance footage. Someone had been tracking him. Images flickered his movements in Gotham, his meetings with investors, his encounter with Joker. But it was the symbol that stopped him cold. Hidden in the metadata of one of the encrypted files. A circle with an eye in the center. Evan inhaled sharply. This is the same symbol that was on that card, he muttered. Alex's stomach twisted, but his face remained calm. If someone knew his secret, that he wasn't just Alexander Kent, CEO of Eternum. If they knew what he really was. Then they weren't just watching. They were coming. And he needed to be ready. Gotham's nightmares. The city never slept. Especially not tonight. Mex stood on the rooftop of an abandoned warehouse near the docks, his gaze locked on the crumbling streets below. He wasn't alone. Gotham's underworld was shifting, reacting to his presence. The moment he stepped into this city, the moment Eternum Industries grew, the vultures started circling. And now, the Joker had taken an interest. Alex clenched his jaw. The flash drive from the previous night had confirmed that he was being watched. The same cryptic symbol from the playing card had appeared in the files. Someone had been tracking his movements, collecting data, watching his every step. Joker, Batman, LexCorp, the underworld, and something else. Something deeper. A gust of wind cut through the air, sending the scent of rust and damp concrete through the night. A single thought rang in his mind. He had to move carefully. The setup. Evan's voice crackled through his earpiece. You sure about this? Alex smirked. When am I ever not? A dry chuckle. Fair point. But you do realize you're walking into a potential war zone, right? More like testing the waters. Testing the waters with psychopaths and capes. Great plan, boss. Alex rolled his shoulders. Trust me. Evan sighed. Tine. But don't get yourself killed. That'd be bad for business. With that, Alex cut the feed and turned his attention back to the street below. Joker's message had been clear: he wanted a meeting. And in Gotham, ignoring an invitation from the clown prince of crime. That was the same as an open challenge. The joke's on you. At exactly midnight, Alex stepped into the abandoned amusement park near the docks. The air was thick with the stench of rotting wood and rusting metal. The laughter of a long-broken animatronic clown echoed through the empty fairground, distorted and unsettling. Then, slow applause. Joker, dressed in his usual purple salt, a wide grin stretched across his pale face. His yellowed eyes gleamed with amusement as he leaned against a ruined carousel. Ah, Alex Kent, I was beginning to think you didn't like me. Alex kept his expression neutral. I'm a busy man. Joker's grin widened. Oh, I know. CEO of that fancy new company, rubbing elbows with all the wrong people, and somehow, you're still walking around without a knife in your back. Impressive. Alex took a slow step forward. You wanted to talk, so talk. Joker tilted his head. Oh, but talking is so boring. I much prefer surprises. With a snap of his fingers, gunfire erupted. Alex dived behind a rusted popcorn stand as bullets tore through the air. Goons. At least 6. Joker cackled. Come on, kiddo. You didn't think I'd just have a little chat, did you? Alex's mind raced. No powers. Just his tech. Fine. His hand flicked to his belt, pressing a concealed trigger. Click. A second later, smoke erupted from his jacket, thick and blinding. Download app. Thermal vision engaged. His specially modified lenses lit up the area, revealing his attackers through the haze. 6 men, all armed. A flick of his wrist, miniature drones deployed, weaving through the smoke. Each one carried a non-lethal electric charge. Zap, zap, zap. 3 men dropped instantly, convulsing. The remaining 3 hesitated. Alex didn't. He surged forward, low and fast, slamming an electrified baton into the gut of the nearest thug. The man crumpled. 2 left. 1 swung a knife. Alex caught his wrist, twisted snap. The thug screamed, dropping the blade. The last one hesitated. Alex's voice was cold. Run. He did. As the smoke cleared, Alex turned back to Joker. Only to find a gun aimed right at his head. Joker grinned. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. Alex didn't flinch. You've made your point. Joker waggled the gun. Oh, I haven't even started. But you're fun. Different. I like that. Then, without warning, a batarang sliced through the air. Clang. Joker's gun went flying. A shadow dropped from the rafters, cape billowing. Batman. Joker scowled. Batsy, you always ruin my fun. Batman's voice was low, dangerous. Your fun ends now. Joker sighed dramatically. Fine, fine, but can't we at least? Flashbang. A sudden explosion of light and sound. By the time the flash cleared, Joker was gone. Batman turned to Alex, eyes unreadable beneath the cowl. You were reckless. Alex exhaled. I handled it. Batman stepped closer, looming. Joker doesn't play games. If he's interested in you, you're already in danger. Alex met his gaze, unyielding. I can take care of myself. Batman's silence stretched. Then a flicker of something. Recognition. He knew. Maybe not the full truth, but enough to suspect that Alex Kent wasn't just some young businessman in over his head. Finally, Batman turned. Stay out of this city's underworld. Kent. Then, just like that, he was gone. Alex stood alone, the weight of the night pressing down on him. Joker was interested. Batman was watching. And whatever came next. Alex sat in his dimly lit office, fingers tapping rhythmically against the desk. The small flash drive Batman had handed him earlier rested in his palm, its weight heavier than it had any right to be. This wasn't just evidence. It was an invitation. A choice. Batman had practically thrown him into the deep end, handing him enough leverage to dismantle a fraction of LexCorp's underground dealings, but not enough to end it entirely. Alex exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. Lex Luthor wasn't a man who made mistakes. If Batman had managed to get his hands on this data, it meant Luthor wanted it to be found, or at the very least, he had contingencies in place. So the question wasn't what to do with this information. It was how to use it without playing into Luthor's hands. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Alex said. Evan entered, a tablet in hand, looking as exhausted as ever. "I pulled what I could on LexCorp's transactions. You're going to love this. Turns out they've been funneling money through over a dozen shell companies, all tied to Gotham's underworld." Alex smirked. "Oh, you mean a multi-billionaire businessman is doing something illegal?" "I'm shocked." Evan ignored the sarcasm and tossed the tablet onto the desk. "It gets worse. Some of those funds, they trace back to contracts with private security firms, mercenaries." Alex's smirk faded. "Arming criminals and hiring guns. That's not just business, that's preparation." Evan nodded. "And you know who else is in the mix?" Alex's sighs darkened. "The League of Assassins." "Close," Evan said grimly. "Black Mask." A beat of silence. Black Mask was one of the most ruthless crime lords in Gotham. Unlike the Joker, he didn't thrive on chaos, he thrived on control. He ran his empire like a corporation, and if he was working with LexCorp, that meant Gotham's underworld was about to shift. Alex sighed. "Of course." Evan crossed his arms. "So, what's the plan? You going to turn this over to the police?" Alex gave him a flat look. Evan scoffed. "Yeah, didn't think so." Alex picked up the flash drive and twirled it between his fingers. "I need more information. Joker, LexCorp, Black Mask, there's a pattern here. I just don't see it yet." Evan raised a brow. "And how exactly do you plan to find that pattern?" Alex grinned. "By asking the right people. A meeting with the underworld." Gotham's East Side had always been a cesspool of crime, a place where deals were made in back alleys and bodies were dumped into the harbor. Alex walked into the Black Rose, a high-end bar that catered to Gotham's criminal clique. The air was thick with cigar smoke and whispered conversations, but he wasn't here for drinks. He was here for information. He approached the bartender, a grizzled man with scars running down his cheek. "I'm looking for Sienna." The bartender gave him a once-over before nodding toward a private booth. Sienna Falcone, one of the last remaining heirs to the Falcone crime family. She wasn't in the business herself, but she had connections. Alex slid into the booth across from her, lasting his alarming smile. "Evening." Alex slid into the booth across from her, flashing his most charming smile. "Evening." Sienna sighed. "You're either very stupid or very desperate to be sitting here, Kent." Alex's smile didn't waver. "Bit of both, honestly." She sipped her wine. "What do you want?" Alex leaned forward. "Black Mask. I need to know what he's planning." Sienna raised a brow. "And why would I tell you?" "Download app." Alex slid a small encrypted device across the table. "Because LexCorp's involved. And we both know Luthor doesn't play fair, not even with his allies." She hesitated, then sighed. "You're insane, you know that." Alex smirked. "It's been mentioned." Sienna exhaled slowly. "Fine. Black Mask has been moving product, high-tech weapons. But here's the thing, he's not selling them. He's stockpiling." Alex's fingers tightened slightly. "For what?" Sienna shook her head. "No one knows. But whatever it is, it's big." Alex leaned back. "Well, that's just fantastic." Stenna smirked. "You asked for answers. I never solved you'd like them." Alex chuckled. "Fair point." As he stood, Stenna's voice turned serious. "You're making enemies, Kent. Big ones." Alex's smirk softened. "Wouldn't be Gotham if I wasn't." The Bat returns. Alex barely made it back to Eternum before his security alarms went off. He sighed. "Oh, come on." A shadow moved in the corner of his office. Alex didn't even flinch. "You really need a doorbell." Batman stepped into the dim light, arms crossed. "You were at the Black Rose." Alex sighed. "Let me guess, you were watching." Batman's expression remained unreadable. "Black Mask isn't someone you can outmaneuver easily." Alex smirked. "Neither is Luthor. And yet, here we are." Batman's voice dropped. "This isn't a game. Alex's expression turned serious. I know. A beat of silence. Then, Batman tossed something onto the desk. A black envelope sealed with a familiar symbol. A skull. Alex's brow furrowed. And this is an invitation, Batman said grimly. To meet Black Mask. Alex exhaled slowly. Well, that was fast. Batman stepped closer. This isn't an opportunity. It's a trap. Alex smirked. Oh, I know. Batman's voice was low. Then why are you going? Alex's eyes gleamed. Because I love ruining people's peons. Batman didn't react, but there was something in his gaze a warning. You're walking into fire, Kent. Alex's smirk widened. Then let's see who gets burned first. The black envelope sat on Alex's desk like a loaded gun, silent but deadly, promising nothing but trouble. An invitation from Black Mask wasn't just a meeting request. It was a power play, a declaration that Alex had crossed a line he wasn't supposed to. Evan paced the room, arms crossed. This is insane. You can't seriously be thinking of going. Alex leaned back in his chair. I'd rather control the conversation than let him dictate it. Evan shot him a glare. He doesn't negotiate, Alex. He eliminates problems. And right now, you're the problem. Alex smirked. Then I'll have to be a problem he can't afford to eliminate. Evan sighed, rubbing his temples. You have a company to run. A public image to maintain. You can't just go waltzing into a crime lord's den like you're in some action movie. Alex's gaze darkened. I'm not going in as a hero, Evan. I'm going in as a businessman. Evan scoffed. Right. Because Black Mask is known for his ethical business practices. Alex ignored the sarcasm. He reached into his desk and pulled out a sleek black briefcase, one of his latest projects. Evan raised a brow. That another one of your little toys? Alex grinned. Something like that. Inside the briefcase were 3 of his latest inventions, each designed for situations exactly like this. The Phantom Cloak, a high-tech fabric embedded with chameleon-like nanotechnology, allowing him to blend into shadows. The Echo Dagger, a small, untraceable blade that emitted a subsonic pulse, disorienting anyone within a 5-foot radius. The Pulse Grenade, a compact EMP device, capable of knocking out electrons within a 20-meter radius. Evan sighed. You really think those gadgets are going to save you? Alex smirked. I think they'll keep me alive. Evan rubbed his face in frustration. Fine, just don't get yourself killed. Alex chuckled. No promises. The meeting was set for midnight at an abandoned steel factory on Gotham's outskirts. Classic. Alex arrived alone, dressed sharply in a dark suit, the Phantom Cloak discreetly integrated into his jacket. He walked through the massive rusted doors, his boots echoing against the hollow metal. The place was filled with Black Mask's men, armed, masked, and radiating hostility. Alex stopped in the center of the room, hands in his pockets. Nice place. Very industrial. A slow, deliberate clap echoed from the shadows. Black Mask stepped forward, dressed in his usual tailored suit and ominous skull mask. Alexander Kent. You've been causing problems. Alex smirked. It's a gift. Black Mask's chuckle was cold. And what exactly made you think it was a good idea to start digging into my operations? Alex tilted his head. Let's not play dumb. We both know Lex Luthor is using you. The room went deathly silent. Several of Black Mask's men stiffened, gripping their weapons. Black Mask's fingers twitched at his side. Careful, Kent. Alex took a step forward. Luthor doesn't share power, Roman. He's setting you up to take the fall the moment things get messy. Do you really think he'll let you walk away with Gotham and his tech? Black Mask's jaw clenched. Alex continued, voice smooth. I'm not your enemy, Roman. But you are standing in the middle of a chess game where Lex is 3 moves ahead. The question is, are you going to be his pawn? The tension in the room was palpable. Black Mask exhaled slowly. Then, he did something unexpected. He laughed. You've got balls, Kent. I'll give you that. Alex smiled. I hear it's a family trait. Black Mask studied him for a long moment. Then, he gestured to one of his men. Bring out the guest. Alex's smirk faltered. Guest. The warehouse doors opened, and Joker walked in. The moment Alex saw the Joker, every instinct screamed at him to move. But he didn't. Joker strolled into the room like he owned the place, dressed in his usual purple suit, his grin stretching far too wide. Ah, if it isn't the boy genius. I was hoping you'd show up. Alex kept his expression neutral. Didn't realize I was on your radar. Joker giggled. Oh, everyone's on my radar. But you're special. Black Mask's voice was ice. We had a deal, Joker. Joker's eyes flickered to him. Oh, relax, Roman. I just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Black Mask growled. He's mine. Joker's grin widened. Oh, I like that possessive tone. But you see, I have plans for dear Alexander, too. Alex sighed. Can you two argue over me after I leave? Joker cackled. Oh, I like you. Black Mask's patience snapped. He gestured to his men. Kill him. Joker clapped his hands. Ooh, it's party time. The room exploded into chaos. Alex moved first. He activated the phantom cloak, his body vanishing into the dim light as gunfire erupted. Where is he? One of Black Mask's men shouted. Alex moved like a ghost, weaving through the confusion. Joker, meanwhile, was laughing hysterically, pulling a pistol and shooting wildly. Oh, this is so much fun. Alex reached into his pocket and tossed the pulse grenade. A sharp EMP wave burst through the room. Lights flickered, weapons shorted out. Black Mask cursed. Find him. Alex didn't wait. He ran dodging between the confused mercenaries, heading straight for the exit. Then, a batarang whizzed past his head. Alex barely ducked in time. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Batman dropped from the ceiling, landing between Alex and the mercenaries. Black Mask snarled. You. Batman's eyes narrowed. Enough. Joker giggled. Ooh, I love when Daddy Bats shows up. Alex groaned. Worst timing ever. Batman turned his gaze to Alex. You need to leave. Now. Alex smirked. I was already doing that, thanks. Black Mask aimed a gun. You're not going anywhere. Batman moved. In a blur of motion, he disarmed Black Mask and took down 2 mercenaries in seconds. Alex didn't wait to see how the fight ended. He bolted, slipping through the chaos and disappearing into the night. Back at Eternum, Alex sat in his office, exhausted. Batman had saved his ass. And Joker was still out there. Evan walked in. Tell me that was the last time you pull something that stupid. Alex exhaled. Not even close. Gotham was a city on the brink. The war between Black Mask, Joker, and the other crime lords had escalated into full-scale chaos. Bombings, assassinations, shootouts. Every faction was scrambling for control while the GCPD struggled to contain the violence. And Alex Kent. He was watching. This was exactly what he wanted. A city tearing itself apart, the pieces shifting, the power structure unraveling. He had set things in motion now, all he had to do was guide them to his advantage. But Gotham was never predictable. And tonight, the city had other plans. A meeting in the dark. Alex sat in the back of a high-end Gotham lounge, watching the criminals, businessmen, and corrupt officials mingle under the dim lighting. He wasn't here for drinks. He was here for information. Across from him sat an informant, one of Black Mask's mid-tier enforcers, a man named Vincent Ralston. He was sweating, shifting nervously in his seat. You understand why I called you, right? Alex asked, his voice casual, yet laced with something sharper. Vincent nodded quickly. Yeah. Listen, I don't know who did it. Black Mask's entire network is on edge right now. Those fires. That wasn't just an attack. It was a message. And what message is that? Vincent swallowed hard. That someone out there ain't afraid of him anymore. Alex leaned forward slightly, pretending to look intrigued. Interesting. Of course, he already knew that. He was the one who had set Black Mask's empire ablaze. Sionis is looking for blood, Vincent continued. He's putting out contracts. Big ones. Anyone who so much as whispers the wrong name is getting wiped out. And Joker. Vincent laughed nervously. He's unpredictable as always. One second he's blowing up Penguin's stash houses, the next he's sending love letters to Black Mask. No one knows what he really wants. Alex smirked slightly. I do. Joker wanted chaos. And that was exactly what Alex had given him. Where's Sionis now? Alex asked. Vincent hesitated, then shook his head. No one knows. He's gone to ground. But he's planning something big. Alex nodded, standing up. Appreciate the info. Vincent exhaled in relief. So, we're good. Alex smiled. Of course. As he turned to leave, Vincent slumped back in his chair only to suddenly stiffen. His eyes went wide, his hands clutching his throat. He tried to speak, but only blood bubbled from his lips. Alex didn't even look back as the man collapsed, lifeless, a fine needle embedded in his neck. A silent assassin had done the job. Just as planned, Vincent had outlived his usefulness. And loose ends. They needed to be tied up. The clowns moved. Across the city, Joker was making his next play. The infamous Arkham Asylum loomed in the distance, its Gothic towers standing as a monument to Gotham's insanity. And tonight, it was under siege. Explosions ripped through the front gates, fire engulfing the facility as masked goons stormed in, cutting down security like paper dolls. The objective? A prison break. Dozens of criminals were freed, some small time, some monsters in their own right. But there was one target in particular. Harvey Dent. Two-Face. Joker waltzed into his cell like he owned the place, twirling a playing card between his fingers. Harvey. Long time no see. How's life treating ya? Half full or half empty? Two-Face scowled. What do you want, clown? Joker grinned. Well, I figured we could have some fun together. Gotham's looking a little boring lately. Needs a little spice. A little chaos. Two-Face hesitated, then flipped his coin. Heads. Tim listening. Joker's grin widened. The game was on. The Dark Knight intervenes. Alex had been expecting something big, but even he hadn't anticipated this. As news of the Arkham breakout spread, Gotham erupted into violence. Criminals flooded the streets, looting, killing, carving out their own pieces of the city. And right in the middle of it, Joker and Two-Face, making their move. Alex had been shadowing their operations for the past hour, keeping out of sight, gathering intel. He was careful not using his powers, relying only on his gadgets, weapons, and strategy. Because he knew Batman was watching. And sure enough, you shouldn't be here. The voice came from behind, deep and gravelly. Alex turned slowly, facing the Dark Knight himself. Batman stood on the rooftop, his cape billowing in the wind, eyes locked onto Alex like a predator. You've been interfering too much, Batman continued. Manipulating events. Creating more chaos. And, Alex smirked. You do the same thing, Bruce. You just do it with a cape and a scowl. Batman's jaw tightened. I don't play games with lives. Neither do 1 inch, Alex countered. But let's not pretend Gotham was ever going to get better on its own. You need people like me. No. Batman took a step closer. What I need is for you to stop before you get yourself killed. Alex chuckled. I didn't know you cared. I don't. Batman's eyes narrowed. But I won't let you make things worse. Then you might want to look behind you. Batman's expression flickered and then he moved. Fast. A grenade had been tossed onto the rooftop, rolling toward them. Batman snatched it mid-roll, hurling it over the edge just as it exploded, sending shockwaves through the air. From the alley below, a dozen armed goons swarmed, guns flashing as they opened fire. Alex dodged, rolling behind cover as Batman descended like a shadow, taking them down in seconds. Fists cracked against skulls, bodies collapsed within moments, the fight was over. But this was just the beginning. Because standing on the far end of the alley grinning, clapping slowly, was Joker. Oh ho ho. Batsy. And look, you brought a friend. Huh. Oh, this is just delicious. Batman tensed. Joker. Alex's mind raced. This wasn't the plan. Joker wasn't supposed to be here. And yet here he was. Well, Joker mused, stepping forward. What do we have here? A little rooftop rendezvous. Oh, I love these. Tell me, Bats, is this your new sidekick? Did you trade in the little bird for a mystery man? Ooh, how exciting. Batman didn't respond, but Alex, he smiled. Because now, things had just gotten interesting. Joker tilted his head, his Surte grin never faltering. The dim alley lights cast twisted shadows over his white-painted face, making his expression seem even more inhuman. Well, aren't we just a merry little group? He giggled, stepping forward with exaggerated theatrics. Batsy, you've been keeping secrets. Who's your new boy wonder? Or should I say, boy villain? Alex remained silent, watching Joker carefully. He knew better than to let the clown dictate the conversation. Batman, however, took a step forward. Joker. This ends now. Joker laughed. Oh ho. Bats, it's never that simple. You know that. We have so much more fun when things go boom. Or he pulled something from his coat, flipping it between his fingers. A trigger. When they go click, Batman moved instantly, a catarang already flying from his hand. Too late. Joker pressed the button. Boom. The warehouse behind them erupted into flames. The explosion sent a shockwave through the air, forcing Alex to brace himself as debris rained down. From the smoke, Joker's goons emerged, dozens of them, armed to the teeth. You see, Joker continued, giggling, I was feeling a little lonely tonight. Thought I'd throw a little party. And look, that's you crashed it. Alex's mind raced. He wasn't here to fight Joker directly. Not yet. But now, there was no choice. The goons opened fire. Bullets tore through the air. Batman moved like a shadow, weaving through the chaos, disarming gunmen in seconds. Alex, meanwhile, activated one of his gadgets, a pulse grenade. He tossed it into the center of the fray. Boom! A wave of EMP energy rippled out, frying the gunmen's weapons. Sparks flew as guns malfunctioned, leaving Joker's men scrambling. Ooh! Joker clapped. Fancy toys. I like him, Bats. He's got style. Alex ignored him, already moving. He dove behind cover, pulling out another device, a shock disc. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it flying toward the nearest thug. It latched onto the man's chest. Zap! He collapsed, convulsing as electricity coursed through his body. Batman, meanwhile, had cleared a path, dropping goon after goon with brutal precision. But Joker, he was just watching, grinning. Why? Download app. Alex's eyes narrowed. Joker wasn't the type to just let things unfold. He was always 5 steps ahead. Which meant, this was a trap. And then, a gunshot rang out. Batman twisted at the last second, but not fast enough. The bullet grazed his side, piercing through his armor just enough to make him stagger. Joker cackled. Oh ho ho. Gotcha, Batsy. Right in the wait, that's not your heart, is it? Oopsie. My aim must be off today. Alex's heart pounded. Batman was injured. And Joker wasn't done. But don't worry. Joker continued, pulling out another gun. I'll just fix that. Alex moved. Faster than he should have. He whipped out a smoke pellet, slamooning it against the ground. A thick, choking cloud erupted around them. Oh, dramatic. Joker coughed. I love it. But do you know what I love even more? Fire. And with that, he threw a flare. Straight into the smoke. It ignited instantly. The entire alley went up in flames. Alex felt the heat rush against his skin, his mind racing. He couldn't use his Beyander abilities, not here, not in front of Batman. Which meant, he had to outthink Joker. The escape. The flames raged around them, thick smoke choking the air. Batman was injured, his movements slightly sluggish. Joker's men were regrouping. They needed to get out. Now, Alex activated his grappling hook, firing it toward the fire escape above. We need to move. Batman hesitated, but only for a second. Then he followed, using his own grapple to ascend. Below them, Joker just laughed, watching them go. Oh, running away already. Come on, fellas, let's give him a send-off. Open fire. Bullets tore through the air. Alex and Batman barely made it to the rooftop before the gunfire shredded through their previous position. But they weren't safe vet. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Joker's voice echoed up from below. You boys are no fun. You always run away. Before the parties even started. Alex ignored him, turning to Batman. We need to regroup. You're injured. I'm fine. Batman growled. Alex's eyes flickered to the wound. It wasn't critical, but it was bad enough. You're not, Alex said flatly. And you know it. Batman didn't argue. Instead, he looked down at Joker, his jaw tightening. He had a plan. Of course he did. Alex crossed his arms. The question is, what's the real endgame here? Because this wasn't Joker's big move. This was just a distraction. And that meant, something much, much worse was coming. The unseen hand. Across the city, in a darkened skyscraper, a figure watched the chaos unfold through security feeds. His lips curled into a smile. Everything is proceeding as expected. A voice from the shadows spoke. Shall we proceed with Phase 2? The man nodded. Yes, Gotham has had its fun. Now, it's time for the real game to begin. From their vantage point on the rooftop, Alex and Batman watched as Gotham descended into chaos. Joker's attack wasn't just a distraction, it was a trigger. Across the city, sirens wailed as explosions lit up the skyline. Firefights broke out between gang factions, chaos spreading like wildfire. He planned this, Batman muttered, his fists tightening. This isn't random. Alex scanned the city. Joker was many things, but he wasn't the type to pull off large-scale coordinated attacks. This level of precision, this level of strategy, someone else was pulling the strings. Who benefits from Gotham burning? Alex mused. Joker loves chaos, but someone else is orchestrating this. Batman's gaze darkened. The League of Shadows would. So would the Black Mask. Or, someone new. Alex nodded. Whoever it is, they're using Joker as a catalyst. And that meant they had only one option. Find Joker, and force him to talk. The hunt begins. Joker's men were still scattered from their escape, but they wouldn't stay that way for long. We need to track him fast, Batinan said. He won't stay in one place for long. Alex pulled out a small drone from his belt. I planted a tracer on one of his men before we escaped. Batman glanced at him. Smart. I know. He activated the drone, watching as it mapped Joker's location. He's moving toward the docks, Alex noted. That's not his usual style. Because it's not his plan, Batman said. Someone's waiting for him there. Then we'd better get moving. They launched their grapples, disappearing into the night. The docks, a meeting in the dark. Joker strolled along the edge of the docks, humming a tune. The sound of waves lapping against the pier filled the silence. In the shadows, figures watched him. One stepped forward. A tall man in a suit, his face obscured by the darkness. You did well, Joker. Joker twirled. Ah, thank you. I do try to keep things lively. The city is in chaos, the man continued. Just as planned. Yes, all very fun. But, Joker's eyes narrowed, his grin still present. You never told me why you wanted Gotham to go boom boom. What's the punchline? The man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his coat and tossed something at Joker's feet. A briefcase. Your payment. Joker stared at it. Then, he kicked it into the water. I don't do this for money, Joker said, his voice suddenly deadly serious. I do this for the fun. So tell me, he stepped forward, his gaze dark and unreadable. What's the joke? The man finally smiled. The joke, dear Joker, is that Gotham's true rulers have finally decided to step out of the shadows. And then, gunfire erupted. Ambush at the docks. Batman and Alex landed silently on the cranes above, watching as figures emerged from the shadows. Gunmen. Dozens of them. They weren't Jokers. They weren't any known gang. Who are they? Alex whispered. New players, Hatman replied grimly. And they're trying to kill Joker. Should we let them? Batman didn't answer. Joker, meanwhile, cackled as the first shots rang out. Oh ho ho. This just got interesting. He dove behind a shipping container, laughing as bullets riddled the metal. Boys. Joker called out. If you wanted to dance, all you had to do was ask. Then, he pulled out a detonator. And pressed it. Boom. The docks erupted in flames. Containers exploded, sending shrapnel flying. The gunmen were thrown back, screams filling the air. Oh, that's beautiful. Joker howled. You people need to smile more. But the gunmen were relentless. They recovered fast, moving like trained soldiers. They're professionals. Alex noted, not just hired thugs. Then we take them down, Batman said. And they moved. The battle in the flames. Alex dropped first, landing behind one of the gunmen. Before the man could react, Alex slammed a shock disc into his back. Zappy. The man went rigid, then collapsed. Batman was already among them, moving like a shadow, taking down enemies with brutal efficiency. Joker, meanwhile, was laughing in the chaos, dodging gunfire with wild, erratic movements. Ooh, this is just like Christmas. He cackled. Except instead of presents, I get bullets. One of the gunmen turned spotted Mex. One of the gunmen turned spotted Alex. Alex whipped out a smoke bomb and threw it. Poof. The man choked on the sudden cloud of gas. Alex moved fast, closing the distance and slammed his fist into the man's throat. The gunman dropped. But more were coming. Bats. Joker called out, you know, you could have just let me die. But you're just too much of a goody-goody. Batman silenced him with a punch to the face. Joker staggered, laughing. Ooh, Daddy Bats is mad. I like it. Then, a helicopter appeared overhead. Spotlights bathed the docks in blinding light. A voice echoed through speakers. This is Overwatch. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender. Alex's eyes narrowed. Who the hell? Batman was already moving. Time to go. Ah, leaving already. Joker called out. We were just getting to the punchline. But he wasn't laughing anymore. Because whoever these people were, they weren't cops. They weren't the government. They were something else. And that meant Gotham's true game had only just begun. The whirring blades of the helicopter sliced through the night sky as it hovered above the burning docks. The blinding spotlights cut through the smoke and flames, illuminating the chaos below. A deep, authoritative voice boomed through the loudspeakers. This is Overwatch. Stand down, or you will be terminated. Batman's jaw tightened. Overwatch. Alex muttered, taking cover behind a shipping container. Who the hell are these guys? Not GCPD, Batman responded. Indefinitely not government. Mercenaries. Possibly. But working for who? Their answer came when the gunmen, who had been fighting Joker just moments ago, stopped shooting. Instead of turning their weapons on the newcomers, they lowered them. They were waiting for this, Alex realized. They weren't here to kill Joker. They were delivering him. And now their employer has arrived, Batman added. Stay sharp. Joker's reaction. Joker, to his credit, looked intrigued. Well, he called out, waving his arms dramatically. If it isn't the mystery guest. And here I thought I was the star of the show. The helicopter door slid open, and a figure stepped onto the edge, bathed in shadows. You always were an unpredictable asset, Joker, the voice sobbed, smooth and calculating, but your usefulness is at an end. Ooh, big words. Joker grinned. But tell me, who are you, and why do you sound like you? Gargle with glass shards every morning. The figure stepped into the light. A tall, well-dressed man with slicked back hair, wearing a dark tactical suit beneath his coat. His cold, tercing eyes scanned the chaos below, unimpressed. Who the hell is that? Alex whispered. Batman's expression darkened. LexCorp branding on his equipment. He's one of Luthor's men. Luthor's involved. Looks like it. The man looked down at Joker. Your role was simple. Create disorder. Provide a distraction. And yet, you couldn't even do that properly. Joker blinked, before bursting into maniacal laughter. Oh, you're one of those guys. The one have a big plan and everyone has to follow it type. Tell me, what's your big, scary goal? The man's eaves narrowed. Gotham belongs to us now. Joker's laughter stopped. For the first time, his smile faltered just for a fraction of a second. Then, he tilted his head. Oh, now that's interesting. Kill him, the man ordered. Escape into the flames. The gunmen raised their weapons. Joker moved first. With a wild grin, he yanked the pin from a grenade on his belt. Time for a magic trick, boys. He dropped it at his feet. Boom. Smoke and debris exploded outward, creating instant chaos. Move. Batman ordered, already grappling away. Alex followed, but his size locked onto the helicopter. The Luthor operative had disappeared back inside. We can't let them leave. Alex muttered. They know something. One problem at a time, Batman replied, already dodging gunfire as the mercenaries reoriented. Joker's getting away, Alex warned. Batman's eyes flicked toward the fleeing clown, disappearing into the maze of burning shipping containers. We split up, Batman decided. You take the mercenaries. I'll deal with Joker. Alex hesitated for only a second before nodding. Got it. And then, they moved. The pursuit. Batman versus Joker. Batman's cape billowed as he sprinted across the burning docks, leaping over fallen debris. Joker's cackling echoed through the smoke-filled air. Batsy, you just can't stay away, can you? A gunshot rang out. Batman dodged, the bullet ricocheting off a metal beam. Joker emerged from behind a crate, holding a stolen rifle. Ooh, I've always wondered what would happen if I just shot you. Batman moved. Before Joker could react, a batarang sliced through the air, hitting his wrist. The gun clattered to the ground. Ow. Joker pouted, shaking his hand. That was rude. Batman punched him hard. Joker staggered, laughing through the pain. Oh, Batsy, this is why I love you. Tell me who hired you, Bottinen growled. Joker grinned, blood on his teeth. Oh, but that would ruin the fun. Batman grabbed him by the collar. Who hired you? Joker's eyes twinkled. Wouldn't you like to know? Before Batman could respond, a detonation rocked the docks. Boom. Ooh, Joker giggled. Looks like my ride's here. A speedboat burst through the flames, heading straight for the docks. See ya later, Bats. Joker saluted before diving into the water. Batman threw a tracker, but Joker was gone. The fight Alex vs. Overwatch. Meanwhile, Alex was outnumbered. The mercenaries moved like a military unit, coordinating their fire. He moved fast, dodging between crates, using the environment to his advantage. He wasn't using his Beyonder powers, but he was using his tech. He activated his pulse gauntlet. Zap! A burst of EMP energy fried the nearest merc's weapon. Another rushed him. Alex sidestepped, tripping the man before slamming a shock baton into his ribs. Crack! The mercenary collapsed. He's using tech, one of them shouted. Adapt! Another soldier pulled out a drone, sending it whirring into the air. Alex reacted instantly, throwing a jammer disc. Poof! The drone fell, disabled. Cute trick, Alex muttered. He turned just as the lead mercenary lunged at him with a combat knife. Alex barely dodged, his suit's reinforced plating taking the glancing cut. You're not just some vigilante, the Mir growled. Who trained you? Alex smirked. Wouldn't you like to know? He activated his hidden blade and parried the next strike. The mayor's eyes widened, but before he could react, Alex drove his fist into the man's solar plexus. The mercenary collapsed, gasping for breath. Your team's done, Alex said. Now start talking. But before he could force answers out of the man, the helicopter above roared to life. All units, fall back, a voice ordered. Phase 1 is complete. The Mirs, still standing, retreated toward extraction points. Damn it, Alex hissed. He pulled out his grapple, launching himself after them. But the helicopter was already rising. We'll meet again, the operative called out. And next time, you won't be so lucky. The chopper disappeared into the night. Aftermath. Batman regrouped with Alex as the flames continued to burn. Joker's gone, Batman said. And whoever those Mirs were, they're working for someone bigger. Luthor, Alex guessed. Maybe, Batman admitted. But this is bigger than him. This is organized. They looked at the burning city. And it's only just begun. The docks aftermath. The fires at the docks burned well into the night, sending thick plumes of smoke into the Gotham sky. The distant sound of sirens grew louder. GCPD was finally arriving, long after the real action had ended. Alex stood beside Batman, both of them watching as the flames slowly consumed what was left of the battlefield. We didn't get any solid answers, Alex muttered. We got more than you think, Batman countered. He pulled a small tracking device from his belt. Joker may have escaped, but he won't stay hidden forever, Batman said. I tagged his speedboat before he disappeared. We'll find him. And those mercs. They were too coordinated to be a random group. They're trained. Professional. LexCorp level professional. Batman was silent for a moment before answering. Possibly. But we can't prove it yet. Yet, Alex echoed. He exhaled, running a hand through his hair. So what now? We investigate. We follow the money. And we prepare for whatever's coming next. Alex nodded, but deep down, he knew. Whoever was pulling the strings behind tonight's attack wasn't done. Not even close. GCPD arrives. A convoy of GCPD cruisers screeched to a halt near the wreckage. Officers poured out, weapons drawn, sweeping the area. A black sedan pulled up behind them. And Commissioner James Gordon stepped out. His trench coat billowed slightly in the wind as he took in the destruction. Jesus, he muttered, adjusting his glasses. What the hell happened here? Batman stepped forward. Joker was here. He had help. Gordon's eyes flicked between the two of them. And who the hell is he? Alex glanced at Batman. They hadn't exactly talked about what to call him in these situations. A temporary ally, Batman answered vaguely. For now. Gordon pinched the bridge of his nose. Great. Another masked vigilante. Relax, Alex said dryly. I don't bite. That doesn't make me feel any better, Gordon muttered. We need to talk, Batman interrupted. Privately. Gordon hesitated, then gestured for his men to give them space. Once they were alone, he crossed his arms. Talk. There were mercenaries here tonight, Batman said. Well equipped. Well funded. Gordon exhaled sharply. Any idea who they work for? Not yet, Batman admitted. But they weren't here to kill Joker. They were here to retrieve him. Gordon's expression darkened. Someone's protecting him. More than that, Alex said, someone's using him. Gordon shook his head. You're telling me the Joker is taking orders from someone. Not willingly, Batman said. But even he has limits. Which means someone bigger is behind this, Alex added. And they just made their first real move. The name in the shadows. There is one lead. Batman said. A name. Gordon raised an eyebrow. Whose? Overwatch. Gordon's expression froze. For a fraction of a second, Alex could have sworn he saw a flicker of recognition in the commissioner's eyes. You've heard of them, Batman said immediately. Gordon hesitated. I've heard rumors. Then start talking, Alex pressed. Gordon sighed. Nothing concrete. Just whispers. Black Ops mercenaries. No official records. No known employer. Just a name that pops up in the worst places. And now they're in Gotham, Batman said. Which means Gotham just got a lot more dangerous. Gordon muttered. He looked at the burning wreckage one last time. I'll see what I can dig up. But be careful. If Overwatch is really involved, you don't want to be on their radar. Too late for that, Alex muttered. Eternum Industries, the next morning. Alex barely got 3 hours of sleep before he was back at his company. The chaos from last night was still fresh in his mind, but he had other problems now. Running a multi-million-dollar tech empire wasn't exactly stress-free. His assistant, Lena, was already waiting for him as he walked into his office. You have 5 meetings scheduled today, she said, handing him a tablet with a list of appointments. The R&D department needs approval for the next phase of the biotech project. Your legal team wants to discuss patents, and cancel everything, Alex said. Lena blinked. Excuse me. Reschedule it. Prioritize security upgrades instead, he said, sitting down at his desk. Something big is happening in Gotham, and I don't want Eternum caught in the crossfire. Lena hesitated, but then nodded. Understood. She turned to leave but then paused. Oh, one more thing. What? You have a visitor. Alex raised an eyebrow. Who? She stepped aside, and standing behind her was Bruce Wayne. A conversation between masks. Alex's expression didn't change, but internally, he was already calculating. Bruce Wayne. Alexander Kent, Bruce said, offering a polite smile. Or should I say, the young genius behind Eternum Industries. To what do I owe the pleasure? Alex asked. Bruce sat down across from him. I wanted to meet the man who's been making waves in Gotham's tech industry. Flattering, Alex said dryly. But I doubt that's the only reason you're here. Bruce's smile didn't fade. Gotham is changing. New players are entering the field. I like to keep track of promising entrepreneurs. Alex leaned back. You're wondering if I'm a threat. I'm wondering where you stand, Bruce corrected. The room was silent for a moment. Then, you already know, Alex said simply. Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly. Alex smirked. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. Bruce held his gaze for a long moment, then, slowly, he smiled. Smart, he admitted. I can see why people are watching you. People. Luthor, Bruce said. Others. You're on their radar. I figured. Watch your back, Kent, Bruce said, standing up. You're playing in a dangerous game now. I know, Alex said. And I plan to win. Bruce gave him one last look before turning to leave. But just before he stepped out the door. One last thing, Alex said. Bruce paused. Yes. Tell Batman I said thanks. Bruce didn't react. Didn't even blink. But as he walked away, Alex could have sworn he saw the faintest hint of a smirk. Eternum Industries, Hidden Lab. As soon as Bruce Wayne left, Alex locked the door behind him and activated the security lockdown on his office. The sleek metal panels along the walls shifted, revealing a hidden elevator. He stepped inside, pressing his hand against a biometric scanner. Confirm identity, Alexander Kent, a female Al voice said. Access granted. The elevator descended deep below the building, far beneath the public levels of Eternum Industries. This was his real domain. As the doors opened, Alex walked into a massive underground research facility, filled with cutting-edge technology far beyond anything the world had seen. Blueprints hovered in holographic displays. Prototype weapons and gadgets lined the walls. In the center of the lab stood a massive quantum computer, its interface displaying complex calculations running in real time. And sitting in front of it, waiting for him, was Eve. You've been busy, she remarked, not even looking up from the screens. So have you, Alex said. Did you find anything on Overwatch? Eve sighed, turning the screen toward him. Not much, she admitted. They're ghosts. No official records, no financial trails. Just disappearances and cover-ups. And their connection to Joker. Still unknown, Eve said. But whoever they are, they don't just operate in Gotham. They have a global presence. Alex frowned, scanning the data. So we're dealing with a secret organization that has unlimited funding, military-grade tech, and no moral compass, he muttered. Great. Not just that, Eve said. They have their eyes on you now. Alex's gaze snapped to her. Explain. Eve tapped a few keys, pulling up a new set of surveillance feeds. Footage from security cameras around Eternum's buildings. There's been an increase in unidentified operatives near your facilities, she said. They're watching us. Alex's jaw tightened. They're not just watching, he said coldly. They're testing us. The spy among them. A sudden ping interrupted their conversation. Eve turned back to the screen. We have a problem. Bigger than mercenaries stalking us. Alex asked. Yes, she said. We have a mole inside Eternum. Alex's expression darkened instantly. Who? Eve zoomed in on an employee's security logs. Download app. This guy, she said. David Langley. Junior researcher in the R&D division. But his access logs don't match his clearance level. She pulled up another window, showing security footage of Langley sneaking into restricted areas. He's been siphoning classified data for weeks, Eve said, and sending it to an external server. Alex clenched his fists. Who is he working for? Still tracing the connection, Eve said. But it's not a coincidence this is happening right after Overwatch appeared. Alex exhaled slowly. Get me everything on him, he said. His background, his family, his movements, everything. Already on it, Eve replied. What do you want to do when we confirm his allegiance? Alex's expression was stone cold. We send a message, he said. The hunt begins. That night, Alex moved. Disguised under one of his alternate identities, he tracked Langley's movements through Gotham. The man was cautious, but not enough. After hours of waiting, Langley finally made a move, slipping into a dimly lit warehouse near Gotham's industrial district. Gotcha, Alex muttered, activating his stealth systems. His suit shimmered as adaptive camouflage kicked in, blending into the shadows. Silently, he followed. Inside, Langley pulled out a secure laptop, logging into an encrypted server. Alex activated his signal interceptor, hijacking the transmission in real time. The screen flickered, and a new message appeared. Status report. Langley typed quickly. Extraction scheduled. Awaiting further instructions. There was a pause. Then, understood. Proceed as planned. Overwatch out. Alex's eyes narrowed. Bingo. A sudden turn. Alex was about to move, when the warehouse lights exploded in a burst of sparks. A figure dropped from the rafters, landing between Langley and the exit. A tall woman, clad in a sleek, futuristic combat suit, her face hidden behind a reflective visor. Langley, she said coolly. You've been compromised. Langley froze in terror. Wait, I can fix this. Just give me. Crack. In a blur of motion, she snapped Langley's neck with a single strike. In a blur of motion, she snapped Langley's neck with a single strike. Alex barely had time to react before she turned and looked straight at him. Face to face with Overwatch. You're good, she said, her voice modulated. But not good enough. Alex moved instantly, drawing his shock blade and lunging. Only for the woman to vanish in a burst of movement. Enhanced reflexes, Alex realized. She's augmented. She reappeared behind him, aiming a wrist-mounted pulse weapon at his head. Alex dodged, the blast grazing past him and melting a chunk of the concrete wall. We don't need to be enemies, she said, circling him. You're smart. You know what's coming. Join us. Not interested, Alex said flatly. Pity, she said. We could have used someone like you. She moved, but Alex was ready. Faster than any normal human should be able to. As she lunged, he triggered a miniature EMP grenade, forcing her systems to momentarily glitch. It was only a split-second advantage, but it was enough. Alex struck, his blade slicing through her visor, exposing her face underneath. For a brief moment, their eyes met. And Alex felt a jolt of recognition. You. Her expression didn't change. We'll meet again, Mr. Kent, she said. Then, in a blur of motion, she activated a teleportation device and vanished. Leaving Alex alone in the ruined warehouse and with more questions than answers. The storm is coming. Alex stood there for a long moment, his mind racing. Whoever Overwatch was, they weren't just some mercenary group. They had resources, technology, and operatives who could match him. And they were interested in him. Eve, he said, activating his comms, we need to accelerate our plans. Understood, she replied. What's the next move? Alex's eyes darkened. We go on the offensive. Because one thing was certain now, this wasn't just about Gotham anymore. This was the beginning of a war. Eternum Industries, hidden lab. Alex's size remained fixed on the security feed, replaying the encounter with the Overwatch operative. Her face. It was familiar. But from where? Eve, run a facial recognition scan on the woman I just fought, Alex said. Check government databases, military records, and black market listings. Move. The name in the shadows. There is one lead. Batman said. A name. Gordon raised an eyebrow. Whose? Overwatch. Gordon's expression froze. For a fraction of a second, Alex could have sworn he saw a flicker of recognition in the commissioner's eyes. You've heard of them, Batman said immediately. Gordon hesitated. I've heard rumors. Then start talking, Alex pressed. Gordon sighed. Nothing concrete. Just whispers. Black Ops mercenaries. No official records. No known employer. Just a name that pops up in the worst places. And now they're in Gotham, Batman said. Which means Gotham just got a lot more dangerous. Gordon muttered. He looked at the burning wreckage one last time. I'll see what I can dig up. But be careful. If Overwatch is really involved, you don't want to be on their radar. Too late for that, Alex muttered. Eternum Industries, the next morning. Alex barely got 3 hours of sleep before he was back at his company. The chaos from last night was still fresh in his mind, but he had other problems now. Running a multi-million-dollar tech empire wasn't exactly stress-free. His assistant, Lena, was already waiting for him as he walked into his office. You have 5 meetings scheduled today, she said, handing him a tablet with a list of appointments. The R&D department needs approval for the next phase of the biotech project. Your legal team wants to discuss patents, and cancel everything, Alex said. Lena blinked. Excuse me. Reschedule it. Prioritize security upgrades instead, he said, sitting down at his desk. Something big is happening in Gotham, and I don't want Eternum caught in the crossfire. Lena hesitated, but then nodded. Understood. She turned to leave but then paused. Oh, one more thing. What? You have a visitor. Alex raised an eyebrow. Who? She stepped aside, and standing behind her was Bruce Wayne. A conversation between masks. Alex's expression didn't change, but internally, he was already calculating. Bruce Wayne. Alexander Kent, Bruce said, offering a polite smile. Or should I say, the young genius behind Eternum Industries. To what do I owe the pleasure? Alex asked. Bruce sat down across from him. I wanted to meet the man who's been making waves in Gotham's tech industry. Flattering, Alex said dryly. But I doubt that's the only reason you're here. Bruce's smile didn't fade. Gotham is changing. New players are entering the field. I like to keep track of promising entrepreneurs. Alex leaned back. You're wondering if I'm a threat. I'm wondering where you stand, Bruce corrected. The room was silent for a moment. Then, you already know, Alex said simply. Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly. Alex smirked. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. Bruce held his gaze for a long moment, then, slowly, he smiled. Smart, he admitted. I can see why people are watching you. People. Luthor, Bruce said. Others. You're on their radar. I figured. Watch your back, Kent, Bruce said, standing up. You're playing in a dangerous game now. I know, Alex said. And I plan to win. Bruce gave him one last look before turning to leave. But just before he stepped out the door. One last thing, Alex said. Bruce paused. Yes. Tell Batman I said thanks. Bruce didn't react. Didn't even blink. But as he walked away, Alex could have sworn he saw the faintest hint of a smirk. Eternum Industries, hidden lab. As soon as Bruce Wayne left, Alex locked the door behind him and activated the security lockdown on his office. The sleek metal panels along the walls shifted, revealing a hidden elevator. He stepped inside, pressing his hand against a biometric scanner. Confirm identity, Alexander Kent, a female Al voice said. Access granted. The elevator descended deep below the building, far beneath the public levels of Eternum Industries. This was his real domain. As the doors opened, Alex walked into a massive underground research facility, filled with cutting-edge technology far beyond anything the world had seen. Blueprints hovered in holographic displays. Prototype weapons and gadgets lined the walls. In the center of the lab stood a massive quantum computer, its interface displaying complex calculations running in real time. And sitting in front of it, waiting for him, was Eve. "You've been busy," she remarked, not even looking up from the screens. "So have you," Alex said. "Did you find anything on Overwatch?" Eve sighed, turning the screen toward him. "Not much," she admitted. "They're ghosts. No official records, no financial trails. Just disappearances and cover-ups. And their connection to Joker. Still unknown," Eve said. "But whoever they are, they don't just operate in Gotham. They have a global presence." Alex frowned, scanning the data. "So we're dealing with a secret organization that has unlimited funding, military-grade tech, and no moral compass," he muttered. "Great. Not just that," Eve said. "They have their eyes on you now." Alex's gaze snapped to her. "Explain." Eve tapped a few keys, pulling up a new set of surveillance feeds. "Footage from security cameras around Eternum's buildings. There's been an increase in unidentified operatives near your facilities," she said. "They're watching us." Alex's jaw tightened. "They're not just watching," he said coldly. "They're testing us. The spy among them." A sudden ping interrupted their conversation. Eve turned back to the screen. "We have a problem. Bigger than mercenaries stalking us?" Alex asked. "Yes," she said. "We have a mole inside Eternum." Alex's expression darkened instantly. "Who?" Eve zoomed in on an employee's security logs. "Download app. This guy," she said. "David Langley. Junior researcher in the R&D division. But his access logs don't match his clearance level." She pulled up another window, showing security footage of Langley sneaking into restricted areas. "He's been siphoning classified data for weeks," Eve said. "And sending it to an external server." Alex clenched his fists. "Who is he working for?" "Still tracing the connection," Eve said. "But it's not a coincidence this is happening right after Overwatch appeared." Alex exhaled slowly. "Get me everything on him," he said. "His background, his family, his movements, everything." "Already on it," Eve replied. "What do you want to do when we confirm his allegiance?" Alex's expression was stone cold. "We send a message," he said. "The hunt begins." That night, Alex moved. Disguised under one of his alternate identities, he tracked Langley's movements through Gotham. The man was cautious, but not enough. After hours of waiting, Langley finally made a move, slipping into a dimly lit warehouse near Gotham's industrial district. "Gotcha," Alex muttered, activating his stealth systems. His suit shimmered as adaptive camouflage kicked in, blending into the shadows. Silently, he followed. Inside, Langley pulled out a secure laptop, logging into an encrypted server. Alex activated his signal interceptor, hijacking the transmission in real time. The screen flickered, and a new message appeared. "Status report." Langley typed quickly. "Extraction scheduled. Awaiting further instructions." There was a pause. Then, "Understood. Proceed as planned. Overwatch out." Alex's eyes narrowed. Bingo. A sudden turn. Alex was about to move, when the warehouse lights exploded in a burst of sparks. A figure dropped from the rafters, landing between Langley and the exit. A tall woman, clad in a sleek, futuristic combat suit, her face hidden behind a reflective visor. "Langley," she said coolly. "You've been compromised." Langley froze in terror. Wait, I can fix this. Just give me." Crack. In a blur of motion, she snapped Langley's neck with a single strike. In a blur of motion, she snapped Langley's neck with a single strike. Alex barely had time to react before she turned and looked straight at him. Face to face with Overwatch. "You're good," she said, her voice modulated. "But not good enough." Alex moved instantly, drawing his shock blade and lunging. Only for the woman to vanish in a burst of movement. Enhanced reflexes, Alex realized. She's augmented. She reappeared behind him, aiming a wrist-mounted pulse weapon at his head. Alex dodged, the blast grazing past him and melting a chunk of the concrete wall. "We don't need to be enemies," she said, circling him. "You're smart. You know what's coming. Join us." "Not interested," Alex said flatly. "Pity," she said. "We could have used someone like you." She moved, but Alex was ready. Faster than any normal human should be able to. As she lunged, he triggered a miniature EMP grenade, forcing her systems to momentarily glitch. It was only a split-second advantage, but it was enough. Alex struck, his blade slicing through her visor, exposing her face underneath. For a brief moment, their eyes met. And Alex felt a jolt of recognition. "You." Her expression didn't change. "We'll meet again, Mr. Kent," she said. Then, in a blur of motion, she activated a teleportation device and vanished, leaving Alex alone in the ruined warehouse and with more questions than answers. The storm is coming. Alex stood there for a long moment, his mind racing. Whoever Overwatch was, they weren't just some mercenary group. They had resources, technology, and operatives who could match him. And they were interested in him. "Eve," he said, activating his comms, "we need to accelerate our plans." "Understood," she replied. "What's the next move?" Alex's eyes darkened. "We go on the offensive." Because one thing was certain now: this wasn't just about Gotham anymore. This was the beginning of a war. Eternum Industries, Hidden Lab. Alex's eyes remained fixed on the security feed, replaying the encounter with the Overwatch operative. Her face. It was familiar. But from where? "Eve, run a facial recognition scan on the woman I just fought," Alex said. "Check government databases, military records, and black market listings." "Already on it," Eve responded. "But it's not going to be easy. If Overwatch is as covert as we think, they've erased her from public records." Alex clenched his jaw. Overwatch had resources, that much was clear. And now, they were making moves in Gotham. "Any updates on the data Langley was sending?" he asked. "Decrypted 40% so far," Eve said. "It looks like blueprints for advanced biotech, something that can enhance human physiology." Alex's eyes narrowed. "Super soldier tech," he muttered. "That's how she moved so fast." "Exactly," Eve said. "And if they have one enhanced operative, they might have dozens." Alex exhaled slowly. "Then we hit them first. The counterattack." He pulled up a map of Gotham, pinpointing locations where Overwatch had been spotted. Red markers flashed across the screen. "These are their supply lines," Alex said. "Safe houses, black market connections, off-the-books shipments." Eve whistled. "That's a lot of infrastructure for a secret group." "We shut it down," Alex said. "Systematically. Cut off their funding, cripple their logistics, and make Gotham a hostile environment for them." Eve smirked. "You really know how to make enemies." "They made me their enemy first," Alex said coldly. "Now, we return the favor." The first strike. Alex moved swiftly. Using one of his underworld identities, he orchestrated a coordinated series of attacks across the city. Bribed port officials redirected Overwatch's weapons shipments. Cyberwarfare teams planted viruses in their financial accounts, draining millions. Street-level informants spread false rumors, turning Gotham's criminal factions against them. Within 48 hours, Overwatch lost 4 safe houses, 3 arms deals, and 2 high-ranking operatives. It was a devastating blow. And Alex wasn't done yet. The meeting with Batman. He knew his actions wouldn't go unnoticed. That's why, when Batman appeared on Eternum Tower's rooftop that night, Alex wasn't surprised. "You've been busy," Batman said, stepping out of the shadows. "So have you," Alex replied evenly. "I assume you're here about Overwatch." Batman's eyes narrowed. "You've been dismantling their operations, what do you know?" "Enough to be a problem for them," Alex said. "They're not just mercenaries, Bruce. There's something bigger." Batman folded his arms. "And how exactly do you know that?" Alex smirked. "Let's just say I had a close encounter." Batman studied him carefully. "Stay out of this, Alex," he said. "This isn't your fight." Alex chuckled. "You really think I have a choice?" Batman didn't answer. But the silence spoke volumes. "Overwatch won't stop," Alex said. "They came after me. That means they're already inside Gotham's power structure." Batman exhaled. "Then we do this together." Alex arched an eyebrow. "Did you just say we?" Alex arched an eyebrow. "Did you just say we?" "Don't make me regret it," Batman muttered. Alex grinned. "Let's make some noise, then." The raid on Overwatch. That night, Alex and Batman struck first. A covert Overwatch base hidden beneath an abandoned subway station was their target. Batman moved silently, his cape billowing as he glided across the rafters. Alex, using his stealth salt, infiltrated through the ventilation system. Inside, Overwatch operatives patrolled, armed with advanced weaponry. They're using military-grade energy rifles, Alex whispered into his comms. This isn't black market tech. This is government level, which means they have deep connections. Batman replied, stay low. We need intel, not just destruction. Alex nodded. Moving Itki ghosts, they reached the central server room. I'll hack their systems, Alex said. Cover me. Batman vanished into the shadows as Alex pulled out his neural interface device, plugging it into Overwatch's network. Data flooded the screen, and then, a red alert blared through the base. Intrusion detected. Lockdown engaged. We've been made. Alex muttered. Get the data and get out, Batman ordered. Alex worked fast, pulling critical files onto his drive. Then, the doors burst open, and heavily armed Overwatch enforcers stormed in. Engage targets. Gunfire erupted. Alex dodged, rolling behind a control panel. Batman moved like a phantom, disarming 3 guards in seconds. Alex triggered an EMP blast, frying their advanced rifles. The tide turned instantly. Within moments, the last Overwatch agent collapsed, knocked unconscious by Batman. We're clear, Alex said. Let's move. Batman nodded. We need to analyze that data now. The truth behind Overwatch. Back at the Batcave, Alex and Batman pored over the stolen files. What they found was worse than expected. Project Prometheus Human Augmentation Program. Funding source, undisclosed. Operational leader, unknown. Primary objective, creation of enhanced operatives. They're not just a mercenary group. Alex said grimly. They're a full-scale Black Ops organization. Batman's expression darkened. And someone high up is funding them. Alex exhaled. Which means this fight is just beginning. Aftermath of the raid. Inside the Batcave, the soft glow of holographic screens cast sharp shadows across the stone walls. Data streamed in endless lines of text, but it was what they didn't see that worried Alex the most. Someone erased crucial files, Alex muttered. They knew we were coming. Not just someone, Batman said, his voice cold. Overwatch has an inside man. Someone with clearance high enough to cover their tracks this fast. Alex exhaled slowly. They weren't dealing with a Ron faction, this was deliberate. How much did we recover? He asked. Enough to confirm Overwatch isn't just in Gotham, Batman said, pulling up a world map. Several red blips lit up New York, London, Moscow, Shanghai. They're global, Alex muttered. And someone in Gotham is keeping them hidden, Batman added. That's where we start. Alex nodded. We need to find their backer. Batman's expression darkened. I already have a suspect. The name that changed everything. With a few keystrokes, Batman pulled up a corporate profile. The name on the screen made Alex's blood run cold. Lex Luthor. CEO, LexCorp. Net worth, $85 billion. You think Luthor's funding them? Alex asked. It fits. Batman said. Overwatch has access to cutting-edge biotech, military tech, and vast resources. LexCorp has its hands in all of those industries. Alex frowned. But why? Luthor's obsessed with control, Batman said. He's been looking for ways to counter Superman for years. Overwatch might be his insurance policy against Kryptonians or something worse. Alex leaned back, processing the implications. If Luthor was involved, this wasn't just a mercenary operation, this was a long-term game. Then we hit him first. Alex said. Before he knows we're onto him. Breaking into LexCorp. Luthor's security was no joke. LexCorp Tower was one of the most fortified buildings in Metropolis, guarded by state-of-the-art AL defenses, biometric scanners, and even Luthor's personal security force. A frontal assault was impossible. We need a different approach, Alex said. Something subtle. Batman studied the building's schematics. There's an old service tunnel beneath the tower. It connects to the city's underground infrastructure. It's not on any of Luthor's official blueprints. Then that's our way in, Alex said. The infiltration. At midnight, they moved. Dressed in stealth salts, Alex and Batman made their way through the Metropolis sewer system. The air was thick with the scent of damp concrete and rusted metal. This place is disgusting, Alex muttered. Stay focused, Batman said. After navigating a maze of tunnels, they reached an access hatch beneath LexCorp Tower. We're in, Alex whispered. Activating a holography disruptor, he bypassed the security locks on the hatch. A moment later, they climbed into a maintenance corridor deep within LexCorp. Inside the Lion's Den, The facility was eerily silent. Too silent. Something's wrong, Batman said. Yeah, Alex agreed. No guards, no patrols. Luthor wouldn't leave his tower unprotected. Then, a metallic clang echoed down the hallway. Move, Batman ordered. They barely had time to react before a wall-mounted turret activated, unleashing a barrage of high-velocity plasma rounds. Alex threw a flash grenade, momentarily blinding the turret's sensors. Batman moved in a blur, using his grappling hook to scale the wall and disable the turret's power source. We need to move faster, Batman said. Security's already adapting. Alex nodded, tapping into his hacking module. I'm accessing their network. Got it. He pulled up a blueprint of the facility. Luthor's private lab is on the 82nd floor, Alex said. If he has any connections to Overwatch, they'll be there. Luthor's secrets. Moving swiftly, they reached an elevator shaft and scaled their way up to the 82nd floor. The lab's entrance was sealed with a genetic lock keyed to Luthor's DNA. Alex smirked. Lucky for us, I planned ahead. From his belt, he pulled out a small vial. You stole Luthor's DNA? Batman asked, raising an eyebrow. A while back, Alex admitted. Figured it might come in handy someday. Using a biometric replicator, he tricked the scanner into recognizing him as Luthor. The door slid open. Inside, rows of cryo chambers lined the walls. Inside them, humans floated in a state of suspended animation. Each one bore surgical scars, enhanced musculature, and implanted neural chips. These are Overwatch operatives, Batman said grimly. Luthor's been making them. Alex stepped forward, scanning the lab's computer files. Project Titan, Phase 3. Objective: create the perfect super soldier. Status: awaiting activation. He's making an army, Alex muttered. These aren't just mercenaries, they're genetically enhanced soldiers. Batman's jaw tightened. We can't let this happen. The escape. Suddenly, a loud alarm blared. Intruders detected. Security lockdown engaged. Time to go, Alex said. But before they could move, the cryo chambers began opening. Luthor just activated them. Batman growled. One by one, the enhanced soldiers stepped out. Their eyes glowed red, a clear sign of cybernetic augmentation. We need to fight our way out, Alex said. The battle. The first soldier lunged. Batman dodged, using a shock gauntlet to disable the neural implants. Alex flipped backward, using an EMP grenade to disable 2 more soldiers. But they kept coming. They're adapting. Alex realized. They're adapting. Alex realized. Then we stop holding back, Batman said. With precise strikes, they disabled the remaining operatives, taking them down before they could fully react. Move, Batman ordered. They sprinted down the hallway as LexCorp security closed in. Alex tossed a smoke bomb, covering their escape. Through sheer speed and precision, they reached a windowed corridor overlooking the city. No way out, Alex muttered. Batman smirked. There's always a way out. He fired his grappling hook and swung through the glass. Alex followed, landing on the rooftop of a neighboring building. Behind them, LexCorp Tower went into full lockdown. We'll have to go through the data later, Batman said. For now, we disappear. Alex nodded. Luthor knows we're onto him. He won't stay quiet for long. Let him come, Batman said. We're ready. Back in the Batcave, Alex and Batman examined the data they had stolen from LexCorp. The holographic screen projected a detailed overview of Project Titan, revealing disturbing details. Luthor's been experimenting for years, Batman said, scanning the files. He's creating enhanced soldiers with cybernetic implants and neural conditioning. And Overwatch is just one part of it, Alex muttered. He's running multiple projects in different countries. Some are even funded by government black budgets. Then we need to shut him down, Batman said. Before these projects go online. Alex nodded. But if we move against him now, we risk exposing ourselves. Luthor controls too many media outlets, he can spin this against us. We don't need to attack head-on, Batman said. We just need to make him vulnerable. Eternum strikes back. The next day, Alex activated Eternum Industries' Black Ops division. From a secure underground facility, he assembled his top operatives. Luthor has eyes everywhere, he told them. So we move in the shadows. Our goal is simple: cripple his network. Disrupt supply chains. Expose corruption. Make LexCorp bleed. His team nodded. Within hours, Eternum launched a covert campaign. Anonymous leaks exposed LexCorp's illegal projects. Hackers infiltrated Luthor's offshore accounts, draining millions. Supply lines were sabotaged, delaving military-grade shipments. The effects were immediate. News outlets exploded with corruption scandals. Stockholders panicked as LexCorp shares plummeted. Luthor's political allies distanced themselves. He's losing control, Batman observed. But it won't be enough to stop him. That's why we hit him next, Alex SATD. Personally. The meeting with Luthor. 2 nights later, Alex received an invitation. Mr. Kent, I believe we have much to discuss. Lex Luthor. Batman narrowed his eyes. It's a trap. Of course, Alex smirked. But I'm walking in anyway. Face to face with the devil. Dressed in a tailored suit, Alex entered Luthor's private penthouse in Metropolis. Luthor sat at a massive desk, a glass of whiskey in his hand. You've been busy, Luthor said, smiling. Impressive work, really. Most people wouldn't dare challenge me. You make it easy, Alex said, sitting down. Funding Black Ops death squads tends to attract attention. Luthor chuckled. Come now, let's not pretend this is personal. We both know how the world works. Power is what defines men like us. Then let's get to the point, Alex said. Shut down Overwatch. Cancel Project Titan. Or I burn LexCorp to the ground. Luthor's smile didn't fade. And if I refuse? Alex leaned forward. Then you get to find out what it's like to lose everything. Luthor exhaled slowly. You're an interesting man, Mr. Kent. More dangerous than your brother, I'd say. Then you should know I don't bluff. Alex said. For the first time, Luthor's expression hardened. Neither do 1 inch. The lights in the room dimmed. Security doors slammed shut. And from the shadows, 4 armored enforcers stepped forward, Luthor's personal guards. You didn't think I'd let you walk out of here, did you? Luthor asked. Oh, I was counting on it. Alex smirked. The fight. The first enforcer lunged. Alex dodged, twisting midair as he activated his kinetic barrier. The impact sent the guard flying backward. The second fired a shock round. Alex countered with an energy dampener, redirecting the attack into the ceiling. 2 more charged. Lex used a sonic pulse emitter, disrupting their neural implants and stunning them. In seconds, all 4 guards were disabled. Luthor stared, unimpressed. Clever. But do you really think you can intimidate me? Alex smirked. I don't need to. I already won. The final blow. A notification flashed on Luthor's holographic desk display. LexCorp stock down 40%. Investors pulling funding. Government agencies initiating investigation. Luthor's face darkened. What did you do? I just pushed a few buttons, Alex said. And now, every law enforcement agency is looking at you. Luthor clenched his jaw. You can either shut it all down willingly, Alex said, standing. Or watch your empire crumble. Silence. Then, Luthor exhaled. You win this round, Kent. I win every round, Alex corrected. Without another word, he turned and walked away. The end of Overwatch. 2 days later, LexCorp officially dissolved Project Titan. Overwatch ceased operations. And Luthor. He was weakened but not defecated. He'll come back, Batman warned. Luthor never truly loses. Alex nodded. Then we'll be ready. The fall of Project Titan sent shockwaves through the criminal underworld. The fall of Project Titan sent shockwaves through the criminal underworld. With LexCorp under investigation, many of Luthor's secret operations were compromised. Corporate allies distanced themselves, government contracts were suspended. International black market buyers turned cautious. But Alex knew this was just a temporary setback for Luthor. He'll rebuild, Batman said. He always does. Then we make sure he doesn't recover this time, Alex replied. Eternum's expansion. With LexCorp weakened, Alex seized the moment. He expanded Eternum Industries, acquiring valuable assets. LexCorp's abandoned R&D facilities. Former LexCorp scientists and engineers. Government contracts redirected to Eternum. In just a week, Eternum became a dominant player in Gotham's tech industry. You're replacing Luthor, Batman observed. Be careful not to become him. Alex smirked. I'm not building a criminal empire. I'm securing the future. Let's hope you remember that, Bottinen muttered. The Joker's next move. Meanwhile, the Joker had gone silent. His escape from Arkham had been too crazy. He's planning something big, Batman said. He doesn't stay quiet for long. Then let's force him out, Alex suggested. They leaked false information spreading rumors that Batman had uncovered Joker's hidden cache of explosives. The bait worked. 3 nights later, Joker struck back. The Gotham massacre begins. Boom. An explosion rocked Gotham's financial district. Smoke and fire engulfed the streets. Joker's voice crackled over the city's emergency frequencies. "Hello, Gotham. Miss me? I was getting bored so I decided to liven things up. Let's play a game, shall we? 3 bombs. 3 locations. You have 15 minutes. Tick-tock." Chaos erupted. Citizens panicked, scrambling to evacuate. "We need to split up," Batman said. "I'll handle the first bomb. You take the second." Alex nodded. "And the third? We'll figure it out." The race against time. Alex arrived at Wayne Tower, where the second bomb was planted. Security was already evacuating people. "Status?" Alex asked over comms. "First bomb is defused," Batman responded. "Hurry, we're running out of time." Alex activated his neural scanner, detecting the bomb's radio signals. "Joker rigged it with a failsafe," he muttered. "Cutting the wrong wire triggers detonation." He took a deep breath. Then, snip. The countdown stopped at 0:02. "Bomb 2 is neutralized," Alex said. "What about the third?" Batman's voice was grim. "I can't find it." Then, Joker's laughter echoed through the city's loudspeakers. "Download app. Oops. Did I forget to mention? The third bomb is a person, and their heart is the trigger. The hostage dilemma. He turned someone into a living bomb," Alex realized. "And if they panic, it detonates," Batman added. "Where is the hostage?" Alex asked. "GCPD is tracking signals. We need to move now." The final confrontation. The hostage, a young woman, was found in an abandoned amusement park. Joker was waiting. "Ah, there you are." Joker grinned. "Did you enjoy my little scavenger hunt?" "Let her go, Joker," Batman growled. Joker tilted his head. "Now, where's the fun in that?" "Then let's make a deal," Alex said. "You want chaos, right? Then take me instead." Joker's eyes lit up. "Oh ho. Now that's an offer." "Let her walk free," Alex continued. "And you can do whatever you want with me." Batman shot him a glare, but Alex winked. Joker giggled. "All right, deal." He let the woman go. Then, bang. Joker shot Alex in the chest. Batman lunged forward, but Alex was already moving. Despite the impact, Alex rolled with the shot, using his reinforced armor to absorb the bullet. Joker's eyes widened. "Hey, that's cheating. So is using hostages," Alex snapped. Then, he punched Joker across the face, knocking him unconscious. The crisis was over. The aftermath. Joker was returned to Arkham. The hostage was safe. And Gotham. It lived to see another day. "You took a risk," Batman said later. "Joker could have killed you. He never kills his favorite toys." Alex smirked. "And now, he's back where he belongs." Batman sighed. "Until next time." "Yeah," Alex muttered. "Until next time." GCPD's heavily armed convoy escorted the Joker back to Arkham Asylum. "This time, we made sure all security measures are in place," Commissioner Gordon assured Batman and Alex. The armored transport was reinforced, escorted by multiple SWAT teams, and monitored via satellite surveillance. Yet, Alex knew it was only a matter of time before Joker escaped again. "It never ends, does it?" Alex muttered. Batman simply glanced at him. "No, it doesn't." Eternum's response. With Joker back in Arkham, Alex turned his focus to Eternum. "The financial district is still recovering," Lucius Fox reported. "Investors are hesitant. Gotham is unpredictable. We need to control the narrative," Alex said. "Eternum should be seen as Gotham's future its stabilizer." Eternum Industries funded rebuilding efforts. Offered high-tech security solutions to businesses. Increased recruitment of top-tier engineers and scientists. This wasn't just philanthropy, it was power consolidation. Batman noticed. "You're securing Gotham under your influence." "I'm securing Gotham from people like Joker and Luthor," Alex corrected. "There's a difference." Batman didn't argue. "The criminal underworld reacts. Joker's defeat created a power vacuum. And in Gotham, power never stays unclaimed." "Penguin's making moves," Selina Kyle reported. "He's absorbing Joker's abandoned operations." "Let him," Alex said. "Penguin is predictable. Joker wasn't." Selina smirked. "Cold, calculating, and ruthless. You sure you're not a Gotham villain?" "I prefer pragmatic," Alex replied. But deep down, he knew he was walking a fine line. A new threat emerges. While Gotham recovered, Alex sensed something else brewing. Someone was watching. He felt it. A presence lurking just beyond his perception and intelligence beyond the usual Gotham crime lords. Whoever they are, Alex thought, they've been waiting for this moment. Then, a letter arrived at Eternum Industries. No return address. No sender. Just 3 words. The game begins. Alex's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Alex sat in his private office at Eternum Industries, staring at the letter. The game begins. No signature. No symbols. No fingerprints. But the message was clear: someone had plans for him. Evan. Alex called, tossing the letter across the desk. What do you make of this? Evan picked it up, reading the words aloud. Sounds like someone thinks they're clever. Who in Gotham doesn't? Alex muttered. Analyzing the threat. Alex had multiple enemies in Gotham. LexCorp, corporate sabotage, Penguin, underworld rival, the League of Shadows potentially watching, Batman, not an enemy, but not exactly a friend either. Yet, this letter didn't feel like any of them. This was different. A game. And Alex hated games he wasn't controlling. Find out where it came from, Alex ordered. I want an answer by tonight. Meanwhile, in Gotham's underworld. Deep within the Lieberg Lounge. Oswald Cobblepot the Penguin poured himself a glass of the finest scotch. Kent's company is becoming a problem, he muttered. Too much influence, too fast. A shadow moved across the room. Then perhaps, the voice whispered, it's time to test his limits. Penguin smirked. And you'll be the one to do it. The figure stepped into the dim light. A man in a crisp black suit, with golden playing card cufflinks. The game's already begun, Cobblepot, the man said, and Kent. He's just another player. Alex sat in his lab, running every forensic scan possible on the letter. No ink inconsistencies, no fingerprints, no traceable fibers. The paper itself was unbranded, chemically treated to prevent aging. Whoever sent this wasn't just careful, they were flawless. That narrowed the list of suspects. Evan, Alex called out, tossing the letter aside. Did we trace the origin? Evan walked in, shaking his head. Whoever sent this covered their tracks completely. Alex narrowed his eyes. That's not an answer I like hearing. You think I do? Evan muttered. This isn't just some rival company or street-level thug. This is someone with real resources. Alex tapped his fingers against the desk. Then we forced them to show their hand. That night, the first attack came. It wasn't loud. It wasn't messy. It was precise. One of their data servers overheated, causing a chain reaction that wiped out an entire section of their research archives. Millions of dollars in projects gone. Security breach. Evan shouted as alarms blared through the building. Alex rushed to the control room, pulling up surveillance feeds. What the hell happened? One of the analysts looked panicked. No external breaches. It was internal. Alex's blood ran cold. An inside job. Someone was already in his company. Shut down all systems, Alex ordered. We're running this manually until we find the mole. A shadow in Gotham. Meanwhile, across the city, a figure watched from the rooftops. Batman. He had been tracking strange digital disruptions across Gotham, and they all led back to one name: Eternum Industries. What are you playing at, Kent? Bruce murmured, narrowing his eyes. His earpiece crackled. Batman, Oracle's voice came through. We just detected another anomaly. Your company's AL security just tripped a failsafe. Bruce's eyes darkened. Someone was hacking Gotham's systems, and somehow, Alex was in the middle of it. Alex didn't sleep that night. The sabotage at Eternum Industries wasn't just an attack on his company, it was a direct challenge. Someone was testing him, seeing how he would react. But what worried him more was Batman's involvement. If Bruce Wayne was taking interest, it meant this wasn't just corporate espionage. Something bigger was happening. Evan, Alex said, voice sharp. We're locking down everything. No data access without a direct biometric. Sean. Evan nodded. And the mole? We let them think they're still safe. You want to bait them? No, Alex said, standing up. I want to see how desperate they get. Meanwhile, in the Batcave, Bruce pieced together the attack. Download app. Every major security system in Gotham had been subtly probed. The timing of the breach perfectly aligned with Eternum's sabotage. Someone was pulling strings from the shadows. Oracle, Batman said, adjusting his gauntlet. Keep watching Eternum. If they're involved, we need to know how. Understood, Oracle replied. But be careful, Batman. Whoever did this isn't just skilled, they're untouchable. Bruce's eyes narrowed. No one is untouchable. The mole strikes again. 2 nights later, the mole made their next move. Alex had deliberately left a false data trail, pretending to transfer highly classified project blueprints to an off-site location. At exactly 2:43 a.m., the system detected unauthorized access. Got you, Alex whispered. But the moment he tried to trace the hacker, his entire network collapsed. They knew it was a trap. Evan cursed. They just fried our whole system in retaliation. Alex's jaw tightened. Then it's time we stop playing defense. A meeting in the dark. At midnight, Alex left his office and headed to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Gotham. Someone had requested a meeting, someone claiming to have answers. When he arrived, the factory was pitch black. A voice echoed from the shadows. You shouldn't have come alone, Kent. Alex smirked. Who said I'm alone? Suddenly, a small device on his wrist activated, sending out a burst of ultrasonic waves. A figure lurched out of the darkness, chitching their head in pain. Nice trick, the stranger growled. But it won't save you. Maybe not, Alex admitted. But it bought me time. A flashbang went off, filling the room with blinding light, and when the smoke cleared, the stranger was gone. Alex's grip tightened. This was just the beginning. The factory was silent, save for the distant hum of Gotham's industrial district. Mech stood motionless, letting the shockwaves of the encounter settle in his mind. The mole wasn't working alone. They had outside help, someone who had anticipated his traps, knew how to counter his technology, and had the skill to disappear without a trace. He didn't like that. Evan, Alex said over his hidden comms, scrub everything. If we have a leak, we need to find out how deep it goes. Already on it, Evan's voice came through. But Alex, this is bad. They just erased our system remotely. That kind of control means they have someone inside, Alex finished. And I think I just met their partner. Back at Eternum, the tech team worked through the night. By sunrise, the conclusion was clear. It wasn't just a hack, Lena reported. It was a complete data overwrite. Someone injected a self-replicating virus into our mainframe. How much did we lose? Alex asked. Everything. Alex's expression remained calm, but inside, he was already making calculations. The mole's benefactor wasn't just skilled, they were playing at a level far above standard cyber warfare. Then we change the game, Alex decided. From now on, Eternum operates offline. No more digital vulnerabilities. Evan frowned. That'll slow us down. Not as much as letting them keep winning. The attack on Eternum wasn't just corporate sabotage. It was personal. Someone had gone out of their way to erase his research, bypass his security, and leave a message only he could understand. And that meant one thing. They knew what he was. His phone buzzed, breaking him out of his thoughts. It was Evan. Alex, we have a problem. Define problem, Alex said, already reaching for his coat. You need to get to the office. Now. Something in Evan's tone made him pause. What happened? We've been infiltrated. Back to Eternum. Alex arrived at the office in record time. Evan was waiting for him at the security checkpoint, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Tell me everything. Evan handed him a tablet. Look at this. Alex tapped the screen, and a security feed appeared. The footage was from inside their server room. At 3:22 a.m., the doors slid open despite the fact that Alex's personal biometric lock should have prevented unauthorized access. A figure in a sleek, black tactical suit stepped inside. They moved without hesitation, without uncertainty. Like they belonged there. We can't ID them. Evans said. Their suit blocks facial recognition and infrared tracking. Whoever they are, they knew exactly how to bypass our systems. Alex's eyes narrowed. Did they take anything? No. But they left something. Evan handed him a small, black playing card. A Joker card. Alex stared at it, heart beating just a little faster. Joker's behind this. We don't know, could be a message, could be a trap. But whatever it is, it's bad. The Joker card lay in Alex's palm, its message clear. Meet me at the old Ace Chemicals factory. Midnight. Come alone. Or don't come at all. Ace Chemicals. Where the Joker was born. The place had been shut down for years, but it was still infamous. No sane person would go there voluntarily. But sanity had never been part of Gotham's rules. You're not seriously considering going, are you? Evan asked, watching Alex carefully. Of course I am, Alex replied. Joker doesn't send empty threats. If he wants me there, it's because he already has a plan. Refusing to show up won't stop it. It could be a trap. It's definitely a trap. Evan scowled. Then why walk into it? Alex smirked. Because I want to see who thinks they can control the board. Joker isn't the kind to play other people's games. If someone's using him to bait me, I need to know who. Then at least take some backup. Alex shook his head. Joker said to come alone. If I show up with an army, I lose whatever chance I have to learn the truth. Evan sighed. And Batman, if he wanted to stop me, he would have done it already. That's not an answer, Alex. Alex exhaled. No, it's not. Midnight at Ace Chemicals. The old factory loomed ahead, rusted pipes and shattered windows making it look even more haunted under the pale moonlight. Alex parked his car a few blocks away and approached on foot. The entrance was wide open, an invitation. Inside, flickering lights barely illuminated the large, abandoned warehouse. A single chair sat in the center of the room. And in it, Joker. Dressed in his usual purple suit, he leaned back casually, spinning a knife in his hand. Alex Kent, he grinned. Took you long enough. Alex stopped a few feet away. You're making this awfully dramatic. Joker laughed. Gotham loves a little drama. Now, be a good boy and sit. Alex didn't move. Why am I here, Joker? Joker sighed. Straight to business. You're no fun, you know that. But all right, I'll play along. He leaned forward, grinning. Someone wants you dead. Shocking. Oh, I know. But here's the fun part, one don't know who it is. That made Alex pause. You don't. Joker spread his hands. Cross my heart and hope to die. Someone's been feeding me information. Little tidbits about you and your company. Very juicy stuff. But the thing is, I don't like being used. So, I figured I'd let you know. Because when someone tries to play me, I like to play back. Alex narrowed his eyes. Why tell me? Joker leaned in, eyes gleaming. Because I want to see what you'll do about it. Alex stared at Joker, trying to gauge just how much of this was truth and how much was his usual chaos. You expect me to believe you don't know who's feeding you information? Joker's grin widened. Oh, you wound me, Alex. I may be crazy, but I'm not stupid. Debatable. Joker cackled. See, that's why I like you. Always with the sharp tongue. But no, really I don't know. They're smart. Too smart. They cover their tracks well, never contacting me directly. Just little gifts, neatly packaged. Information about you, your business, your. He twirled his knife, tilting his head. Secrets. Alex's gaze didn't waver. And what do you get out of this? Oh, it's simple. Joker leaned back in his chair. I want to make things fun. And what's more fun than a mystery? Someone wants you out of the picture. I want to see if you can figure out who before they make their move. And if I don't play along? Joker shrugged. Then you're a very boring man, and I might just have to kill you out of principle. Joker reached into his coat and pulled out a small flash drive. Here's a little something to get you started. Call it a gift, or a ticking time bomb. Either way, I'm entertained. Alex took it cautiously. What's on it? Wouldn't you like to know? But hey, if I were you, I'd check it sooner rather than later. Alex pocketed the drive. And if this turns out to be a trap, Joker's eyes gleamed, then you'll have a very bad day indeed. Before Alex could respond, a sudden gust of wind cut through the warehouse, and a shadow dropped from the rafters. Batman. He landed in a crouch, cape billowing behind him. Joker. His voice was low, filled with quiet menace. Joker's grin didn't fade. Bats. Always showing up right when things get interesting. Batman's eyes flickered to Alex. You shouldn't be here. Neither should you, Alex shot back. Batman ignored the comment. Joker, whatever game you're playing, it ends now. Joker sighed dramatically. Oh, bats, always ruining my fun. But don't worry, I was just leaving. You're not going anywhere. Joker smirked. You gonna stop me? Before Batman could move, Joker pressed a button on a small remote and suddenly, the entire warehouse exploded into flames. Gas pipes ignited, sending plumes of fire in every direction. Oops. Joker laughed, vanishing into the smoke. Looks like I left the stove on. Surviving the inferno. The flames spread fast. Move. Batman shouted, already grabbing Alex's arm and pulling him toward an exit. Alex didn't resist. He wasn't stupid enough to stay in a burning building. But as they ran, a section of the ceiling collapsed, blocking the main way out. Backup plan? Alex asked. Batman tossed him a grappling gun. Use this. Alex didn't hesitate. He fired the hook toward a steel beam and launched himself upward, just as Batman did the same. The two of them swung through a shattered window, landing safely outside as the warehouse collapsed behind them. Alex dusted himself off. Well, that was dramatic. Batman turned to him, eyes narrowing. Why were you meeting with Joker? He invited me. Seemed rude to decline. This isn't a joke, Kent. Neither was that explosion, Alex shot back. Maybe focus on that instead of interrogating me. Batman's expression didn't change. Joker doesn't meet people unless he has a reason. What did he give you? Alex pulled out the flash drive. Homework. Batman held out his hand. I'll take it. Alex smirked. Yeah, that's not happening. You don't know what's on it. Neither do you. They stared each other down for a moment. Then Batman exhaled. Be careful, Kent. Joker doesn't play fair. Neither do 1 inch. Batman hesitated, then, without another word, he turned and vanished into the night. Alex looked down at the flash drive. Whatever was on it, he was about to find out. Evan paced the office, processing the weight of what they had just seen. So Lex Luthor, the Falcons, and half of Gotham's elite want us buried. He exhaled sharply. We knew we were making enemies, but this is next level. Alex remained calm. They think they've cornered us. But they don't realize, he smirked. I don't play by their rules. Evan raised an eyebrow. Meaning, we don't fight them in the open. We undermine them from the shadows. All right, I'm listening. Alex leaned forward. First, we need to secure our assets. We can't let them cut off our resources. Step 1. Securing the supply chain. LexCorp had already started tightening its grip on Eternum suppliers. Delayed shipments. Sudden price hikes, standard corporate warfare. We need a new logistics network, Alex said. One that bypasses LexCorp's influence. Evan nodded. I've got a few contacts overseas. If we shift production to independent suppliers outside Gotham's reach, we can buy ourselves time. Do it. But that wasn't enough. Also, Alex continued, start securing private shipping routes. If we control the supply chain directly, they can't strangle us. Evan smirked. That's going to cost. Then it's a good thing we're making money. Step 2. Hitting back. LexCorp thrives on government contracts, Alex said. If we start disrupting those. Evan's eyes lit up. They take a hit. Exactly. Asterisk. Alex had already been gathering dirt on Luthor's shadier business dealings. Illegal human experimentation, environmental violations, bribery. LexCorp wasn't as clean as it pretended to be. I'll leak some of it anonymously to the press, Alex sold. Let's see how he handles some bad publicity for a change. Evan chuckled. You're enjoying this, aren't you? A little. Asterisk. Step 3. The Joker problem. Joker's unpredictable, Evan pointed out. How do we deal with him? Alex tapped his fingers on the desk. We don't fight him. We redirect him. Asterisk. Evan blinked. How? Joker doesn't care about power or money. He cares about chaos. Alex pulled up a map of Gotham. The Falcons have been expanding into smuggling and arms deals. That's where they're vulnerable. Evan caught on immediately. We make Joker think they double-crossed him. Exactly. If Joker believed the Falcone family was trying to control him, he'd tear them apart. Setting the trap. I'll send Joker a little gift, Alex said. Something that points him in the right direction. Evan grinned. This is going to be fun. The next move. As the night deepened, Alex's plans were already in motion. Lex Luthor wanted to play games. He had no idea what he had just started. The soft hum of Eternum Industries' security systems filled Alex's office, a constant reminder of how far he had come. Screens flickered with real-time data, financial reports, R&D progress, and the latest market movements. His company was growing, but so were the enemies circling like vultures. Evan Drake sat across from him, his expression unreadable. We've got another issue, he said, sliding a file across the desk. Alex opened it, scanning the contents. His eyes narrowed. Wayne Enterprises. Evan nodded. They're watching us closer than before. At first, it was just passive interest, but now. They're actively looking into our tech. We're on their radar, and not in a good way. Alex leaned back, exhaling slowly. Bruce Wayne's company doesn't just spy for fun. If they're doing this, it means they think we're either a threat, or a puzzle they need to solve. Lena Vasquez, his lead researcher, entered the office without knocking. It's worse than that, she said, placing a tablet on the table. Someone tried to breach our firewall. They didn't succeed, but it was sophisticated military grade. This wasn't some corporate snooping. Someone out there wants our secrets. Alex's mind raced. Wayne Enterprises wouldn't resort to cyberattacks. LexCorp might, but even they wouldn't use something this precise. Can you trace it? He asked. Lena shook her head. Whoever did this was good. The attack boonied through multiple countries, covering their tracks. But I did notice one thing: whoever it was, they weren't just looking for financial data. They were searching for specific files on our polymer tech and energy projects. Alex frowned. The polymer project was public knowledge. But the energy research, that was a personal project of his, one he had barely mentioned. Evan crossed his arms. You think this is corporate espionage, or something bigger? Alex was silent for a moment. Then, he said, I don't believe in coincidences. Someone out there wants something we have, and they're willing to break the law to get it. We need to be ready. The storm was coming, and Alex intended to meet it head-on. Line break. The city skyline of Gotham stretched before Alex as he stood by the reinforced glass of his office window. The night was thick with tension, a storm lurking in the shadows. He had felt it brewing for weeks: corporate espionage, Gotham's underworld stirring, and now, an unknown entity attempting to breach his company's digital fortress. His fingers tapped against the desk as he considered his next move. If they want to dig into my secrets, let's see how they like it when I start digging into theirs. He turned to Lena, who was still monitoring the failed breach attempt. If we can't trace them directly, can we set up a honeypot? Make them think they've found something valuable while we track them. Lena smirked. Already ahead of you. I designed a fake server loaded with convincing but useless research. If they bite, we'll get a digital fingerprint. Evan, sitting nearby, sighed. I don't like this. Alex, this isn't just some boardroom war anymore. You're playing a dangerous game. Alex's expression remained unreadable. I was never playing. This was always a war. Now, I'm just making sure I'm not the one caught off guard. A sudden alert flashed on the screen. Lena's eyes widened. They're trying again. Alex moved closer. Already. She nodded. Same pattern. Same method. But they're being more aggressive this time. Trigger the trap, Alex said. Lena tapped a few keys, and for a brief moment, the screen went dark before lighting up again. A small progress bar appeared, indicating that their bait had been taken. Got them, she whispered. Whoever they are, they're in our fake system now. They think they're downloading classified files, but we're pulling their data instead. Alex allowed himself a small smirk. Let's see who's been snooping around. Lena's hands flew across the keyboard, isolating the signal and tracing it back through layers of encryption. Then, she froze. Her voice, when she spoke, was barely above a whisper. Alex, you need to see this. Alex leaned in, eyes narrowing as he read the decrypted trail. It led to a secure server deep within Gotham, owned by the Court of Owls. The air in the room seemed to grow colder. Evan ran a hand through his hair. The court, as in Gotham's own secret cabal of psychopaths. Alex exhaled slowly. This wasn't just corporate espionage anymore. This was something far worse. He straightened. If the Court of Owls is involved, then we have bigger problems than just business rivals. Evan muttered, and here I thought LexCorp was bad enough. Alex turned back to Lena. Keep monitoring. Let them think they're getting what they want. The more they take, the more we learn. She nodded. And what about you? Alex's gaze was cold and calculating. I think it's time I paid Gotham's underworld a visit. He wasn't about to sit back and let shadowy figures dictate the future of Eternum. If the court wanted to play, then it was time they learned that he wasn't just some businessman. He was something else entirely. Line break. Gotham's underworld. The city was a different beast at night. The streets were alive with whispers, hidden deals, and the scent of something rotting beneath the surface. Alex had spent enough time navigating Gotham's corporate battlefield, but the underworld had its own set of rules, ones he needed to understand if he wanted to stay ahead. His destination was an abandoned warehouse near the docks, a known neutral ground for various criminal factions. He had arranged a meeting through one of his informants, a fixer named Saul, who specialized in dealing with people who didn't want their names on record. Alex arrived in a sleek black car, stepping out in a tailored suit that screamed money but not arrogance. He wasn't here to impress just to make an impression. Inside, the warehouse was dimly lit, the air thick with cigarette smoke. A handful of men sat around a poker table, barely looking up as he entered. Saul, a man in his 40s with slicked back hair and a scar running down his cheek, leaned back in his chateau, lazily shuffling a deck of cards. "You sure you wanna be here, kid?" Saul asked, his voice like gravel. "Gotham's not friendly to people who stick their noses where they don't belong." Alex smiled, slipping into a chair across from him. "Lucky for me, I never take friendly advice." The men chuckled, but there was tension in the air. They knew who he was. Eternum Industries wasn't just some no-name company anymore. Saul set the cards down. "So, what's a billionaire's little brother doing in a place like this?" Alex leaned forward. "I need information. About the Court of Owls." The laughter died instantly. The mood shifted from casual amusement to something much darker. One of the men at the table, a burly guy with a thick beard, stiffened. "That's not a name you throw around lightly." Saul exhaled through his nose, watching Alex carefully. "You got a death wish." Alex's eyes didn't waver. "I have a business to protect, and if the court is interested in me, I need to know why." Saul tapped the table rhythmically, considering. Then, he sighed. "You're lucky I like you, Kent. But this isn't some LexCorp boardroom feud. The court doesn't play fair. They don't just kill you. They erase you." Alex remained silent, waiting. Saul finally relented. "They've been moving more openly lately. Quiet takeovers, backroom deals. If they're interested in you, that means you've become a variable in their plans. And trust me, they don't like variables." Alex's mind raced. The court had always operated in the shadows, pulling strings from behind the scenes. If they were taking an active interest in Eternum, it meant they either saw him as a threat or an asset to be controlled. He stood. "Appreciate the warning." Saul smirked. "You should. Most people don't get one." As Alex turned to leave, Saul's voice stopped him. "One last thing, Kent." Alex glanced back. "If the court is watching you, it's not just them you need to worry about." Alex frowned. "What do you mean?" Saul's smirk faded. "Let's just say Gotham has bigger monsters lurking in its dark corners. And some of them don't like competition. Line break. Gotham's streets." Alex walked out of the warehouse, his mind already running through scenarios. If the Court of Owls was getting more aggressive, it meant they were no longer satisfied with operating purely in the shadows. That meant two things. 1, they had grown desperate, which made them dangerous. 2, they had already decided who in Gotham needed to be removed. And Alex had no intention of being on that list. He slipped into the driver's seat of his car and pulled out his phone, quickly typing a message to Evan. "Double security on all active projects. If you notice any unusual interest from private investors, assume hostile intent." Evan's response was instant. "Already cat of you. Someone tried to bribe one of our R&D guys this morning. Thought you should know." Alex tightened his grip on the steering wheel. It had started. As he pulled onto the main road, a subtle itch ran down his spine. He wasn't alone. His eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. A black SUV, no headlights, keeping pace 2 cars back. Too careful to be a random tail. Alex exhaled. "All right, let's see how persistent you are." Rather than speed up or take obvious evasive action, he took a longer route through Gotham's industrial district, winding through backroads. The SUV stayed with him, keeping a steady distance. After 5 minutes, he had his answer. They weren't amateurs. "Fine," he muttered, reaching into the glove compartment. He pulled out a small device, one of his own creations, a compact electromagnetic pulse generator designed to disable unshielded vehicles within a 15-meter radius. He took a deep breath. One shot. Slowing slightly, he let the SUV get closer. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he activated the device. The moment the EMP pulse went off, the SUV's headlights flickered, and the engine sputtered. It swerved, tires skidding against the pavement before coming to a full stop. Alex didn't stick around. He gunned the engine and vanished into the night. One problem solved. For now. The Court of Owls moves. An hour later, Alex parked outside one of his secondary safehouses, a high-end apartment in Gotham's Upper District. He needed time to process. As he stepped inside, he locked the door behind him, reinforcing it with an advanced security system of his own design. He pulled off his jacket, tossing it onto the couch. Then, he froze. There was an envelope on the table. It hadn't been there when he left. Slowly, he approached it, his heartbeat steady despite the clear intrusion. The envelope was plain, scaled with an elegant wax emblem and owl's face. Alex exhaled. So, they wanted to send a message. He carefully opened it, revealing a single note. Not mail-in. He carefully opened it, revealing a single note. You are not beyond our grasp, Alexander Kent. Do not make an enemy of the court. He stared at the words, then smirked. Too late for that. Line break. Alex didn't need to check the apartment to know he was being watched. The Court of Owls wouldn't leave just a note, they were meticulous. If they had gone as far as breaking into one of his safehouses, then this was more than a warning, it was a challenge. He pocketed the note and made his way to the small bar in the corner of the room. Casually, he poured himself a glass of whiskey, the amber liquid swirling as he leaned against the counter. 3 seconds. That's how long it took before he heard the faintest shift in the air. A whisper of fabric, the subtle sound of controlled breathing. Alex sighed and took a sip. You know, breaking into someone's home is bad manners, he said, his voice calm. But I suppose assassins don't exactly care about etiquette. Saintlance. Then, from the shadows of the dimly lit apartment, a figure stepped forward. A Talon. The assassin wore the court's signature mask, their form draped in dark armor that blended seamlessly with the night. Their movements were precise, controlled, utterly inhuman. Alex raised an eyebrow. Let me guess. You're here to reinforce the message. The Talon didn't speak. Instead, they lunged. Alex barely had time to move before a blade whistled past his car. He twisted, using the counter as a pivot to kick the assassin back, but the Talon absorbed the hit effortlessly, rolling into a crouch. Fast, strong, conditioned beyond human limits. And worst of all, they didn't stay down. Alex didn't panic. He had expected this. The court didn't just threaten people, they tested them. And this was his test. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out one of his latest inventions, a concussive shock emitter. It looked like a SLEC, modified watch, but the moment Alex twisted the dial, a pulse of concentrated kinetic force erupted outward. The Talon took the hit directly, their body flung back into the wall with a heavy thud. But even as Alex watched, the assassin stood back up. The Talon cocked their head, as if analyzing him, then stepped forward again. Alex exhaled. So that's how it is. All right, he muttered, setting his drink down. Let's see how much punishment you can actually take. The unkillable assassin. Talon didn't hesitate, launching into another assault. This time, Alex didn't just dodge, he adapted. He had seen enough of their movements to recognize the patterns. They were highly trained, but there was something off about them. No hesitation, no signs of fatigue, as if they weren't entirely human. Alex feinted left, then activated another device hidden in his sleeve, a micro-drone injector. The moment the Talon got close, he pressed it against their armor. There was no visible reaction, but Alex knew the microscopic nanites were already working, transmitting real-time biological data to his HUD. And what he saw confirmed his suspicions. Regeneration. Beyond normal human capability. Enhanced metabolic structure. Signs of necrotic reanimation. He frowned. They're not just trained assassins. They're reanimated corpses. That complicated things. You guys really don't stay dead, do you? Alex muttered, sidestepping another attack. He needed to change tactics. Direct combat wasn't the solution. Instead, he activated his electromagnetic disruptor. A high-frequency pulse emitted from his palm, scrambling the neural signals of anything within 5 feet. The Talon staggered, their body momentarily unresponsive. Alex didn't waste time. He grabbed a high-impact charge from his belt and slammed it into the assassin's chest before detonating it. The Talon was sent crashing through the window. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then, Alex walked to the broken glass, looking down at the street below. No sign of the Talon. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Of course, they survived. The court leaves a mark. Alex turned back to the apartment, only to see something new. Etched into the wall, just above where the Talon had landed, was a symbol. An owl. It hadn't been there before. His expression darkened. They weren't just sending a warning. This was a declaration. The court wasn't done with him. And now, he wasn't done with them either. Line break. Alex took a steady breath, surveying the damage to his apartment. The broken window let in the cold Gotham air, rustling the curtains as glass shards crunched beneath his boots. The Court of Owls had escalated. They hadn't just left a warning, they had sent one of their undead enforcers to kill him or at least test him. Either way, they had marked him. Alex retrieved his phone and dialed a secure number. A single ring before the other end picked up. "You got rid of the body?" he asked, still staring at the owl symbol carved into his wall. Evan Drake's voice came through, calm as ever. "What body?" "The Talon disappeared before I got there." "Of course." Alex exhaled, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Check the usual spots. They're probably back in their little hidey hole, licking their wounds." "You do realize they don't exactly lick wounds, right? These guys don't die properly." Evan replied dryly. "You're lucky they didn't send more than one." Alex glanced at the owl symbol again. "They will." This was a test. Evan sighed. "Then what's the plan?" Alex didn't respond immediately. He turned, looking over his apartment one last time. The fight had been short but costly. A Talon breaking into his safe house meant nowhere was truly secure. That meant he needed to change the game. "I'll deal with them," he said finally. "But I need information first. The court operates in Gotham's shadows, which means I need someone who knows those shadows better than anyone else." Evan picked up on the implication. "You're going to see him, aren't you?" Alex smirked. "You say that like I have a choice. A visit to the Wayne Manor. Most people saw it as an old, aristocratic estate, untouchable, distant, a symbol of Gotham's elite. But Mex knew better. Underneath the wealth, the prestige, and the carefully crafted image of Bruce Wayne, there was a war machine. And right now, Alex needed it. He bypassed the main road leading to the manor, instead following a hidden path through the woods. It led to a lesser-known entrance, one that Bruce had used during his younger days before upgrading to more sophisticated escape routes. As expected, the moment he approached, the ground beneath his feet shifted. A trap. Alex moved fast, rolling forward just as 3 automated turrets emerged from concealed panels in the trees. He really doesn't trust anyone, huh? Instead of dodging further, Alex raised his arm, activating his counter-frequency device. The turrets flickered, momentarily confused by the disrupted signal. A small opening but enough. Before they could readjust, Alex reached into his belt and tossed a neural scrambler. The moment it hit the ground, the turrets deactivated. Silence. Then, impressive, a voice called out from the shadows. Alex turned, his smirk widening. "You say that like you weren't watching the whole time, Bruce." From the trees, Batman emerged. The dark silhouette of Gotham's protector was imposing, even in the dim moonlight. His cape barely moved, his stance perfect calculated. But his eyes were the real danger. They scanned Alex like a machine, processing every movement, every breath, every possible weakness. "You shouldn't be here," Batman said, his voice as cold as ever. "And yet, here I am," Alex replied smoothly. "Don't worry, I didn't come to fight. I need information." Batman didn't move. "About?" Alex took a step closer. "The Court of Owls." A flicker of something recognition. Batman didn't respond immediately, but Alex had already seen the subtle tension in his shoulders. The court was one of the few things that even Gotham's Dark Knight respected as a true threat. "You don't want to get involved with them," Batman finally said. Alex chuckled. "Yeah, well, I didn't exactly have a choice. They already made the first move." Batman's expression didn't change, but Alex knew the gears were turning. He wasn't dismissing this. He was analyzing. After a long pause, Batman turned. "Follow me." Into the Batcave. The hidden entrance beneath Wayne Manor was just as Alex remembered, sleek, high-tech, intimidatingly efficient. The moment they entered, the Batcomputer came to life. You upgraded since the last time I was here," Alex noted, glancing at the new interface. Batman ignored the comment and brought up a holographic map of Gotham. Several red zones lit up across the city. "The court has existed for centuries," Batman said. "They control Gotham's elite from the shadows, manipulating everything from business to politics. But recently, they've become more aggressive." Alex narrowed his eyes. "You think something changed?" Batman zoomed in on one particular sector of Gotham. Their movements suggest a shift in leadership. They're taking bolder actions, eliminating targets they would have previously left alone. Alex crossed his arms. And now they're testing me. Batman looked at him. They don't test people unless they see potential. The unspoken implication hung in the air. The court saw Alex as someone they could either control or eliminate. Alex exhaled. Great. So, any ideas on how to make them back off? Batman didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled up another screen, this time showing an image of a masked figure. A different talent. This one has been spotted multiple times over the past month. Batman said. Unlike the others, he operates independently. No confirmed kills, but multiple disappearances linked to him. Alex studied the image. Something felt off. This guy isn't like the others, is he? This guy isn't like the others, is he? Batman shook his head. I don't think so. He's moving too carefully. Almost like he's searching for something. Alex smirked. Or someone. The pieces were starting to fit. The court wasn't just sending threats anymore. They were actively hunting, which meant Alex had less time than he thought. The next move. Alex leaned against the Batcomputer, deep in thought. The Court of Owls wasn't going away. They had marked him, sent assassins after him, and were now making moves across Gotham that even Batman was tracking. That meant there were two options. 1. He could lay low, avoid provoking them further, and let Batman deal with it. 2. Or, he could flip the board. Alex smiled to himself. The answer was obvious. He turned to Batman. You know, I was hoping to take things slow with Eternum Industries. Let my company grow at its own pace. Batman watched him, stunned. But now, Alex continued, his smirk sharpening, I think it's time to make some big moves. If the court wants to play in the shadows, let's drag them into the light. Batman's eyes narrowed. That's dangerous. Alex grinned. So am 1 inch. The war had officially begun. Line break. The Batcave's dim glow illuminated Alex's face as he stared at the holographic map of Gotham. The Court of Owls was a cancer that had embedded itself deep into the city, and if Alex wanted to survive, he had to be smarter than them. I assume you already have a plan, Batman said, his voice neutral but sharp. Alex grinned. I have an idea. I need to draw them out, force them to show their hand. And what better way than to threaten what they value most? Batman's eyes narrowed. You're going after their resources. Exactly. Alex tapped the Batcomputer's interface, pulling up Gotham's corporate infrastructure, a web of companies, subsidiaries, and hidden shell organizations. Batman had already mapped many of them, but Alex zoomed in on a particular set of entities. These 3 companies, Alex pointed, are all owned by different firms, but if you trace their financial records far enough, they led back to the same handful of investors, ones that don't technically exist. Batman crossed his arms. The court's front companies. Alex nodded. They use these businesses to launder money, move assets, and fund their talents. If we cut them off, they'll be forced to respond, Batman finished. But his expression remained unreadable. This is dangerous, Batman warned. The court doesn't play fair. If you do this, they'll come after you directly. Alex smirked. They already did. Batman studied him for a long moment, then exhaled. What's your plan? Alex's grin widened. It was time to go on the offensive. 3 hours later, Alex stood on the rooftop of GothCorp Holdings. It was one of the court's primary money laundering operations, posing as an investment firm but really funneling billions into black market deals, weapons procurement, and political bribery. Taking it down wouldn't just cost the court money, it would send a message. Alex adjusted his disruption gloves, one of his personal inventions. They allowed him to disable electronic security systems without triggering alarms. With a flick of his wrist, the building's CCTV feeds glitched. He was in. Sliding down the fire escape, Alex landed softly on the 28th floor balcony. A quick override of the electronic lock, and he was inside. The office was empty, as expected. But the data inside wasn't. Alex moved quickly, pulling out a data extraction device and plugging it into the server. Come on, he muttered, watching the progress bar. 75%. 82%. Then, a soft click echoed behind him. Alex didn't turn immediately. He knew that sound. A silenced pistol. You really shouldn't be here, a deep voice rumbled. Slowly, Alex raised his hands and turned facing a man dressed in a tailored black suit, wearing a smooth white owl mask. A Court of Owls operative. The man aimed his gun at Alex's chest. We don't appreciate. Alex moved. Before the operative could finish his sentence, Alex flicked his wrist launcher. A small EMP dart shot out, hitting the pistol. Instantly, the weapon short-circuited, sending a jolt of energy through the man's hand. He cursed, staggering back. Alex lunged forward, striking fast and hard. A precise hit to the throat, followed by a sweep kick. The operative went down. Alex grabbed him by the collar. Tell your masters that Gotham isn't theirs to control. The man coughed, laughing weakly. You don't get it, do you? Alex frowned. What? The man grinned beneath his mask. You're already too late. Suddenly, the entire floor shook. An explosion rocked the building. Alex barely had time to react as the windows shattered, fire and debris tearing through the office. Shit. He dove behind a desk as the shockwave knocked everything over. The court had just destroyed their own facility. Alex narrowed his eyes. They weren't just covering their tracks. They were sending a message. 20 minutes later, Alex crouched in an alleyway 3 blocks away, watching the burning skyscraper. The police and fire department had already arrived, but Alex knew the truth: there would be no evidence left. The court had erased everything. Batman's voice crackled in his earpiece. That was reckless. Alex sighed. Yeah, well, it was worth a shot. And what did you learn? Batman asked. Alex's jaw tightened. The court isn't just reacting, he said. They're planning something big. And I just put myself right in their crosshairs. Silence. Then Ratman spoke. Then you better be ready for what comes next. Alex exhaled, staring at the burning wreckage. He was counting on it. Line break. Alex made his way back to his safe house in Gotham, slipping through the city's dark alleys with practiced pace. His mind raced. The Court of Owls had been willing to blow up their own assets just to keep their secrets hidden. That meant they were desperate, and desperation made people dangerous. As he entered his hidden lab beneath an abandoned warehouse, he immediately activated his monitoring systems. A wall of holographic screens flickered to life, displaying live feeds, intercepted communications, and Gotham's underground networks. Let's see what you're hiding, Alex muttered as he began decrypting the stolen data. Lines of code scrolled past, revealing financial transactions, encrypted messages, and hidden meeting logs. Then, something caught his eye. A location. Blackgate Prison. Alex narrowed his eyes. Why would the court be interested in Blackgate? Before he could dig further, his security system flashed red. Intrusion detected. Alex spun around just as his defensive turrets activated. The warehouse door exploded inward. And stepping through the smoke. A talon. A deadly encounter. The assassin moved without a sound. Alex barely had time to activate his kinetic armor before the talon lunged. A dagger slashed toward his throat. Alex dodged, feeling the blade graze his shoulder. You guys really don't take rejection well, Alex quipped, backpedaling as he grabbed a pulse grenade from his belt. He threw it at the talon. Boom! The concussive blast sent the assassin staggering backward. Alex didn't waste time. He activated his magnetic gauntlets, sending a wave of electromagnetic force that pulled the talon's weapons straight from his hands. The assassin didn't hesitate. In one fluid motion, the talon pulled a second blade from his boot and charged again. Persistent bastard, Alex muttered. He activated his wrist-mounted taser, meeting the talon's attack head-on. Their blades clashed, sparks flying. Alex twisted, using his enhanced reflexes to duck beneath a swing before driving his taser into the talon's ribs. A surge of electricity shot through the assassin's body. For a moment, the talon froze. Then, he started moving again. Alex's eyes widened. You're kidding me. The talon ripped the taser from his side, unaffected. His body was already healing. Of course, super regeneration. Alex muttered. Because fighting an undead assassin wasn't hard enough. The talon smirked beneath his mask. Then he attacked again. Download app. Alex knew he couldn't win in a prolonged fight because the other talons would soon come. The talon's healing factor meant that even the best strikes wouldn't keep him down for long. He needed a way out. Glancing at his console, Alex saw the decryption was at 92%. Just a little longer. The talon came at him faster. Alex sidestepped, grabbing a flash charge from his belt and slamming it against the ground. A blinding light filled the room. The talon recoiled just for a second. But a second was all Alex needed. He sprinted toward his console, grabbed the hard drive, and activated his emergency exit. The floor beneath him opened, and he dropped down into a hidden tunnel just as the Talon lunged again. Alex landed hard, rolling as he hit the underground passageway. He didn't stop moving. Above him, he could hear the Talon tearing through the floor. "Time to go," Alex muttered, pulling out a remote detonator. He pressed the button. Boom! The warehouse collapsed behind him, sealing the tunnel. Alex exhaled. That should buy him some time. But he knew one thing for sure: the Court of Owls wasn't holding back anymore. Alex arrived at Wayne Manor an hour later. Batman was already waiting. "You were followed," Bruce sobbed. Alex sighed. "I know. I dealt with it." Batman studied him. "You encountered a Talon." "Yeah. Almost got my ass handed to me." Alex tossed the hard drive onto the Batcomputer. "But I got this before they showed up." Batman plugged it in, his expression unreadable as the data loaded. Then, his eyes narrowed. Alex frowned. "What is it?" Bruce turned to face him. "They're planning a breakout at Blackgate." Alex's heart dropped. A breakout? That meant, who? He asked. Batman's voice was grim. "Every high-profile criminal in Gotham." Alex clenched his fists. The Court of Owls wasn't just covering their tracks. They were starting a war. Line break. Alex exhaled sharply as he ran a hand through his hatter. A mass breakout at Blackgate. That meant Gotham was about to descend into absolute chaos. Batman's expression was unreadable, but Alex could see the tension in his stance. He was already planning his next 10 moves. "How soon?" Alex asked, stepping toward the Batcomputer. Bruce didn't hesitate. "Within the next 24 hours. Bruce didn't hesitate. "Within the next 24 hours. Alex muttered a curse. "That's not a lot of time." Bruce pulled up surveillance feeds of Blackgate's security system. The Court of Owls has been infiltrating the prison's infrastructure for months. They've overridden false safes, bribed guards, and installed their own people inside. When the signal goes out, every cell door opens at once. Alex crossed his arms. "Who's inside right now?" The list wasn't pretty. Killer Croc, Firefly, Victor Zsasz, Deadshot, Bank in solitary. Multiple high-level enforcers from Gotham's biggest gangs. Alex let out a slow breath. "Great. So it's not just a prison break, it's a full-blown power shift in Gotham's underworld." Batman nodded. "The court isn't just releasing them. They're choosing who gets out first and who gets eliminated in the chaos." Alex smirked. "Let me guess, anyone who isn't useful to them gets, accidentally, left behind." Bruce tapped a file. "Or executed during the breakout." Alex clenched his fists. The court wasn't just starting a war, they were engineering it. Alex walked to the Batcave's armory, scanning the high-tech gadgets and weapons. He wasn't going to rely on his powers for this. Not against the court. Instead, he pulled out a compact EMP device to disable security doors. Shockwave gauntlets enhanced with kinetic force tech. A portable cloaking field, short-range invisibility for 30 seconds. A collapsible plasma baton for close combat. Hacked access keys to override Blackgate's digital locks. He strapped on his reinforced tactical suit, custom designed to withstand both bullets and blades. As he fastened his gauntlets, he saw Bruce watching him. "You're sure you can handle this without using your powers?" Alex smirked. "Please. You think I'd pass up a chance to beat Gotham's worst with pure skill?" Bruce said nothing, but there was the faintest hint of approval in his eyes. Midnight. Blackgate Prison loomed like a fortress, surrounded by stormy waves crashing against the cliffs. On the rooftop across from the prison, Alex crouched next to Batman, gazing through his tactical scope. "Security looks normal," Alex muttered. "Too normal." Batman's eyes narrowed. "That's because they're already inside. Then let's crash the party." Batman fired his grapple gun. Alex followed. They soared through the stormy night straight into the heart of the chaos. Line break. Got inside Blackgate. "Pa. Alexander Kent." Alex moved like a shadow through the prison corridors. No powers. No supernatural tricks. Just pure skill and technology. He adjusted his grip on the small EMP disruptor in his palm, feeling its smooth, cold metal casing. Batman was ahead of him, his cape barely making a sound as they advanced. They had already taken out 3 groups of compromised guards, neutralizing them before they They had already taken out 3 groups of compromised guards, neutralizing them before they could trigger the mass breakout. But now, they had reached solitary confinement. The court wouldn't break out just anyone, Alex whispered, scanning the reinforced cells. They have a plan. Batman responded with a slight nod. We need to know who they're after. The first high-security cell came into view. Inside, sitting against the wall, was a massive figure, muscles coiled like steel cables, his breathing controlled. Bane. Alex felt a wave of irritation hit him. Of course it's Bane. The man looked up, his scarred lips curling into a slow grin. Ah, the detective. And his new accomplice. His deep voice rumbled through the reinforced glass. Alex smirked. Accomplice. One like to think of myself as a very annoying problem. Before Bane could reply, the alarms blared. A deep rumbling shook the prison. The riot had begun. West Wing, the Joker's play. Pav. The Joker. Oh, the show's starting. Carly. Joker twirled on his heel, stepping over an unconscious guard like he was dancing on a ballroom floor. The lights flickered red as the Strens screamed. Tick-tock, tick-tock, he hummed. And here one was thinking I'd have to wait for Batsy to show up before the fireworks began. Harley giggled beside him, twirling a stolen keyring around her fingers. Puddin', this is too easy. What kind of prison lets us out without so much as a pretty please? Joker's grin stretched unnaturally wide. Oh, my dear Harley, that's because some people want us out. His eyes gleamed. But lucky for them, I don't take orders. Harley gasped, putting a hand to her chest. You mean we ain't gonna play nice with our new friends? Joker pouted. Horace, have I ever played nice? Then his smile sharpened. But first things first, let's see if we can't make this night a little more entertaining. He pulled out a small detonator and flipped the switch. Boom. The explosion rocked the entire facility. Joker, Alex muttered, his mind racing. Batman's jaw tightened. We spilled up. Find him before he turns this riot into a massacre. Alex nodded, on it. He tapped his belt, activating his stealth mode, and vanished into the chaos. Line break. Alex sprinted through the collapsing corridor, his mind racing. Joker's bomb had done more than just break walls. It had triggered the worst-case scenario. Cells were opening. Inmates were flooding the halls. And worst of all, Joker was loose. Figures, Alex muttered, dodging past 2 escaping prisoners. Ahead, a squad of security officers was desperately trying to hold the line, their tasers and riot gear barely slowing down the more dangerous inmates. Alex tapped the control pad on his wrist. Time to be useful. Ihei tossed a small metal sphere into the air. With a soft hum, the device activated. A sudden burst of electromagnetic energy pulsed outward, shutting down the prison's hacked security doors. That should slow them down. One of the officers turned, his face drenched in sweat. Who what the hell are you? Alex gave him a mock salute. Your best chance at making it out of here in one piece. Now move. They didn't argue. Deep inside, Pav, unknown Talon operative. In the shadows, a pair of glowing eyes observed the chaos. The plan was working. The riot was a distraction. The real mission, Bane and the others. The court's best assassin, a Talon only known as Shade, moved like a ghost, his black armor blending into the dim corridors. The League of Assassins had its methods. The Joker had his insanity. But the court played the long game. And tonight, they would claim their prize. West Wing. Pav. The Joker. Joker cackled as he skipped down the halls, twirling a stolen baton. Oh, I do love a good jailbreak. Prisoners screamed, officers shouted, and smoke filled the air. Joker spun dramatically. Harley, still wearing the guard's stolen hat, blew a kiss. Puddin', where to next? Well, my dear, I do believe we should pay our dear friends a visit. Harley clapped. Oh, you mean the ones who thought they could boss you around? Joker grinned wider. Exactly. And we must be such gracious guests. With that, he reached into his coat and pulled out 2 more explosives. Time for round 2. Pav. Alex. Alex barely had time to react before he felt it. A shadow moving faster than a normal human. He dodged just in time to avoid a blade slicing through the air. A Talon. Of course the court's involved. Alex thought grimly. The assassin landed soundlessly, his glowing yellow eyes unreadable behind his mask. You do not belong here, the Talon SATD. Alex smirked. Neither do you, buddy. But here we are. The Talon attacked again. Alex activated his combat gauntlets, parrying the strike just in time. He didn't have powers right now. But that didn't mean he was helpless. Line break. Pa! Alexander Kent. Alex barely dodged another slash from the Talon's blade, feeling the sharp air pressure against his cheek. The assassin was fast. Too fast. Even without using his Beyonder abilities, Alex had trained his body to near perfection. But these guys, they weren't normal. Damn undead assassins. He activated his combat visor, analyzing the Talon's movements. The moment the Talon lunged again, Alex sidestepped, twisting his body in a calculated movement. The assassin's blade scraped against his reinforced suit, barely missing his ribs. Strike. Counter. Dodge. Repeat. It was a deadly dance. Alex needed an opening. His hand slipped into his belt, grabbing a modified shock grenade. Hope this works. He threw it at the ground, where it exploded in a silent EMP pulse. For a brief moment, the Talon froze. Not long but just enough. Alex launched himself forward, slamming an electrified knuckle duster into the Talon's chest. The assassin stumbled back, stunned. That should keep him down, for a few seconds. He wasn't going to waste them. Elsewhere. Pa! Batman, Bruce Wayne. From his perch on the upper walkway, Batman watched the riot unfold. Joker was loose. The League of Assassins was involved. And now, the Court of Owls. Gotham's worst all in one night. This is getting out of control. His cowl's scanners locked onto the most immediate threat, Joker and Harley, making their way to the maximum security wing. No, not happening. With a flick of his wrist, Batman grappled forward, dropping down like a shadow. The moment his boots hit the ground, the air shifted. The inmates froze. Then chaos. Batman moved like a storm, taking out 3 criminals before they even reacted. A strike to the throat. A disabling kick to the knee. A brutal elbow to the temple. All unconscious. Joker turned, grinning car to car. Batsy. Just in time. Batman didn't stop moving. He was already on Joker, throwing a punch aimed at his smug face. Joker twisted away, laughing. Oh, don't be so rough, Bats. We're all just having fun here. Batman wasn't in the mood for games. He grabbed Joker by the collar and slammed him against the wall. The riot was ending. Right now. Back to Alex. Pa! Alexander Kent. Alex sprinted down the hallway, Talon still chasing him. The assassin had recovered faster than expected. Okay, plan B. Alex ducked into a side corridor, pulling out his wrist communicator. Evan, tell me you got the exit ready. Static. Then, it's up. But you have maybe 60 seconds before everything goes to hell. Typical. Alex vaulted over a railing, landing in the prison's lower levels. The Talon followed, moving like a shadow. Alex turned, pulling a compact baton from his belt. All right, buddy, he said. Let's wrap this up. Line break. Blackgate Prison. Pa! Alexander Kent. Alex swung his baton, aiming for the Talon's ribs. The assassin blocked with unnatural speed, twisting the blade in a counter-strike. Alex Harley dodged. This was getting annoying. Download app. You know, Alex muttered as he sidestepped another strike. I really respect your whole silent killer aesthetic, but don't you guys ever take a break? The Talon lunged again. Alex pivoted, grabbing a smoke pellet from his belt and slamming it against the ground. A thick cloud engulfed the hallway. Using the cover, Alex backflipped over a set of fallen debris, distancing himself from the assassin. 30 seconds left until Evan's exit plan kicked in. Pa! Batman, Bruce Wayne. Joker was on the floor, laughing, one of his ribs most likely fractured. Harley swung her bat. Batman caught it midair. With a twist, he ripped it from her grip and sent her crashing into the nearest table. She groaned, half conscious. The remaining inmates, they weren't willing to test him. The riot was done, but Batman's night wasn't over. His cowl's scanners plucked up Alex's fight with the Talon. Damn it. Batman fired his grappling hook, launching toward Alex's location. Alex, doors open. You have 10 seconds before security locks down everything. Got it. The Talon rushed through the smoke. Alex ducked, pivoted, and drove his baton into the assassin's knee. The undead killer stumbled, just for a second. Enough. Alex turned and ran, dashing toward the emergency exit. He slid through the doorway just as the security lockdown initiated, trapping the Talon behind a reinforced door. Perfect timing. Line break. Pa! Unnamed Court of Owls member. Deep beneath Gotham, in the hidden chambers of the Court of Owls, an emergency meeting was held. A dozen figures sat in a dimly lit circular hall, their white owl masks gleaming under the Chandelter's cold light. A holography display showed Alex Kent's face, captured from a Blackgate security feed. This child, one of the masked figures scoffed. You're telling me a child fought one of our Talons and lived? He did more than just live, another said. He defeated a Talon. A murmur spread through the room. That shouldn't be possible, an elder member spoke, voice filled with restrained anger. And yet, here we are. Who is he, truly? The question hung in the air. We know he runs Eternum Industries, a new technological upstart. He has ties to the Kents, another voice added. That means Superman. A pause. Silence. Then, a colder voice spoke. No. If Superman were protecting him, he wouldn't have been alone in that prison. Then who trained him? Who is backing him? The leader of the court stood. We find out. And if he's a threat? A long silence. Then, we remove him. Eternum safehouse planning the next move. Pa. Alexander Kent. Alex stood over the holographic map in his safehouse. Evan and Dr. Lena Vasquez stood nearby, watching him with concern. You're making that face again, Evan said. What face? Alex asked without looking up. I just pissed off an ancient secret society, and I'm planning something reckless, face. Alex smirked. Ah, that face. Evan sighed. I hate that face. Lena adjusted her glasses. What's the plan? Alex zoomed in on Blackgate's layout. The Court of Owls clearly has operations there, he said. And if they've noticed me, they'll come looking. You don't seem worried. Lena raised an eyebrow. Alex leaned back. I am, he admitted. But being worried doesn't change anything. Preparing does. Evan crossed his arms. So, what's the next move? Alex's gaze turned sharp. We go hunting. Lena blinked. You're going after them. Download app. Of course, Alex said. They're expecting me to hide. That's what any sane person would do. Evan sighed. You're not sane, are you? Alex grinned. Absolutely not. Wayne Manor. Pa. Bruce Wayne, Batman. Bruce sat in the Batcave, eyes flicking across the data on his monitor. Alexander Kent. Who are you? The footage from Blackgate played on repeat. A normal young man but far too skilled for someone with no official training. Bruce tapped his fingers against the desk. Clark's brother. But not a Kryptonian. So what are you? Alfred approached with a cup of tea. You're obsessing again, Master Wayne. Bruce exhaled. I need to know what I'm dealing with. Alfred glanced at the screen. Perhaps, it's time you simply ask him. Bruce's jaw tightened. That wasn't his way. Instead, he'd watch, observe, and when the time came, he'd get his answers. Line break. Pa. Alexander Kent. Eternum Industries' Gotham branch had been modified overnight. On the surface, it was a sleek, up-and-coming tech company. But beneath the polished exterior, it had become a fortress. Alex stood in the central command room, where multiple holographic displays tracked Gotham's major power players. On one screen, LexCorp. On another, Wayne Enterprises. And now, a new addition, the Court of Owls. Evan entered the room, arms crossed. All right, I'll bite. How the hell do we fight this? Alex didn't look away from the screens. We don't fight them directly. Lena, adjusting her glasses, frowned. Then what do we do? Alex zoomed in on a map of Gotham. We make them fight each other. The first strike. The plan was simple in concept but incredibly dangerous. Step 1. Expose the court's influence to the public. Step 2. Use their enemies against them. Step 3. Burn them from the shadows. Alex sent carefully fabricated leaks to various groups across Gotham criminal syndicates, the GCPD, even Wayne Enterprises. He made sure every lead pointed to one undeniable fact. The Court of Owls was real. And they had powerful enemies. Within hours, panic spread through the underworld. You just declared war, Evan muttered. Alex smirked. No, I just gave the truth a push. They declared war the moment they came after me. Lena exhaled. And now, Alex's eyes glinted. Now, we wait for the storm. Meanwhile, Pa. Bruce Wayne, Batman. Bruce stared at the reports flooding in. Someone clever was pulling strings from the shadows. The Court of Owls, a whispered legend in Gotham, was suddenly exposed. That wasn't coincidence. Someone had orchestrated this. And Bruce had a very strong suspicion who. He closed the Batcomputer, standing. Time for a conversation, he muttered. Line break. Pa. Alexander Kent. Inside the secure conference room of Eternum Industries, Alex watched the chaos unfold. The fabricated leaks had spread like wildfire. The Court of Owls was exposed even if only partially. And the sharks in Gotham's underworld. They were sorelling. Lena paced, arms crossed. The GCPD's gotten wind of this too. Gordon's treating it seriously, but you know how Gotham works. They'll bury it. Evan finished. Unless someone forces their hand. Alex smirked. That's where our next move comes in. A file landed on the table. It contained real evidence, things the court had worked centuries to keep hidden. Murders, corrupt officials, even records of Wayne family members who had ties to the court. Evan whistled low. You're really going for the throat, huh? Lena adjusted her glasses. And what happens when the court figures out this is coming from us? Alex leaned back in his chair. They already know. Wayne Manor. Pa. Bruce Wayne, Batman. The Batcave was silent, except for the steady hum of the Batcomputer. Bruce scrolled through the latest data. Every lead pointed to one person. Alexander Kent. A teenager. A businessman. A prodigy. And now, a player in Gotham's deadliest game. Bruce's jaw tightened. He had seen the signs: Hefor Lex, Roz, even Loker. People who thought they could control Gotham. People who thought they could control Gotham. None of them understood the city like he did. None of them belonged here. His hands tightened into fists. It was time to intervene. The court moves. Pa. Court of Owls member. In the heart of Gotham's oldest district, a secret gathering took place. The illuminated ones, the Court of Owls, sat in shadows, their white masks gleaming in the dim candlelight. The boy has overstepped. He has made a mockery of our secrecy. He must be silenced. A voice, deep and commanding, cut through the whispers. No. The others turned to face him. We do not simply kill him. That would be too Casey. Too expected. A slow smile spread beneath the mask. First, we remind him who truly owns Gotham. Line break. Pa. Alexander Kent. The attack came at dawn. Alex had anticipated retaliation, but the Court of Owls didn't hesitate. His penthouse in Gotham. Gone. A controlled demolition disguised as a gas leak explosion. His underground safe house. Compromised. Security footage showed masked figures dismantling his defenses with surgical precision. But the worst part, they didn't go after him directly. Instead, they went for his company. Eternum Industries woke up to police raids, IRS investigations, and legal battles appearing out of nowhere. Alex stood inside his temporary office, watching the news unfold. Eternum Industries' promising startup or criminal empire. He exhaled sharply. TCH. These guys don't waste time. Evan slammed a report onto the desk. Half our assets are frozen. If we don't push back, they'll cripple us before we even fight back. Lena adjusted her glasses. They're making an example of us. They want Gotham to see that no one challenges the court and wins. Alex smiled. It wasn't a happy smile. They made one mistake. Evan raised an eyebrow. Which is? They thought I'd play fair. Pa. Batman. Perched on a rooftop, Batman overlooked the Eternum Tower. He had spent all night reviewing Alexander Kent's activities. The boy was too smart, too fast, and too prepared for someone his age. Something was off. And now, the Court of Owls had made their move. Bruce's instinct screamed at him this wasn't just business. This was a war. He activated his communicator. Oracle, get me everything on Eternum's legal team. Who's pulling the strings behind this crackdown? A pause. Then Barbara's voice came through. It's bad. B. The court isn't using their usual proxies. They're using Wayne-affiliated lawyers. This is a power move. Bruce's eyes narrowed. That meant they wanted him to see it. A direct challenge. Keep digging. If the court thinks they can use me as a shield, they're mistaken. Pav. Talon. From the shadows of an abandoned cathedral, a figure watched. A Talon. The court's deadliest weapon. His mission. Eliminate Alexander Kent. Tonight. No mistakes. No survivors. The court had spoken. Pav. Talon. The rooftop was silent. The cold Gotham air carried the distant echoes of sirens, but up here, in the darkness, there was only the prey. Alexander Kent stood near the edge, his back turned, as if completely unaware of the predator lurking just behind him. Perfect. Talon moved, silent as death. His dagger, coated with a special neurotoxin, gleamed under the moonlight. One clean stab to the spine, and it would be over. He lunged. And then, a hand shot out. It wasn't a dodge. It wasn't a block. Alex thrust his arm backward with sheer brute force. Flesh, muscle, and bone shattered instantly. Talon jerked, his mouth opening in a silent scream. A horrible wet sound filled the air. Alex's bare fist had pierced straight through his chest. His fingers burst out from the assassin's back, covered in blood and crushed remnants of a ribcage. Talon's dagger clattered to the ground. His body twitched violently. His mind screamed to escape, but it was already too late. Alex ripped his arm free. Blood sprayed across the rooftop as Talon collapsed lifelessly. Black Emperor Pathway Sequence 8, Barbarian. Alex flexed his fingers. His hand was covered in blood, but not a single bone in his body had fractured from the impact. The sheer raw power of his new sequence made him feel like a walking demigod. He hadn't even needed to use technique. "I barely even put effort into that," he murmured. And he still popped like a balloon. Just pure, overwhelming strength. His barbarian digestion was accelerating. If this continued, Sequence 7 wouldn't be far off. Batman. Hidden in the darkness, Bruce Wayne's mind raced. He had already prepared to intervene the moment he saw Talon move. But then Alex moved first. And Bruce froze. That wasn't just superhuman strength. That was something else. This wasn't combat skill or trained lethality. This was raw, unnatural might. Bruce's jaw tightened. Alex Kent was hiding a lot. Line break. Batman. From his vantage point, Bruce Wayne remained absolutely still. His mind processed every frame of what had just happened. Talon, one of the Court of Owl's most elite assassins, had been obliterated in a single motion. There was no technique, no advanced martial arts involved. Just a simple thrust of Alex's arm. And it had torn through bone, muscle, and flesh like paper. Bruce had spent his entire career analyzing metahumans, aliens, and enhanced individuals, but this was not normal. Kryptonians didn't fight like that. Even Superman, with all his power, never used his strength in such a direct, brutal manner. And Alex, he didn't even seem fazed by what he had done. Bruce narrowed his eyes. This isn't just natural strength. Something had changed in Alex Kent. Something unnatural. Bruce had to find out what. Alex Kent. Alex stared down at the lifeless corpse of Talon, blood still dripping from his fingertips. He clenched his hand into a fist. His strength had increased far beyond what he anticipated. Sequence 8 Barbarian, he mused internally. This wasn't just strength. His entire physical structure had evolved. His bones felt like steel. His muscles barely fatigued. Illis' body was now built for war. And this was only Sequence 8. A sharp gust of wind blew across the rooftop, dispersing the thick scent of blood. He turned his head slightly. Someone was watching. He knew exactly who it was. Of course he's here. Alex sighed and crouched down, pulling a small device from his pocket. It was a compact incineration tool, a failsafe for messy situations like this. With a click, a concentrated stream of blue flames engulfed Talon's corpse. Within seconds, the body was reduced to ash. No evidence. No trail. Just another Gotham ghost. Batman. Bruce had seen enough. Silently, he moved from his concealed position, landing on the rooftop behind Alex. The moment his boots touched the ground, Alex spoke without turning around. The moment his boots touched the ground, Alex spoke without turning around. "You're getting sloppy, Batman." Bruce's eyes narrowed beneath the cowl. "And you're getting reckless," he countered. "That kill was brutal." Alex finally turned to face him, his expression unreadable. "He was an assassin. He came to kill me. So I killed him first. I ended the problem. You could have incapacitated him." Alex smiled slightly. "Oh, like how you incapacitate criminals with broken bones and permanent spinal damage." Batman didn't flinch. "That's different, is it?" Alex took a step forward, his tone calm but firm. "Or do you just not like seeing someone else use force effectively?" Silence. Then, Batman shifted the conversation. "Your strength." His voice was even, but there was an underlying edge to it. "It's not normal. Neither is Gotham," Alex replied smoothly. "We all adapt." Bruce didn't look away. "This isn't just adapting. This is something more. What are you?" Alex. Alex's smirk deepened. A businessman. A scientist. A Kent. Asterisk. Batman's jaw tightened. He was lying. And Bruce hated that he couldn't see through it. You're hiding something, Batman said, taking a step closer. I need to know what it is. No, Alex said simply. You don't. Asterisk. Their gazes locked. Tension crackled in the air. Then, Alex sighed dramatically and stepped back. Look, Bruce. You can waste your time playing detective, or you can focus on the actual threats. Like the Court of Owls. Or LexCorp. Or the hundreds of criminals crawling through this city. I deal with them. Then deal with them. And stay out of my way. Batman didn't move. Neither did Alex. The unspoken warning was clear between them. After a long pause, Batman finally spoke. Don't become the monster you're pretending to be. Alex chuckled. And don't pretend you're not one already. With that, Alex turned and walked away, disappearing into the night. Batman remained on the rooftop, his mind racing. This wasn't over. And now, he was even more dangerous than Bruce had feared. The scent of blood still clung to the air. Alex stood over the lifeless body of the assassin, his fingers still warm from the sheer force of his strike. His hand had pierced through flesh and bone with terrifying ease, a testament to the barbarian pathway's raw strength. The sensation of his muscles brimming with untamed power was still new, but it felt natural, like something he was always meant to have. Across the room, Evan observed the scene with an unreadable expression. His arms were crossed, his gaze flickering between Alex and the corpse. He wasn't disgusted, nor was he afraid. If anything, he looked resigned. You could have interrogated him, Evan finally said, kicking the body lightly with his boot. Alex flexed his fingers, wiping the blood off with a cloth he pulled from his coat. Didn't need to. Evan arched a brow. You already know who sent him. Ra's al Ghul. The name hung in the air like a curse. It carried weight, a name synonymous with power, control, and a vision for the world that was as terrifying as it was idealistic. The League of Assassins had always moved behind the scenes, manipulating governments, eliminating threats before they could rise. But now, they had sent someone after him. Evan exhaled sharply. This is the second time. First, they tried luring you out. Now they're trying direct assassinations. They're testing me, Alex murmured. Evan frowned. Testing what? Alex glanced down at his own hand, the same hand that had effortlessly torn through a trained killer. Whether I'm a threat worth eliminating, or worth recruiting. A growing threat. Ra's al Ghul wasn't the type to make reckless moves. Every action had a purpose. If he had sent an assassin after Alex, it wasn't just to kill him, it was to see how he would react. Whether he fought, fled, or failed. He had just given Ra's his answer. Evan's face darkened. If Ra's is interested in you, then it won't stop here. What's the plan? Alex smirked, his mind already working through possibilities. We make the next move before he does. Evan rolled his eyes. Of course, and here I was hoping you'd say, we lay low for a while. That's what he expects me to do, Alex countered. Evan sighed. Reckless as usual. But before the conversation could continue, both of them felt an unfamiliar presence. Alex tensed. He had honed his instincts through countless battles, but this sensation was different. It wasn't bloodlust. It wasn't the quiet patience of an assassin waiting for the right moment to strike. It was watching. Unseen eyes. Perched atop a nearby building, Batman observed the scene with narrowed eyes. His Cowie's lenses zoomed in on the scene below, analyzing every detail. The way Alex had reacted. The sheer force of his counterattack. It wasn't normal. This just got complicated, Batman murmured under his breath. His mind raced. He had been tracking the League of Assassins for weeks, waiting for them to make a move in Gotham. But he hadn't expected this. This boy, Superman's younger brother, had just demonstrated power far beyond what should have been possible, and that made him dangerous. Batman activated his comms. Oracle, I need eyes on Alexander Kent. Full surveillance, effective immediately. There was a pause before Oracle responded, you think he's a threat? Batman's jaw tightened. I think he's an unknown variable. And I don't like unknowns. Line break. The night air was thick with tension. Even as the corpse of the assassin lay cooling on the floor, Alex's mind was already racing ahead. He knew that killing a member of the League of Assassins wouldn't be the end of it. If anything, it would escalate matters further. He glanced at Evan, who was still watching him carefully. His friend wasn't one to panic, but there was a clear wariness in his expression. You think Roz will come himself? Evan finally asked. Alex shook his head. I am not that valuable yet. He values worth, patience, he'll send more operatives, maybe even a lieutenant, before he decides if I'm worth his personal attention. Great. Just what we needed, more people trying to kill us. Evan muttered, rubbing his temples. Do you ever take a break? Alex smirked, but his eyes held no humor. Not when the game's already started. His words carried a weight that even Evan couldn't brush off. The League of Assassins wasn't just some small-time gang or rogue organization. They were one of the deadliest forces in the world, led by a man who had lived for centuries. And now, Alex had their attention. High above the streets of Gotham, hidden in the shadows of a rooftop, Batman remained still, watching. He had seen plenty of killers in his time, assassins, mercenaries, criminals who reveled in bloodshed. But this was different. Alexander Kent didn't hesitate. He didn't show remorse. He moved with the efficiency of a trained warrior. And that shouldn't have been possible. Clark Kent's younger brother was supposed to be a civilian. A prodigy, yes, but a normal one. Someone who built machines, not someone who could tear through a man with his bare hands. Batman had read the reports. He had personally looked into Alexander's background. He wasn't Kryptonian, his DNA was completely human. So how was he this strong? His fingers tapped lightly against the communicator in his cowl. Oracle, he said, voice low, cross-reference everything we have on Alexander Kent. Any unusual incidents, any unexplained disappearances. And dig deeper into his recent activities in Gotham. There was a short pause before Oracle's voice came through. You think he's hiding something? Batman's sighs narrowed. I know he is. But that wasn't the only thing that bothered him. Alex wasn't just strong. He was smart. He hadn't used any martial arts, hadn't used any tech, he only used brute force and pierced a heavily armed Talon in one single hit. That kind of strength wasn't something you just had. It was something that was trained. And if Alexander Kent had been training in secret, why? Back at the apartment, Alex finished cleaning up the mess. The body had been disposed of properly, nothing traceable left behind. The bloodstains were gone, the floor scrubbed. Evan leaned against the table, watching him. You're handling this way too well. Alex shrugged. I knew this was coming. It was only a matter of time before someone made a move. Evan sighed. And what about Batman? Alex's eyes flickered up. What about him? You know he's watching. He's probably got half the Batcomputer dedicated to figuring out what the hell you are. Alex smirked. Let him wonder. Evan shook his head. You really enjoy playing with fire, don't you? Alex didn't answer. Instead, he picked up a small device from the table, one of his latest inventions. A small, nearly undetectable drone, capable of blending into the environment. He tapped a button, and the drone silently lifted into the air, slipping through the window and into the night. Above, on the rooftops, Batman stiffened as his sensors picked up an anomaly, a tiny shift in the air, something almost imperceptible. His instincts flared. He knows I'm here. Before he could react, a small, near-invisible drone flew past him. It barely made a sound, its movements too fluid, too precise. Batman's jaw tightened. Alexander Kent wasn't just hiding something. He was aware of the game being played. And that made him even more dangerous. Line break. The silence between Alex and Evan stretched as the drone continued its flight through Gotham's skyline, feeding Alex a live stream of the city from above. It wasn't just for surveillance, it was a message. A message to him, to Batman. Alex leaned back, watching the feed on a holographic display from a small wrist-mounted device. He's still watching. Evan folded his arms. Of course, he is. You murdered someone in Gotham. You think he's just going to let that go? Alex's expression remained neutral. Self-defense. Doesn't matter to him, Evan countered. You know his code. No killing. Ever. Alex sighed, shutting off the display. I know. But this isn't about morality, it's about control. Evan raised an eyebrow. Control. Batman doesn't just fight crime, Alex explained. He manages Gotham. He controls the chaos, redirects it, manipulates it. The moment someone acts outside of his expectations, he takes interest. That's why he's watching me now. Evan shook his head. And what? You're just going to let him? You know he's going to keep digging. Alex smirked. Let him dig. In the Batcave, the Batcomputer hummed softly as data flooded across multiple monitors. Oracle was still running her scans, but even now, the information available didn't make sense. Nothing out of the ordinary, Oracle reported. Alexander Kent has no criminal record, no history of violence. Just a prodigy. Business-oriented, highly intelligent, but otherwise clean. Batman's fingers drummed against the table. That doesn't explain what I saw tonight. He replayed the footage. The way Alex had moved. The sheer, overwhelming power he had displayed. It was beyond peak human, it was something else entirely. Clark had told him that Alex was normal. But Clark had been wrong. Cross-reference his recent activity with any unexplained incidents in Gotham over the last month, Batman ordered. Oracle's voice came through after a brief pause. Already did. No direct connections. But there was an anomaly a few weeks ago, an electromagnetic pulse near the industrial district. City officials ruled it as a system malfunction, but the reports didn't line up. Batman's eaves narrowed. How so? Because the EMP originated from a single point inside an abandoned warehouse. There was no natural cause. Batman didn't need more than that. He had seen enough strange occurrences in Gotham to know when something was being covered up. And now, he had a lead. Send me the coordinates, he said. Meanwhile, in Alex's lab. Back at his hidden workshop, Alex carefully analyzed the drone's return feed. Batman had moved, no longer watching from the rooftop. That meant he was following the next trail. Good. This was a game of misdirection, and Alex intended to control the narrative. The League of Assassins had already made their move. Batman had already seen too much. Now, it was about balancing the scales. Evan, watching from the side, let out a breath. You're really pushing this, huh? Alex turned to him. I don't have a choice. There's always a choice, Evan countered. Alex didn't respond immediately. Instead, he reached for another small device, a black, metally sphere no bigger than a marble. A contingency. Alex is trying to go Batman, but he is not him. Because whether it was Batman, the League of Assassins, or something else entirely, he needed to be ready. Line break. Gotham's skyline was painted in streaks of neon and shadow as the Batmobile tore through the city streets. Inside, Batman's mind worked through the possibilities. Alex Kent wasn't just an anomaly, he was an unknown. Clark had been adamant that his brother was normal. But what Batman had seen in the last few hours suggested otherwise. The raw power Alex displayed wasn't something that could be explained away as simple training. Then there was the way he moved. Controlled. Precise. Not a panicked response to a life-threatening situation. Not an outburst of untamed power. A measured execution. And that made him dangerous. The coordinates Oracle had sent him led to an abandoned warehouse in the industrial district, one that, on the surface, had no ties to Alex Kent. But Batman knew better than to trust appearances. As the Batmobile screeched to a stop, he stepped out, his cape flowing behind him like a shadow. He moved silently, his boots barely making a sound against the cracked pavement. With a flick of his wrist, a small drone detached from his utility belt and flew ahead, scanning for security systems or traps. Nothing. That, in itself, was suspicious. He moved inside. The interior was dark, filled with old, rusting machinery. But the signs of recent activity were evident: subtle disturbances in the dust, footprints leading toward the center of the room. And then he saw it. A small, deliberately placed device in the middle of the floor. Batman narrowed his eyes. A trap. A message. He reached for a batarang, prepared for any reaction as he stepped closer. Then the device activated. A flickering blue hologram appeared above it, Alex Kent's face, looking calm, composed. I assume you've been following the breadcrumbs. Batman remained still. I don't like being investigated, but I understand why you're doing it. So let's be clear, I'm not your enemy. The recording continued, Alex's voice smooth, calculated. You saw what happened tonight. You know the League is involved. I didn't go looking for this fight, it came to me. Batman's expression remained unreadable. I know how you operate. You want answers. Fine. Meet me tomorrow night. East End. 2 a.m. Come alone. The hologram flickered, then vanished. The device shut off. Batman stood there in silence for a moment before finally exhaling. Alex Kent wasn't just reacting. He was planning. And that meant Batman needed to be ready. Line break. Gotham's skyline stretched before Alex as he stood on the rooftop of an old, unused building in the Gotham's skyline stretched before Alex as he stood on the rooftop of an old, unused building in the East End. The air was crisp, the silence between sirens and distant city noise oddly calming. He had chosen this spot carefully open enough for Batman to feel in control, but isolated enough that they wouldn't be interrupted. His eyes flickered to the time on his wrist device, 1:59 a.m. Right on cue, the shadow of Gotham himself emerged from the darkness. Batman landed a few feet away, his cape settling around him like a second skin. His white lenses locked onto Alex with the same scrutinizing intensity he had seen countless criminals break under. Lex simply smiled. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't show." Batman didn't react. "You wanted a meeting." "I did," Alex admitted, folding his arms. "I figured it was better to talk than keep playing this little game of cat and bat." Batman took a step forward. "You've been keeping secrets." Alex chuckled. "We all have." Silence hung between them before Alex continued. "To Anne, not your enemy, Bruce." Alex took a breath before moving on. "I know what you're worried about. I'm an unknown factor, and you don't like unknowns. But let me make something clear." His voice took on a more serious tone. "I don't want to be your enemy. Not just because I have no interest in fighting the Justice League, but because my brother is part of it, and let's be honest, as much as I think I am big deal, I am not." Batman listened. Alex continued. "Clark always wanted to help people. And me, well, I'm not as noble as him. But I do believe I can do something, and it's not just about myself." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small case, tossing it to Batman. The vigilante caught it effortlessly, flipping it open to reveal a set of tiny, near-invisible drones. "I call them Spectres. Completely silent, undetectable by most standard surveillance, and capable of gathering data without alerting a target." Batman examined one closely. "You're selling weapons." "No." Alex shook his head. "I'm offering tools to the right people. These aren't going to the highest bidder, Bruce. I chose you." Batman glanced back at him. "I don't trust corporations, I don't trust politicians, and I definitely don't trust the people who usually get their hands on cutting-edge tech," Alex continued. "But you're different." Batman closed the case. "And what do you want in return?" Alex smirked. "Nothing. Call it goodwill." Batman wasn't convinced. "No one gives something for nothing." Alex's expression remained steady. "Fine. Consider it an investment." He met Batman's gaze. "Because one day, when things get really bad, you're going to need someone who isn't bound by the League's rules." Batman held the case of Spectre drones in his gloved hands, studying them with the same cold scrutiny he reserved for potential threats. Alex waited, letting the silence stretch between them. He knew Batman's mind was already working through dozens of possibilities, analyzing, strategizing, questioning. Finally, Batman closed the case with a soft click and tucked it into his utility belt. "These won't be traced back to you." Alex smirked. "Please. I may be young, but I'm not stupid." Batman's unreadable expression remained, but Alex could tell he was considering the implications. "If I find out you're selling similar technology to criminals." "You won't," Alex interrupted smoothly. "I told you, I'm not interested in arming Gotham's worst. That's bad business." He leaned against the rooftop's edge, looking out at the city. "If anything, I want to help in my own way." Batman remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Your way is unpredictable." Alex let out a soft chuckle. "And your way isn't." He gestured toward the bat. "You operate outside the law, bend rules when needed, and work in the shadows. We're not so different." Batman didn't acknowledge the comparison, but Alex could tell he wasn't outright rejecting the idea. Then, Batman shifted topics. "This enhancement formula you mentioned, what's in it?" Alex tilted his head. "Trade secret." Before Batman could press further, he added, "It's temporary. Strength, durability, maybe slight healing properties, depending on the dose. Nothing unnatural." Batman's gaze narrowed. "And you're not selling it?" "Not to the public." Alex crossed his errands. "I developed it for personal use. If I ever do sell it, it won't be to just anyone. And certainly not in Gotham." Batman seemed to consider this before nodding slightly. Then, without another word, he turned away, his cape billowing in the cold Gotham wind. Alex knew their conversation was over. "See you around, Bruce." Batman didn't turn back, but his voice carried through the night. "We'll be watching." Then he was gone, vanishing into the darkness as if he had never been there. Alex let out a slow breath, watching the city lights below. Alex remained on the rooftop for a few moments after Batman disappeared into the night. The city stretched before him, bathed in a mix of neon glows and shadows, a chaotic blend of crime and order. His conversation with Batman had gone as expected, cold, cautious, but not entirely unproductive. Now, he had to consider his next move. He pulled a small communicator from his coat pocket and tapped it twice. A moment later, a voice crackled through. "You're still alive. Guess it went well." Alex smirked. "Oh, it went about as well as you'd expect when dealing with the Bat. But I think we've established some boundaries." On the other end, his contact hummed in amusement. "Let me guess, he took the drones but didn't give you anything in return." "Not exactly," Alex replied, stretching his arms. "He gave me time. He didn't shut me down immediately, which means he's watching. And that means I can keep moving forward." He turned, stepping off the edge of the building onto a fire escape. His boots made no sound as he descended swiftly. "Keep monitoring for any changes," he continued. "If Batman starts snooping too much, I want to know." "You think he'll trust you?" Alex chuckled. "No. But trust isn't the goal. Reliability is. If I can make myself useful enough, he'll hesitate before turning on me." The voice on the other end exhaled. "You really like playing with fire." Alex reached the ground, blending into the shadows of a back alley. He adjusted his coat and started walking. "Fire is only dangerous if you don't know how to control it," he mused. The line went dead. Meanwhile, at the Batcave, Bruce Wayne stood before the Batcomputer, running detailed scans on the Spectre drones Alex had provided. Behind him, Alfred approached with a tray of tea. "You seem troubled, sir." Bruce didn't look away from the screen. "This technology is advanced. More advanced than it should be." Alfred placed the tray down. "And yet, you took them." Bruce's fingers tightened slightly. "For now." Alfred studied him for a moment before offering a small smile. "Master Kent is the brother of Superman, so I don't think he would do anything you might be thinking, Master Bruce." Bruce exhaled through his nose. "That's what concerns me." His eyes flicked to a separate screen, one displaying Alex's face alongside his known history. "Keep an eye on him," he murmured. Then, he returned to his analysis, already considering contingencies. Because Alex Kent was unpredictable. And in Gotham, unpredictability always brought in dangers to the city. Line break. Alex moved through the dimly lit streets of Gotham, his mind working through the implications of his conversation with Batman. This encounter had confirmed one thing: Batman wasn't his enemy, but he wasn't an ally either. Their relationship would remain in a gray area, a delicate balance between suspicion and utility. As he neared the entrance of a hidden passage leading back to his underground lab, a familiar notification appeared on his retinal HUD. Eternum Industries. Security protocols engaged. Unregistered entity detected near Research Facility O2. Alex narrowed his eyes. That facility wasn't publicly known. It was where he stored some of his more experimental technology, prototypes that weren't yet ready for the market or the battlefield. If someone had found it, they were either extremely skilled, or extremely reckless. He pulled up a live feed. The footage showed a single individual in tactical gear moving cautiously through the perimeter defenses. They weren't tripping any alarms, which meant they were either careful or had some knowledge of his security systems. Interesting. Alex activated a secondary drone and sent it toward the intruder's location. Meanwhile, at Research Facility O2, the figure moved like a shadow, navigating past laser grids and motion-sensitive traps with calculated precision. They reached a reinforced door and placed a small device against the lock. A faint click signaled the system override beginning. Just as they were about to enter, a metallic whirring sound filled the air. The intruder spun around, their instinct screaming at them. A Spectre drone hovered inches away from their face, its mechanical eye glowing faintly. Then, a voice came through. "You're either really bold, or really stupid." The intruder froze as Alex's voice filled the space. "Tell me, are you here on orders, or are you just curious?" The figure exhaled sharply before responding. "A little bit of both." Alex smirked from his hidden vantage point. "Well then, let's see how this plays out." With a flick of his wrist, the drone's scanning mode activated. Time to see who had come knocking on his door. The Spectre drone's eye flashed a deep red as the Eliminate Mode protocol activated. Within seconds, its sleek frame shifted, retracting unnecessary components and arming itself for immediate combat. A high-pitched warning emitted from its core, a final courtesy before execution. Unregistered entity detected. Authorization failed. Engaging termination protocol. The intruder's eyes widened beneath their mask. In a split second, they dove backward, flipping into cover behind a nearby crate. A split second later, the drone fired. A concentrated energy blast ripped through the air, vaporizing the space the intruder had just occupied. The heat left a scorched imprint on the ground, a clear indication that this was no ordinary security measure. The intruder gritted their teeth. TCH, this isn't normal corporate security. Just what the hell is this company hiding? They rolled to the side, pulling a compact EMP device from their belt. In one swift motion, they tossed it toward the drone. The moment it activated, an electromagnetic pulse surged through the air. The drone stuttered midair, its core flickered for a brief second before it forcefully rebooted itself, overriding the EMP disruption within moments. The intruder cursed under their breath. What kind of drone resists an EMP and is so small? From his hidden vantage point, Alex smirked. One that I designed. The Spectre drone adjusted its aim. It wouldn't miss again. Alex leaned forward, observing the scene through his HUD. Whoever this was, they were skilled, but they had underestimated what they were dealing with. All right, let's see how you handle this, Alex murmured. With a single command, he pushed the drone into full engagement mode. The intruder had seconds to react before the air lit up with energy blasts. The Spectre drone moved with inhuman precision, its targeting system adapting instantly to the intruder's movements. It weaved through the air, recalibrating its trajectory, then unleashed another barrage of energy blasts. The intruder barely managed to evade, flipping backward and sprinting toward the nearest cover. They reached for another tool, a smoke grenade, and hurled it to the ground. A thick cloud of dense, electromagnetic disruptive smoke spread through the area, obscuring vision. For a brief second, everything fell into silence. The intruder's breathing was heavy, their body tense as they vaulted to see if the drone's systems would falter. Then, a red light pierced through the smoke. The drone's voice rang out. Adaptive mode engaged. Target locked. Before the intruder could react, the Spectre drone fired a high-speed kinetic round straight through the cover, shattering the crate into splinters. A pained grunt followed. The intruder staggered back, clutching their arm where the round had grazed them. Alex, still watching from his hidden vantage point, couldn't help but admire his own work. The drone wasn't just defense, it was a relentless predator. You're trapped, he muttered. Now, what's your next move? The intruder's options were running out. They had underestimated Eternum Industries' security, and now their only chance was retreat. With a sharp breath, they activated their grappling device and launched themselves toward the rooftop, hoping to escape before the drone could finish the job. Big mistake. Alex had already accounted for that. With a single mental command, the drone switched tactics, deploying a high-frequency sonic burst aimed directly at the escaping intruder. A piercing soundwave tore through the air, disrupting their equilibrium mid-flight. The intruder's grip faltered, their body twisting awkwardly in the air. Before they crashed hack down onto the ground. Disoriented, stunned, completely vulnerable. Alex exhaled through his nose, his expression unreadable. Game over. The intruder groaned, struggling to get up, but the Spectre drone was already moving in for the final strike. It hovered over them, its targeting systems analyzing the best course of action. Threat level, contained. The drone's voice was emotionless, calculating. A small compartment opened from its S-LEC black chassis, revealing a miniature stun cannon designed for incapacitation. Alex, still watching through the drone's AR interface, tilted his head slightly. He could end this now. The intruder, still dazed, tried reaching for their belt, probably for another escape tool. Not happening. Alex didn't hesitate. Fire. A pulse of concentrated energy burst from the drone, striking the intruder's chest. A sharp gasp, then silence. The intruder's body convulsed as the electric discharge surged through them. Muscles locked, their limbs spasmed, and then, finally they collapsed. Unconscious. No escape. Alex leaned back slightly, exhaling. The drone's voice echoed one final report. Target neutralized. Awaiting further orders. Alex took a moment to analyze the situation. Who was this guy? The precision of his movements, the quick adaptability, it was clear he was no ordinary thief. Someone had sent him. But who? Before he could contemplate further, a new notification flashed across his screen. Incoming transmission. Alex's eyes narrowed as he tapped the interface. A distorted voice came through. Interesting tech you have there, Mr. Kent. His expression didn't change, but his mind was already racing. Who the hell was this? It's unfortunate we had to meet this way, the voice continued, calm and composed. But rest assured, this was just a test. Alex remained silent, waiting for more. The voice chuckled, we'll be in touch. Then static. The transmission cut off. The silence in the lab was deafening. The drone hovered motionlessly above the unconscious intruder, its red optics dimming as it entered standby mode. Alex leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. This wasn't just a break-in to get tech, someone was trying to find out something else. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the scene. The assassin had moved with too much precision, too much confidence, for this to be a simple robbery. No, this was a probe, a deliberate attempt to measure his capabilities. He turned his gaze to the fallen intruder. The man was still breathing, his body limp from the drone's incapacitating pulse. Reaching into his belt, Alex retrieved a small, charred device, the assassin's communicator. It had been fried by the drone's EMP pulse, but maybe, just maybe, he could extract something useful from it. Then, something caught his eye. A small insignia on the inside of the assassin's glove. Alex's eyes darkened. The League of Assassins. A slow exhale left his lips. So Ra's al Ghul had decided to take an interest in him. His fingers tapped against the desk as he considered his next move. He had dealt with the League before, during his time in Gotham, but he hadn't expected them to turn their attention toward him again so soon. Before he could contemplate further, an alert flashed across his screen. Incoming call, Bruce Wayne. Alex sighed. Perfect timing. He accepted the call with a flick of his wrist. I assume you've handled the situation. Batman's deep, familiar voice came through the line. Alex smirked. Handled. More like crushed. Batman ignored the sarcasm. Give me details. Alex didn't waste time. He explained the break-in, the assassin's skill level, the fight, and the message he had received afterward. When he mentioned the League of Assassins, there was a long pause. That's concerning. Alex leaned back, rubbing his temples. Yeah, no kidding. Ra's doesn't make moves without reason, Batman continued. If the League sent someone to test you, it means they're evaluating whether you're a threat, or an asset. Alex exhaled sharply. That's what he was afraid of. They're not the only ones watching, Alex said. You're keeping tabs on me too, aren't you? They're not the only ones watching, Alex said. You're keeping tabs on me too, aren't you? Batman didn't deny it. Instead, he shifted the conversation. What did the drone record? Alex's lips curled into a small smile. So you admit it. My drones are useful after all. Batman didn't respond immediately. Alex had already given him access to the silent, undetectable drones. He had developed surveillance tools capable of monitoring even the most high-risk locations. And now, they had just proven their worth. Sending you the footage now, Alex said, transferring the data. A brief silence followed as Batman reviewed the recordings. Then, your technology is advanced. Alex smirked. What, did you think I was bluffing when I said I could make things that would help you guys? Another pause. I assume you're not planning to sell this to anyone else, Batman finally said. Alex shook his head. No, that was part of the deal. I help heroes, and I mean only heroes. These drones, they're yours, Bruce. Use them however you see fit. There was a rare moment of silence. Then, Batman spoke. I appreciate it. Coming from him, that was a big deal. Alex exhaled, leaning forward. That said, you should know something. He glanced at the unconscious assassin once more. I don't want to become an enemy. Botinin didn't respond immediately. My brother is in the Justice League, Alex continued. And I have no interest in fighting the people he stands beside. His voice hardened. But if people keep coming after me or my family, I will do everything in my power to crush them. Batman's voice was unreadable. I understand. Alex knew Bruce was calculating his every word, analyzing his intent. But that was fine. He wasn't lying. I'll send someone to retrieve the assassin, Batman finally said. If you get any more unwanted visitors, let me know. Alex smirked. You'll probably see them before I do. The call ended. Alex leaned back, fingers tapping against his desk. The unconscious assassin lay motionless on the cold floor, his breathing shallow but steady. Alex gazed at the man for a moment, his mind working through the possibilities. This was Bruce's problem now. He had already sent a message to Batman, informing him of the assassin's failed attempt. Batman would undoubtedly send someone to retrieve the man, likely someone he trusted to handle delicate situations. And sure enough, his drones had already picked up movement approaching his building. Alex turned away from the unconscious assassin and walked to his desk, tapping a few keys on his console. The holographic display shifted, showing a live feed of Gotham's rooftops. A figure was moving swiftly toward his location. Batgirl. A small smirk tugged at Alex's lips. So Bruce sent Barbara Gordon. Interesting. A few minutes later, a soft thud echoed through his penthouse as a grappling hook latched onto his balcony. Alex didn't turn around. He could already hear the faint sound of footsteps, silent, calculated. Then, a voice. "You knew I was coming." Alex finally turned, his eyes meeting Batgirl's masked gaze. She stood near the entrance to his penthouse, her cape slightly billowing behind her. Her expression was neutral, but her body language. She was analyzing everything. Of course she was. He had anticipated Bruce sending someone, but mechting Barbara Gordon in person. That was an opportunity. Alex crossed his arms, leaning casually against his desk. I expected Batman himself, but I suppose I'll have to settle for his understudy. Barbara's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't take the bait. Instead, she glanced toward the unconscious assassin lying on the floor. "What did you do to him?" she asked. Alex smirked. "Relax. He's alive." Barbara moved past him, crouching beside the assassin and checking his vitals. Her fingers pressed against the man's neck for a few seconds before she pulled back, satisfied. "You used something on him," she said, her voice sharp. "He's sedated." Lex shrugged. "Just making sure he didn't wake up and cause problems." Barbara stood up, crossing her arms. "You didn't have to get involved in this." Alex chuckled. "He broke into my building. I think that makes it my business." Barbara sighed, clearly not in the mood for banter. "Batman told me you had a deal," she said. "Something about drones." Alex nodded. "That's right. I developed surveillance drones. They don't make noise, they're nearly impossible to detect, and they can track targets without being noticed." Barbara raised an eyebrow. "And you're only selling them to the Bat family." Alex's smirk didn't fade. "I have one rule when it comes to my technology," he said. "It doesn't go to criminals, governments, or corporations. Only heroes." Barbara studied him for a moment. Why? That question caught him off guard. He had plenty of reasons. He could tell her about his brother. About Clark, but I am pretty sure she knows, and even beside that selling it to the criminals is a recipe for disaster waiting to happen. But instead, he simply said, "Because I don't trust anyone else with it." Barbara's expression softened slightly, but only for a second. Then, she nodded. "All right," she said. "Then I'll take the assassin and get out of your way." Alex gestured toward the unconscious man. "Be my guest." Barbara pulled out a small communicator. "This is Batgirl," she said. "I have the target. Preparing for extraction." A few seconds later, a reply came through. "Understood. Bringing the Batwing in close." Alex watched as Barbara secured the assassin, preparing to transport him. Then, just as she was about to leave, she paused. She turned to look at him again. "Batman doesn't trust easily," she said. "Neither do I." Alex smirked. "Noted. Download app." Barbara gave him one last look before activating her grappling hook and disappearing into the night. Alex watched her go, his smirk lingering. That had been an interesting first meeting. Alex stood near the balcony, watching the distant figure of Batgirl disappear into Gotham's night. The assassin was gone. The situation was handled. But something about that encounter lingered in his mind. Barbara had been cautious but curious. She was different from Bruce, less rigid, more willing to listen. That was good. It meant she might be an asset later. For now, though, he had other things to focus on. Alex turned back to his console, fingers gliding over the holographic interface. The drones he had designed were already in action. Their small, nearly invisible forms hovered over key locations in Gotham, feeding him information. In real time, Alex's AL system, Spectre, analyzed the footage, looking for any threats or potential opportunities. A window opened up, showing a live feed of Wayne Tower. Bruce was there, standing in his office, speaking with Alfred. Alex smirked. Good. That meant Batman had received the message. But something else caught his eye. Another feed showed LexCorp Tower. Lex Luthor was in his penthouse, speaking to someone, a man dressed in black, with cybernetic implants along his arms. Spectre zoomed in, running a quick scan. Subject identified. John Corbin. Alias, Metallo. Alex's smirk faded. That was bad news. Metallo was one of Superman's recurring enemies. A cybernetic marinary powered by kryptonite. And he was meeting with Lex. Alex didn't need to hear the conversation to know that this was a problem. Lex was always scheming, and if he was arming Metallo, that meant he had something planned. Something big. Alex exhaled slowly. He had two choices. Ignore it. Let Clark and the Justice League handle it. Intervene quietly. Find out what Lex was planning and make sure it never became an issue. The answer was obvious. Option 2. Gotham's underworld moves. Alex switched feeds again, this time focusing on Gotham's criminal networks. The city had been buzzing ever since his name started circulating. Eternum Industries was drawing attention. Not just from heroes, but from criminals. His latest project, the biological enhancer he had mentioned to Bruce, had piqued the interest of several powerful figures. One in particular stood out. A new message had arrived on his secure server. The sender's name, Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin. Alex chuckled. Of course, Penguin had probably caught wind of his latest inventions and wanted to see if Alex could be persuaded to sell to the highest bidder. Not happening. He tapped the message, reading it carefully. Mr. Kent, I hear you've been making quite the name for yourself in Gotham's business world. A young entrepreneur with a talent for innovation. I respect that. Let's talk. There's profit to be made, and I'd hate for us to be on opposite sides of it. Oh, Cobblepot. Alex smirked. Penguin was testing the waters. Trying to see if Alex would entertain the idea of working with him. He quickly typed a response. Mr. Cobblepot, I appreciate your interest, but I don't conduct business with criminals. I'm sure you understand. Kent. He hit send. A few moments later, a new message appeared. You're in Gotham, kid. Everybody's a criminal in one way or another. Alex's smirk didn't fade. He deleted the message and shut down the feed. If Penguin wanted to test him, he was more than welcome to try. But Alex had no intention of being dragged into Gotham's underworld. At least, not openly. Eternum's next move. Alex turned his focus back to his own company. His business was growing quickly. His recent technological breakthroughs had secured funding from several investors. His research division was developing new medical advancements that could revolutionize healthcare. And his security division was working on advanced surveillance systems. The kind that even Batman would have a hard time avoiding. But there was something else. A new project. One he hadn't told anyone about. Alex tapped his console, opening a private file labeled, Project Eternity. Inside were schematics. A design for a device. One that could change everything. But it wasn't ready yet. Not until he reached Sequence 7. Until then, he had to be careful. Because if the wrong people found out about it, they'd come for him, and he wasn't ready to show his full hand. Not yet. The next steps. Alex leaned back in his chair, closing the files. His mind was already racing with his next moves. Monitor Lex Luthor and Metallo. Find out what they were planning. Prepare for potential retaliation from Penguin. Continue advancing his sequence. Strengthen his position in Gotham without revealing too much. Things were getting more complicated. But that was fine. He had expected this. He had planned for it. And he was ready. Because no matter what happened next, he wasn't going to lose. Line break, I'm adding this now because I kind of forget to add this before. Sorry. Download app. As Alex sat in his office, reviewing the reports on Eternum's progress, his thoughts drifted back to the moment he reached Sequence 8. He had expected power. What he hadn't expected was how his neighboring pathways would respond. Flashback start. The moment he fully digested Black Emperor Sequence 9 and advanced to Sequence 8, he felt a deep, resonating shift. It wasn't just the Black Emperor pathway that evolved. The moment he advanced, a ripple effect occurred, triggering changes in the pathways closely linked to his own. Not complete transformations, but noticeable enhancements. A glimpse of what was to come. Full pathway error and door. His full pathway stirred, and along with it, its two neighboring pathways. Error pathway, the pathway of unpredictability, distortion, and breaking conventional logic. It didn't give him new abilities outright, but it refined his instincts. He could feel tiny distortions in probability, even without consciously trying. Like knowing when an enemy would hesitate. Or sensing when something wasn't quite real. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make his illustants sharper, his deceptions harder to detect. Door pathway, the pathway of space, gateways, and movement. His sense of space expanded, allowing him to feel the smallest shifts in movement around him. His phasing had sharpened, though it was still imperfect. The range hadn't increased much, but he could now see more options for teleporting, not just physical locations, but alternative routes that weren't visible before. It was like seeing the weak points in reality, places where a simple step could take him somewhere. Eyes. Not truck mastery. Not yet. But it was a step forward. His paragon pathway had its own reaction, subtly boosting its neighbors. There was less delay when he moved. Sun pathway, the pathway of light, purification, and divine authority. This one had the most unexpected effect. His body felt more resistant to negative influences. Mind control, corruption, and supernatural fear effects all felt weaker against him. Not gone, not completely negated. But dulled. It was like standing near a faint source of sunlight, enough to push away shadows, but not enough to burn them away completely. A small but valuable passive boost. His primary pathway, Black Emperor, exerted the strongest pull, and its neighboring pathways reacted accordingly. Red Priest pathway, the pathway of war, leadership, and revolution. His commanding presence had intensified. Even without actively trying, people found themselves paying attention to him more. His words carried a greater weight, making persuasion slightly easier. Not on a supernatural level. Not yet, but enough that it was noticeable. Justiciar pathway, the pathway of absolute law, order, and judgment. This change was more subtle. His instincts for structure and authority sharpened. He became more aware of hierarchies, of how power flowed in a room. It wasn't mind reading, but he could sense when someone was hesitating because of rank. Or when someone spoke with more authority than they actually had. A slight but useful shift. Abyss pathway, the pathway of darkness, destruction, and corruption. This one was the most dangerous. He felt a deep pull toward the void, an almost primal awareness of entropy and endings. Nothing concrete. Nothing he could weaponize yet. But he had to be careful. This power corrupted those who embraced it fully. And he had no intention of letting it consume him. Not now. Not ever. Back to the present, flashback end. Alex exhaled, blinking as he returned to the present. That memory had been a turning point. Not a massive leap, but a preview of what would happen as he advanced further. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.